Desportes. Affaires courantes. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projets de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Action des ministres.
Statements by minister.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegation.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bill. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member from Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages a petition that comes from the members of the Holy Protection of the Mother of God, Ukrainian Catholic Church in Guelph, that states that whereas Bill C-57 is an important update to the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement that will assist the Ukraine in rebuilding after they defeat the illegal invasion of Vladimir Putin, that the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and the Ukrainian Canadian Congress has called on the Parliament of Canada to swiftly adopt this legislation, and misinformation regarding Canada's carbon pricing scheme having an effect on this agreement that has widely been debunked. The members undersigned have asked for the House of Commons and all parliamentarians to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to Ukraine by swiftly adopting the updated Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as always, it is an honour to be able to stand in this place and present petitions that are brought forward by Canadians. And today, in particular, I have a petition that brings forward a number of issues, but specifically signed by Canadians that are opposed to the bringing back, like the Liberals promised in their 2021 election platform, that would impose a values test upon charitable organizations. So therefore, to summarize, Mr. Speaker, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada call upon the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis. It is an honour to present this petition in the House here today.
The honourable member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's a huge honour to rise today to table e-petition 4568, which was signed by over 677 constituents from Vancouver Island, and they cite that recreation and wellness centres provide opportunities for communities to gather, connect, and stay healthy through physical activity. The research shows that recreational and wellness centres promote personal health and well-being among users, and recreational facilities play a critical role in the rehabilitation of workers recovering from injuries in the workplace. And without adequate recreational facilities, find it challenging to retain seniors, youth, and communities in the families in the community, which limits the retention of highly qualified professionals, volunteerism, and is a loss to communities. And the benefits for recreation and wellness facilities to individuals and communities have been well researched and documented. They cite that our communities need more facilities, such as the West Coast Multiplex, which has been in planning for over 20 years to offer diverse programs which are accessible by all our populations, and investing in Canada's infrastructure, previous partnership with federal and British Columbia governments, providing funds needed to be replenished with significant, sustained increase in the capital to meet recreational needs of our communities, the needs for expanding, creating, or replacing recreational facilities on the West Coast, Port Alberni, and Oceanside. They're calling on the federal government to invest heavily in infrastructure and recreational facilities to help keep people in community, keep them healthy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Yukon.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of a substantial number of Yukoners. The petitioners and signatories call to the House of Commons to support motion M86, calling for a citizens' assembly on electoral reform. The petition also states that the Yukon signatories would also like to draw your attention to the following. The need for electoral reform continues to be a fundamental issue for citizens of all political persuasions. Therefore, they call for a new approach to developing a citizens' consensus on electoral reform, where citizens are given a voice on the subject of electoral reform and a right to make recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the direction of the Liberal government, the Correctional Service of Canada is operating the Prison Needle Exchange Program, or PNEP, in federal correctional institutions, effectively encouraging illicit drug use in prisons. Illicit drug use in federal institutions are contraband. Equally, any item used for injecting drugs are also contraband. The presence of needles for illicit drug use in correctional institutions presents a severe safety risk to both inmates and correctional officers. The already hazardous workplace of the correctional officer is made more dangerous by the presence of the PNEP. And the Canadian Drug and Substances Strategy should focus on helping Canadians recover from addiction and receive treatment, not on supporting these addictions. Therefore, petitioners in Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, and surrounding ridings who are Canadian citizens and permanent residents of Canada call upon the Government of Canada to cancel the prison needle exchange program operations, stop permitting the use of illicit drugs in Canadian prisons, and focus the efforts on helping inmates recover from their addictions through new treatment policies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I table a petition in regards to health care. We have the healthcare professionals, in particular our nurses, that are often undervalued, whether it's from the provinces to other stakeholders, in terms of us not recognizing the potential and the harm that we do by not properly supporting them, Madam Speaker. And that would include everything from not recognizing credentials to retention-related issues, anxiety and stress that's put into the profession. And they're calling on all members of Parliament to ultimately recognize the reality of our healthcare professionals and do what we can to support and work with the other jurisdictions to make life better for our healthcare workers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise today to give a voice to a significant number of constituents in Simcoe North that care about the issue of electoral reform. They believe that the need for electoral reform continues to be a priority, that we need a nonpartisan approach to this, including Citizens' Assembly, and are therefore calling on the House to give a voice to the subject of electoral reform by supporting M86. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders.
Prise en considération d'une motion de l'opposition.
Business of supply period. Opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre. Auto theft.
That given that after 8 years of soft on crime policies, the Prime Minister has created the auto theft crisis. 2, according to the Liberal government's own news release, auto theft in Toronto is up 300% since 2015, and Statistics Canada data shows auto theft is up 190% in Moncton, 122% in Ottawa-Gatineau, 106% in Montreal, 62% in Winnipeg since 2015, and 3, selon le journal de
3, according to the Port of Montreal, 58,000 containers that leave the port each year, according to the Le Journal de Montréal, with one law enforcement agent saying CBSA has no resources to check the containers. They check less than 1% of containers. And this agency has no resources to check the containers. They check less than 1% of containers. 4, it is the responsibility of the federal government to reduce auto theft as the primary prevention tool, including the Criminal Code, the RCMP, the CBSA, and our port systems, which are the federal government's jurisdiction.
Auto theft is costing Canadian drivers as insurance premiums are increasing, and in Ontario, insurance companies are able to increase premiums by 25% this year. And 6, a report by Equité estimates estimates $1 billion in vehicle theft claims were paid out in 2022, and these costs are being passed down to drivers. In order to stop the crime and reduce auto theft to lower insurance premiums, the House calls on the government to d'annuler immédiatement.
Immediately reverse changes the Liberal government made in their Soft on Crime Bill C5 that allows for car stealing criminals to be on house arrest instead of jail. B. Strengthen criminal code provisions to ensure repeat car stealing criminals remain in jail. And C. Provide the CBSA and our ports with the resources they need to prevent stolen cars from leaving the country.
Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member from Megantic, Le Gabre. Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canada is becoming less and less safe. Violent crime, car theft, and gun crime have unleashed chaos and disorder in our communities. Crime, chaos, and drugs and disorder are common in our streets now, and the Liberal government is responsible for making the situation even worse. Since this Liberal government was elected in 2015, there has been a 34% surge in car thefts across Canada. The Insurance Bureau of Canada says that these auto theft have become a national crisis, with more than 200 vehicles stolen on average every day. The explosion of car thefts is making life even more unaffordable for Canadians. In 2022, car theft cost the insurance industry over $1 billion, resulting in higher insurance costs for every Canadian on their insurance premiums. Just in Toronto alone, Madam Speaker, auto theft crime is up by 300%. In other Canadian cities, over 100%. While the NDP Liberals say that they care about the safety of Canadians, they have had no real solutions to the rising auto theft crime across the country. In fact, their only real solution we've heard of so far is to host another fancy meeting in Ottawa. They're calling it the Auto Summit. So more meetings, no solutions. The Prime Minister let this auto theft crisis happen right under his watch. His reckless policies have allowed car thefts to explode in our communities and right across the country. And his only action to fix this is to hold another summit. Last week, in his own press release, the Prime Minister admitted it wasn't like this before the Liberal government took office in 2015. Madam Speaker, we can all agree on that one. Canadians don't feel safe in their communities and on the streets. But the Liberal Justice Minister and Attorney General told Canadians this is just in Canadians' heads, and that the increase in crime is empirically unlikely. But here are the facts, Madam Speaker. Violent crime is up 39%. Gang-related homicides are up over 100%. Violent gun crime has steadily increased every year and now over 100% since 2015. Murders are up 43%, the highest in 30 years. The crime wave that this government has caused isn't imaginary, it's real, and Canadians are experiencing it in every way. We continue to see news stories of violent crimes committed by repeat offenders who are out on bail. According to a report published last week by the Macdonald-Laurier Institute, violent crime is only getting worse, and Canada's Violent Crime Severity Index, which tracks changes in severity of violent crime, is at its highest level since 2007. During the last Conservative government, the Violent Crime Severity Index decreased by almost 25%. Under this Liberal government, it has increased by basically 30%. A recent Statistics Canada report shows that the rate of firearm-related violent crime in 2022 was at the highest level ever recorded, a nearly 10% increase from 2021 alone. According to Edmonton Police, the number of shootings in 2023 went up by 34%. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, Canadian businesses across the country are now being extorted by international gangsters. In January, Toronto Sun reported that the mayors of Brampton in Ontario and Surrey in British Columbia sent a letter to the Minister of Public Safety saying that they are deeply concerned for their communities due to these threats. Recent reports of their provinces have confirmed links between the extortion attempts and violent acts, including shootings and arson. Police are now investigating 27 related attempts to extortion series that have affected a number of members of the community in Edmonton region since October, including extortion, 15 arson cases, and 7 firearms offenses. Businesses and families are being shot at in Edmonton. Over a dozen homes that are under construction by different home builders have been burnt to the ground just since November. While the police are doing their job and catching these criminals, the Prime Minister's soft on crime legislation, such as Bill C-75, allows them to be released within hours of arrest. These reckless soft on crime policies only benefit the thieves and the criminals, Madam Speaker. In fact, it's only the criminals who are getting rich under this government. Liberal C-5 eliminates mandatory prison for serious crimes such as this. It allows them to serve their sentence in the comfort of their own home. This government has shown more concern for the criminals than defending our communities. They have eliminated mandatory prison time for criminals who commit robbery with a firearm, weapons trafficking, and drive-by shootings. These reckless policies have made police powerless in stopping career car thieves and criminals. In today's Canada, a convicted criminal can just walk out the front door and be on the streets again, stealing cars and terrorizing neighborhoods soon after they've been arrested. It is no wonder that more and more Canadians are losing faith in our justice system. In fact, only 46% of Canadians still have confidence that their government will protect them. To make matters worse, Madam Speaker, the Liberal Justice Minister is failing to appoint enough judges to handle the cases, resulting in an increased number of cases which are being stayed or withdrawn. The Liberals are just not worth the cost, Madam Speaker. The Liberals' mismanagement has allowed organized crime to turn our federal ports into parking lots for stolen vehicles that are then shipped overseas. The Port of Montreal has become a major hub for stolen vehicles to be shipped out of Canada. Despite that, it only has 5 CBSA agents who inspect 580,000 containers that leave the port each year. In a recent article in Montreal, a law enforcement agent said that CBSA has no resources to check the containers and that they check less than 1% of these containers. This is completely unacceptable, Madam Speaker, given that the current theft crisis happening in Canada. I want to remind this Prime Minister and this government that the RCMP, the Criminal Code, the Canadian Border Services Agency are all federal responsibilities. It is their responsibility to reduce auto theft as the provincial tool. Conservatives have a common sense plan to bring back safe streets and to protect our communities. We must hit the brakes on car theft with common sense, conservative, tough on crime policies. Our conservative plan will make prison time mandatory for repeat car thieves. Repeat offenders should not be allowed to serve their sentence in their living room watching Netflix. We will put a stop on house arrest for convicted car thieves, toughen sentences for gang-related car thieves, and eliminate the liberal soft-on-crime bail policies for repeat violent offenders. Madam Speaker, we will go after the real criminals by restoring jail, not bail. The NDP Liberals have allowed career car thieves back on our streets to continue spreading chaos and disorder. Common sense Conservatives will ensure that repeat criminals are where they belong, behind bars. The Conservative government will not go easy on organized crime thieves. We will create a new specific aggravating factor where the offense of motor vehicle theft is committed for the benefit of organized crime. We will increase the mandatory prison from 6 months to 3 years for a third offense of auto theft. Conservatives will not stand by silently as our communities get terrorized by criminals who should be in jail, not on bail. A common-sense Conservative government will ensure that repeat violent offenders remain behind bars while awaiting trial, and we will bring back mandatory jail time for serious violent crimes that were repealed by this Liberal government. Madam Speaker, common-sense Conservatives will put a stop to auto theft, protect Canadians' property, and bring home safer streets. That's just common sense. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, let me quote a stat here, and this is back in 2007. The member made reference to 2007, and I quote, however, and we're talking about the province of Manitoba, however, the province's 2007 rate remained the highest in the country for the 11th straight year and was 24% higher than a decade ago. They're talking about Manitoba's automobile theft being the highest in the country. I remember being an MLA talking about the issue. I'll remind the member that it was Stephen Harper who was the Prime Minister back then. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately for people of Winnipeg, there's far too many victims. So at the end of the day, the member needs to recognize that in order to deal with an issue such as this, as we did back then, Madam Speaker, is there's an obligation to work with our other jurisdictions, provinces, law enforcement agencies, and to support where we can. Can the member indicate why it is Stephen Harper was such a disaster during that 2007-2008 on the issue of automobile theft in the province of Manitoba?
For Edmonton Millwoods.
Madam Speaker, the member wants to talk about stats. Here's some stats. Violent crime has been up by 39% since they've been in government for the last 8 years. Gang-related homicides are up 108%, Madam Speaker, since they've been in government. Madam Speaker, violent gun crime has increased. Murders are up. And yes, car thefts are also up, Madam Speaker, and it's not just about the cars. It's the fact that the insurance industry is saying it's costing them over $1 billion a year, which makes everybody's premiums more expensive, Madam Speaker. This government is just not worth the cost.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
Matisse Matane, Matapit.
The honourable member from Matisse Matane. The Conservatives have just realized that auto theft is taking place. I have been talking about this since October 2003. I tabled a motion at the security.
If he has anything to add, he can wait until it's time for questions and comments. In the meantime, he may want to offer respect to the individual who's currently having the floor.
The honourable member for Avignon-Matisse Matane. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start again because, unfortunately, I think that people didn't hear me. If they had worn their earpiece, it would have been better. I am happy that the Conservatives are realizing that there is an auto theft crisis in our country. I've been talking about this since October. I tabled a motion at the Security Committee to study this phenomena, and the Conservatives accepted it. They thought it was a good idea. But since then, they have done nothing but delay the work of the committee. They did it with C20 and C26. Why? Because they don't think it's that important at the end of the day, this auto theft crisis. So why are they talking about it today? Because it appeals to their base, because they want to chase down crime. Why is it a priority for the Conservative Party today? The honourable member for Edmonton Millwood.
Speaker, Conservatives have been steadfast in supporting communities and calling for and supporting safer communities, Madam Speaker. We have brought forward legislation in the past under government to have mandatory minimums, which were actually repealed by the Liberal government, making it easier for criminals to get bail, making it easier for criminals to serve their sentence at home. We have opposed those measures all along the way, and we will continue to do that because, Madam Speaker, Canadians want and need safer streets.
Questions and comments. The honourable for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I like the member, but he neglected to say a whole bunch of things around the issue of car theft that concerns a lot of Canadians. First off, when the Harper government was in power, they actually slashed $600 million from RCMP funding. They cut over 1,000 border officers, and they gutted the crime prevention programs that were so effective in actually stopping car theft. And you'll recall, Madam Speaker, that under the Harper government, the highest rates in the country in our history in terms of car theft were found. 5 of the worst years in terms of car theft over the last 15 were all under the Harper government. Now, Madam Speaker, we saw in December Conservatives voting again to cut with Vote 3 to cut CBSA funding, Vote 76 to cut FinTrek funding, Vote 103, 104, 105 proposed by Conservatives. They voted for it to cut over $100 billion in RCMP funding. Why are Conservatives so contradictory on issues like crime?
Brief answer from the honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Madam Speaker, we have already proposed ideas of legislation that would actually bring in mandatory minimums for those that have committed car theft for 3 times. Currently, under the Liberals, it's only 6 months. Our proposal would bring it up to 3 years. We are going to get tough on the criminals and make streets safer for Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. After 8 years of this Trudeau government, there's one word that keeps on coming back. It's trust. People have lost trust in this government and in this Prime Minister after 8 years of governance under the Liberals. Madam Speaker, the latest example is very clear. The Globe and Mail revealed, Madam Speaker, that the Nazi that was invited and honoured here in this chamber was invited. 1 minute. Point of order. The honourable member for Matisse-Matin-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps it escaped you, but by starting his speech, my colleague called another colleague from this chamber by their name. I think we have to remind him of the rules. I didn't hear him, but I'll just remind people that when they make speeches, they may not call members that are in this House by their names. I'd also ask the Sergeant of Arms. I noticed there's started to be a lot of noise in the lobby, so perhaps we could see what's happening there a bit and ask people who are speaking to lower their voices. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Of 8 years of this Prime Minister, who can no longer call by name, Madam Speaker, trust is lost. Unfortunately, trust is broken, and we saw this with the latest situation that took place recently, when we learned through the Globe and Mail that the Prime Minister may have misinformed the chamber with respect to his office's knowledge of the presence of a Nazi that was honoured here in this chamber. And my colleagues applauded a Nazi at the recommendation of the former Speaker of the House. And for weeks, the Prime Minister denied being aware of this situation, denied that his office was involved. And then we learned this week, not only the PMO was aware, but they even invited this Nazi to a reception. The PMO invited this Nazi to a reception. It was a personal invitation from the PMO. So when it's time to talk about crime and solutions, all of the words of this Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, must unfortunately be taken with a grain of salt. And this is unfortunate because Canadians, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, have no trust left in this Prime Minister, either in his announcements, like when he's going to hold a summit on auto theft, because for 8 years, this Prime Minister, since he's been in power, he's had access to tools. He could have taken action, and after 8 years, the only solution he has is to say that we're going to bring everyone together so we can share the blame or cast it on someone else and not take his responsibility, like he's refused to do by inviting himself, a former Nazi, to a reception when Mr. Vladimir Zelensky was here. The Conservatives will cut taxes, build homes, fix the budget, and above all, a Conservative government will stop crime, which brings us to today's motion, Madam Speaker. Car theft is absolutely a scourge in our country, across the country, and mainly in large cities, but also in the regions as well. I'll talk a bit about that later in our speech. In Quebec, in 2022, there have been thousands of car thefts, and the Automobile Association Insurance have reported figures, and they've seen a 37% increase in 2022, 138 rise since 2016 under this Liberal government. This is an average of 29 cars stolen a day, and auto theft in 2022 cost over $300 million for insurers. It's a 130% increase. And then people wonder why the cost of their insurance premiums are up. It's not complicated, Madam Speaker. It's because insurance companies have to pay for all of these auto thefts. And how come police officers are not able to end car theft? Let me tell you a couple quick stories, Madam Speaker. I have friends in the Quebec region who have had their cars stolen. They have cameras there. They have a nice car in their driveway. And these thefts took place in the middle of the day. They can see the thief that comes up to the car, they enter the car, and then they take off with it. It only happens in a couple of minutes. They communicate with the police department, and the police officers tell them these people are probably headed for the Montreal port, and if they get there, Madame, unfortunately, we won't be able to seize it. So I advise you to call your insurance company. They don't look for the person who did this theft. They just tell them, call your insurance company, and the thieves get away with it. The same thing happened in the Sherbrooke region. We have similar stories across the country, Madam Speaker. The Port of Montreal has become a shipment center for cars that are stolen that head to countries across the world on ships. And we even saw a reportage this week, Madam Speaker. It was quite funny. They said that cars end up in countries in like Saudi Arabia. I can't remember exactly what country in that region, or sometimes they end up with Quebec flags in the windows with Quebec identifiers. So they don't even take the time. They just let these thefts happen in broad daylight, and the government under this Prime Minister is doing absolutely nothing to stop this. And, Madam Speaker, this is happening in all impunity because the federal government that could take action, that should have taken action, that is responsible for 95% of all this legislation and processes that could stop these thefts, decided to do nothing other than holding a summit to talk about this, rather than taking action, Madam Speaker. Why is this happening? It's happening because the government made choices. The government amended legislation, Bill C-5, that locks up, allows car thieves to be kept at home rather than being in prison. It means that criminals and repeat criminals are not locked up in jail. They are on house arrest, watching Netflix. And what happens, Madam Speaker? There are no consequences for thieves. And according to information that was provided from police officers, thieves are no longer afraid to face justice, and it pays off to sell these cars abroad. And so the risk of getting caught is so small in terms of they keep doing it. So organized crime is mixed up in all this, and we have seen cars stolen and sent to various countries across the world with no actions taken. After 8 years, Madam Speaker, of no action from this Prime Minister, it's time to take action. And that is why a Conservative government it'll immediately make amendments to C-5, which is very laxist and soft on crime, which allows car thieves to be held at home rather than in prison. And it was supported by the Bloc as well, this legislation. We are going to strengthen provisions in the criminal code to make sure that car thieves, repeat offenders, stay in prison. We will give CBSA and our ports the resources they need to stop car thefts and prevent cars from leaving our country. We'll also make mandatory minimums longer, from 6 months to 3 years after a third offense. So there'll be fewer car thieves released if we act correctly. We will stop Netflix at home, and we will make sure that offenses do not benefit organized crime. And even this morning, the leader of the Conservative Party was at the Port of Montreal to announce other measures that are important. And the government could have applied them rather than just holding a summit. They could have taken action, but no, Madam Speaker. Once again, they are letting car thieves run free and to continue to perpetrate and spread fear amongst car owners to see their car stolen at any time at Montreal or elsewhere. We know they have sent useless management consultants to border agencies. They could have invested. Well, we're going to invest in equipment so we can quickly scan containers in 4 federal ports in Montreal, Halifax, and Toronto and elsewhere. We'll make sure that the customs use special scanners so that these stolen cars don't leave the country, and make our federal ports safe. We'll do all this, Madam Speaker, while respecting our policy of $1 spent means $1 saved, and saving on the ArriveCan app, for example, instead of investing $54 million in an app that isn't working, we're going to invest in customs, and so we're not in the situation we're facing today, Madam Speaker. This is what's happening under this Prime Minister, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague can explain to me why it is that when I was inside the Manitoba legislature and Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, that the province of Manitoba hit record highs in terms of automobile theft, Madam Speaker. And we're talking significant numbers. In fact, they were the highest in Canada for something like 10 consecutive years leading into it. It continued to be high well after 2007. And it wasn't until the province actually started to take tangible actions in working with Ottawa that we actually started to see the numbers to go down. And would the member not agree that, like Stephen Harper, there is an obligation that you work with the provincial jurisdictions and other stakeholders to ensure that we can minimize the number of victims and deal with the issue? Would you not acknowledge that?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Can someone in this government take responsibility sometime for their actions and decisions? They have been in power for 8 years, Madam Speaker, and for 8 years now, violent crime with firearms rose from 9%, by 9%. 40,000 firearms offenses were committed, representing 36 roughly crimes for 100,000 inhabitants. It's a considerable increase on 2021. And even yesterday, we saw the number of violent crimes in Gatineau go up by 76% in 1 year, Madam Speaker. This is unacceptable. And during this time, all the Liberals are going to do is try to find someone else to blame for their inaction. We have a plan, Madam Speaker. We're going to take action to stop auto theft and lower crime. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, the Bloc agrees that there is a scourge in terms of car theft, but it's not the only crisis we're facing right now. In fact, I had a question for my colleague because, in my mind, there's an argument here behind this Conservative motion. And for me, there's some intellectual rigor that is lacking. For example, they're saying that C5, for most cases, is responsible for these car thefts that have skyrocketed, while C5 did receive royal assent in November of 2022. I'd like to know how my colleague can explain that since 2015, C5 is the reason why car theft has skyrocketed, even though C5 wasn't even in force at that time. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, it seems to be a Bloc trend to want to support the Prime Minister. The Bloc voted for the Liberal legislation under C-75 that allows the release of car thefts on bail, even the day they're arrested. So we arrest these car thieves, and then we release them the next day. They Bloc also voted for C5 that allows car thieves to serve their sentence at home, comfortable in their living room, watching Netflix. Madam Speaker, the Bloc does not want a solution to stop criminals and stop car theft. They have proved this by voting with the government for the two bills that are C5 and C75.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the things that's an issue here is the fact that the Conservatives have historically cut the CBSA infrastructure. Detector dogs were reduced under their administration. Teams that worked with the United States with regards to being proactive were reduced by the Conservatives. They implemented a new training program that actually didn't hire workers anymore until they have to spend 18 weeks away from their families and getting $125 a week just to get trained potentially for a job. So we're short thousands upon workers. They mentioned 5 workers in the Port of Montreal with regards to their motion here, but why don't they specifically outline what they will do for CBSA officers who they refer to as agents that don't get the respect they deserve, and we don't have the infrastructure to actually stop the vehicles from being stolen?
Good question.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable, a brief response. I understand that the NDP is all mixed up because before it cost less, but there was less crime. Crime wasn't as profitable when Stephen Harper was in power. And I understand that NDP is having a hard time with this, but we want to stop crime and we want to make sure there is less auto theft in Canada. We'll be able to sleep soundly, and they won't have to check to see if Canadians won't have to check to see if their car's still there in the morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I rise to bring your attention and the attention of the Speaker to a very unfortunate incident that happened in question period yesterday. In response to the Leader of the Opposition's very measured, policy-oriented question, which I'll read right now to provide some context. Leader of the Opposition said, Mr. Speaker, the advice is to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. The Prime Minister is not worth the cost and not worth the crime. We now are paying $1 billion more in insurance premiums because he has led to a quadrupling of car thefts in Toronto. I have a common sense plan, which I rolled out today, to end house arrest and catch and release for career criminals and bring in 3 years of jail for 3 stolen cars. Will the government accept this common sense plan? It is a very, end quote, very measured, very focused on actual policy. No personal attacks or insult contained in that question at all. The Minister of Justice, in his response, though, used an extremely unparliamentary word at the end of his response, which is not captured in Hansard, but it was captured on the audio. The Minister of Justice called the Leader of the Opposition, quote, an effing tool, end quote. Now, Madam Speaker, this comes from a government which loves to lecture everybody else about raising the level of debate, decorum, and civility. Once again, we see Liberal hypocrisy on full display. The Minister of Justice completely lost his cool, lost his temper, and hurled that offensive insult in this place in the Parliament, in the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, the Speaker himself has issued several rulings in the last few weeks where he has indicated he's going to try to address these types of comments that are made in the House. I asked the Speaker to examine the audio. It's clearly audible for all to hear. This offensive, unparliamentary remark needs to be withdrawn, and the Minister needs to apologize.
I want to thank the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader for his intervention. We will certainly look at into this, and if need be, we'll come back to the House with the appropriate remedy.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Madam Speaker, and I want to begin by thanking the opposition and my colleague from Edmonton Millwood for presenting a motion on auto theft, because it will give the government yet another opportunity to demonstrate our leadership on this important matter. Obviously, Madam Speaker, we share the concerns raised by members in the debate so far today about vehicle theft in Canada. In fact, it's nice to see colleagues on all sides of the aisle agreeing on something for once. As Minister of Public Safety, Madam Speaker, protecting Canadians and their safety is at the very heart of my work every day. In pursuit of that goal, we have, as a government, passed historic gun control legislation to keep communities safe from deadly weapons. We've invested in policing and border services to crack down on crime across the country. We've bolstered our borders themselves to go after illegal smuggling, and further investments in both the Border Services Agency and the RCMP will obviously be forthcoming. This effort is about tackling the threat of organized crime, to keep people safe and do so in a way that will actually solve problems like auto theft. It is this government that takes a thoughtful and effective approach to protecting Canadians, their families, our neighborhoods, and our businesses. We pursue solutions that work, ones that are grounded in evidence and collaboration, solutions that don't just sound tough on crime, but actually are. And we're taking that approach, Madam Speaker, to the issue of auto theft. Unlike the Conservative leader who thinks he can score political points by playing into Canadians' fears, we want to work with all colleagues and industry, police forces, the insurance industry on solutions that will be effective. We're working with police, car manufacturers, the insurance industry, and provinces to solve this increasingly worrisome problem. Preventing and cracking down on auto theft starts by helping police enforce the laws to keep people safe. And to that end, we're also working with border services, law enforcement communities in municipalities, in provinces, and of course the RCMP, and stakeholders across the country to ensure that Canadians feel secure in their communities and obviously are not subject to what is an increasingly violent incidents of automobile theft. Last week, along with my colleague, the Minister of Justice, and my colleagues from the Ontario Caucus, with Premier Doug Ford of Ontario, we announced another $121 million to prevent gang and gun violence and combat auto theft in the province of Ontario. The investments we announced in Ontario last week will support in a concrete way efforts to address gun and gang violence and deal with the linkages to serious organized crime. And later this week, as colleagues know, we're continuing to show leadership by bringing together federal ministers, our provincial counterparts, members of territorial and municipal governments as well, insurance providers, automobile manufacturers, port, rail, and industry stakeholders, and leaders in law enforcement. This is important, Madam Speaker. Police leaders from some of Canada's biggest cities and provincial police forces at a national summit on combating auto theft to address this growing challenge, but in a collaborative and effective way. Car, Madame la Présidente,
because, Madam Speaker, we know that there is no one-size-fits-all solution to such a complex problem. It is only through cooperation and our united efforts, the efforts of governments, industry, and the police force, that we will obtain results that Canadians expect from us.
We'll discuss the scope and scale of auto theft in Canada, but how best to collaborate on concrete solutions and actions that will address in a real way this increasing challenge. Solid, clear plans will emerge from the meeting on Thursday, and we will continue, Madam Speaker, to work collaboratively with our partners across the country. We will work on a wide range of solutions, from prevention, obviously, to detection, enforcement, and vehicle recovery, and we are open, obviously, as my colleague, the Minister of Justice, said in Toronto last week, we are obviously open to legislative and regulatory changes as well. Auto theft is a complex challenge that increasingly involves, as I said, links to organized crime, including transnational organized crime. For solutions to be effective, they need to focus on preventing crime before it starts, cracking down on bad actors by making sure that law enforcement has all of the resources they need, and developing better means of tracking and recovering stolen vehicles. These efforts start from a federal perspective with the RCMP and the Canada Border Services Agency, or CBSA. Ces agences fédérales.
These federal agencies are examining all possible solutions in cooperation with the Department of Justice, the Department of Innovation, Science and Transport Canada, and of course with local police, regional police, car manufacturers and the insurance sector to find how we can work together to decrease and quickly auto theft, which has been causing so much worry for Canadians. Fighting auto theft also needs efforts to dissuade and intervene at every stage of the process.
Vehicles, to insurance and security system upgrades, to the moment the crime occurs. We're pursuing, Madam Speaker, effective solutions to prevent crime, but also to hold accountable those that perpetrate these crimes as well. And of course, we're addressing the life cycle itself of that stolen car. Fraudulent car ownership transfers, the movement of that stolen vehicle on roads or railways, and ultimately, as we heard earlier, in many cases, the export of that vehicle abroad from our ports. Madam Speaker, although criminal investigations for auto theft are obviously led by the police of jurisdiction in the community where the theft takes place, we are actively supporting these important partners in their efforts to combat these crimes. The RCMP is working with the Ontario Provincial Police et la Sûreté de Québec in supporting provincial strategies that tackle this challenge, and is also supporting other local and municipal police forces in their efforts as well. The RCMP plays a number of roles in helping to combat auto theft across the country. The RCMP works as the police of jurisdiction, coming from New Brunswick, as I know very well, in hundreds of communities as well. This means that they are responsible for investigating reports of crime, including auto theft, and obviously under contract to provincial and municipal authorities, Madam Speaker, the RCMP who work in these communities across the country do exceptional work. Secondly, the RCMP is obviously responsible for federal policing. This is a core responsibility that's carried out in every province and territory across the country and internationally as well. Under its federal policing mandate, the RCMP combats threats to Canada from transnational and organized criminal groups. These groups are increasingly benefiting from auto theft, and the RCMP is going after them in a very significant way. As part of these crucial efforts, the RCMP works with international and domestic partners to dismantle criminal groups and disrupt illegal markets, leveraging operational partnerships that they have with small municipal police forces, larger regional police forces, and obviously in the case of Ontario and Quebec, the important provincial police forces as well. Lastly, the RCMP is responsible for information sharing so that law enforcement officers across the country have the tools they need to go after criminals. Through the National Police Services, tools and databases essential for law enforcement agencies are available across the country to deter and investigate criminal activity, including automobile theft, of course. For example, the RCMP hosts the Canadian Police Information Centre. This is a key national information sharing system and one that's used by police across the country every minute of the day. La GRC dirige également.
The RCMP also works with the Central Bureau of CSIS and supports efforts to reduce damage caused by organized crime and in providing products and services to deal with auto theft. It informs its partners, government, and other stakeholders with respect to the criminal market in Canada and helps to see enforced the legislation and works to fight organized crime.
The Canadian Border Services Agency is working closely with domestic and international partners to ensure that we are disrupting criminal activity, of course, including the export of stolen vehicles as well. This includes working in partnership with local police, provincial police, responding to intelligence reports and intelligence sources that the CBSA receives from these police forces to intercept and interrupt shipments that may contain stolen vehicles. I visited, Madam Speaker, myself, the Port of Montreal a couple of weeks ago to see firsthand the important work being done by the men and women who work for CBSA in this essential work to protect Canadians. Grâce à divers partenariats.
Because of our various partnerships, we are actively contributing to efforts in those areas hardest hit by auto theft, and we are continuing to work with all stakeholders in order to make sure that we are abreast of this problem, of how it's evolving, and its consequences for Canadians.
Later this week, and to the identification of concrete and effective actions that all governments can take to ensure that everything is being done and brought to bear to deal with what is understandably a source of concern to Canadians across the country, the rising level of automobile theft. Le vol de voiture, pour terminer, Madame la Présidente.
In conclusion, Madam Speaker, auto theft is a complex issue, and there is no one simple sole solution. We have to work together in order to meet this challenge, and I am looking forward to comments from my colleagues in the House of Commons, and I also would like to hear the comments of all Canadians. And, Madam Speaker, we have to do what is necessary to protect Canadians and to prevent auto theft, a crime that is causing so much concern. And I will be very happy to discuss this very important issue in the House of Commons today. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister for his speech. It was interesting to hear. Now, it is well established and that this is a very serious crime in his province. But where the scourge of auto theft is most egregious is, for example, in New Brunswick, where there is an increase of 120%. But I'd like to get back to Quebec, because the Minister says that he will be visiting those who work, for example, at the Port of Montreal. And I'd like to know if the Minister can tell me if these 5 people who are supposed to analyze cargo, is this a sufficient number of people? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I commend his service in the House of Commons and before that in the National Assembly. And I'm very aware of the statistics that have been mentioned with respect to the number of cars stolen in my province of New Brunswick and in my city of Moncton. It's because of this that we are working at reducing these statistics, which are alarming. And I'd like to correct my colleague. I know it's often repeated that there are 5 CBSA agents in ports to inspect containers for stolen cars. I was there myself, as I said, Madam Speaker, and I did observe more than 5 persons to prevent the export of stolen cars. We work with the Sûreté du Québec and other police forces, and we're looking for more workers to deal with this issue.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to hear that my colleague has organized a national summit to speak to this very important topic that's going to happen later this week. But I'd like to know, what is the Minister of Public Safety, what did he do before that? Because obviously auto theft has always existed, but since 2021, it's truly exploded. Even police services have created special squads, for example, in Longueuil, Montreal, the Sûreté du Québec. Is the government cooperating with them? Has it funded these initiatives? What has it done in the past years to counter this scourge? And I have a very specific question for my colleague. Last week, we heard on the radio that the head of the Montreal Police Forces was not invited to the summit. Why? Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I understand that she is going to participate in the summit as well on Thursday, and I'm looking forward to working with her. Something that we have done, Madam Speaker, when we came to power is that we restored the significant cuts inflicted by the Harper government on CBSA. The Harper government had cut 1,000 positions. We reinstated those positions, and that is why it's rather ironic that the opposition is talking about reinstating law forces. I'm very pleased to be working with Minister Bonnardel from Quebec, who's going to be with us on Thursday. And obviously, the heads of the police services are invited, and I'm eager to hear their suggestions. And our government is going to invest more in border services and in the RCMP so that they're the best partners possible.
The history of the culture of treating our workers, the CBSA, is terrible, and this government hasn't improved it very much. In fact, there's been a constant problem with getting proper collective agreements in time are done just as the window of the agreement is done and having to go back to negotiations. We're short thousands of workers, some during COVID, even before. And on top of that, this government wouldn't even give vaccination to our frontline workers, despite them actually being on the front line every single day. And I think it comes from a culture, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to offer the Minister an opportunity to apologize. The member Derek Lee from Scarborough Rouge River got up in this chamber and called our CBSA officers wimps. The Liberals have never apologized for that. So I would like the Minister to apologize for that, or we've gotten past this point from this Minister. Are they wimps or not?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
So, Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague from Windsor West for the question. I wasn't aware of that comment by our former colleague in this place. I can tell him that my interactions with frontline CBSA officers have been extraordinarily positive. I've had an opportunity with senior officials in Ottawa to visit a number of CBSA facilities in the short time I've been Minister of Public Safety, as I said, including at the Port of Montreal as recently as a few weeks ago. These are men and women who dedicate themselves to doing difficult work to keep Canadians safe, to intercept the importation of drugs and guns that have done so much damage in our cities and right across the country. And obviously they're turning their attention to the export in the case of stolen vehicles, because one of the best ways we can work with local and regional police is to also bring a choke point at the end where 60% of the vehicles stolen are in fact exported from Canada.
Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought it was somewhat interesting, to the best of my knowledge. It wasn't until the minister actually announced that we were going to be having this automobile theft summit where the leader of the Conservative Party actually started to ask questions about the issue of auto theft in Canada. I know it has been a concern for the government for a while now, and in addressing it through the summit, the question I have for the minister is, with respect to, there's a lot of emphasis on border controls and thefts that lead to exportation of the vehicle, but there's also a lot of local joyriding automobile theft. And I'm wondering if you can just provide the House just a better sense in terms of what it is that they'll be looking at the summit.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention. I also thank him for the work that he's done in his province of Manitoba and in the city of Winnipeg to collaborate with local law enforcement, police and border services in his province to bring every attention to bear on what, as he noted in an earlier intervention, has been a problem in the province of Manitoba and the city of Winnipeg for a long time. Madam Speaker, the Canadian Border Services Agency intercepted over 1,800 stolen vehicles in 2023 alone. Our government has invested to restore the more than 1,000 jobs that were cut from border services by the previous Conservative government. We've added 800 more officers above those that had been cut that we restored under the Conservative government. And Madam Speaker, we'll continue to invest with RCMP and border services so they can partner with local and provincial police forces to really do what's necessary to reduce the number of vehicles stolen in a significant way, and concrete outcomes and action plans are exactly what's going to come from the meeting in a few days in Ottawa.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madam Speaker, as we're debating this issue that has hit so many Canadians and been a source of real concern across the country, and mentioning who should get credit for raising it first. Just it occurs to me, the Honourable Minister might have a comment, it seems to me that where we began to see some traction on the issue wasn't from a political party, but the investigative journalism of the CBC in finding that these car rings were, that's when I first saw this, getting these, taking vehicles from driveways in Canada, putting them on container ships, out the, so yes, thank you to CBSA agents, thanks to police, but I also want to thank the CBC for shining a light on this.
Brief answer from the Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, so I thank my friend from Saanich Gulf Islands. Obviously, we share her view in the importance of investigative journalism, a public broadcaster that's well-financed and has the resources necessary to do the work that in a democracy is essential for all of us. On a vu, par exemple, les émissions de radio.
We saw the broadcast, the show Enquête on Radio-Canada, which drew the attention of millions of Canadians to the problem of organized crime and auto theft. So I do share the opinion of my colleague that it's important that Canadians understand this phenomenon and that the government is investing what is needed to counter this scourge. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be speaking to this topic. It's my turn, and like I was saying, the Conservatives have just woken up and are realizing that it's an important topic, and so they've added it to their sloganeering. And as my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands said, it is the show Enquête that drew Canadians' attention to this, and also the organizations who are meeting with us in Ottawa to sensitize us to this phenomenon. In May, I met with the Car Dealership Group of Quebec and the Car Retailer Association of Quebec, and they were telling me about this issue. And we can't say, it's not true that they don't care about this, because these it's not because they're selling more cars. It's false, because they are here in Ottawa to tell us about this phenomenon, and they want the government to take it seriously and to do something about it. So I was interested in this phenomenon a few months ago. I also met with the Global Automakers of Canada. And further to the show JE, I met with the media and with the Journal of Montréal, and I announced that I was going to table a motion at the Security Committee, the Public Safety Committee, because often some people come to committees with motions that are really not relevant, but it's important to discuss beforehand with colleagues about a particular issue. And so I spoke to my Conservative colleagues about auto theft, and it seemed to interest them. So I did table the motion, and all the parties voted in favor. And everyone knew someone, and even a Conservative colleague got his car stolen. So it's something that is very common and that people can relate to. So it was supposed to be studied very quickly in the Public Safety Committee. And so we were studying C-20, and it was filibustered by the Conservatives. For whatever reason, and then the same thing is happening right now with the study of Bill C-26. The study is being delayed, and we know that on our committee agenda that the next study is going to be the study on auto theft. So I don't understand why the Conservatives are trying to push this study back, and yet today they're making it the topic of their opposition day. But if it was really important for them, then we would have started studying this in committee a long time ago. So today in their motion, as I said, they're seeking to find some election slogans, because the Conservatives are already campaigning. And this new slogan is in the motion today. It says, after 8 years of soft on crime policies, this Prime Minister has created the auto theft crisis. I mean, come on, Madam Speaker. It's the Prime Minister's fault. Yes, clearly. I mean, come on. So, and I'm not saying this to defend the Prime Minister, because it's true that the Liberals haven't done much in past years to counter this scourge. But to say that it's the Prime Minister's fault, that's really not, it's really not serious, Madam Speaker. And even the argument that is within the motion is disconnected from the reality, although the problem is real. If we look at the phenomenon seriously, we realize very quickly that the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 caused major disruptions in the supply chain globally. One of the sectors that was the hardest hit was that of chips that are needed for microprocessors, and this shortage led to a global decrease in car production, and therefore increased demand for used cars, and therefore the cost. So criminal groups seized this opportunity and specialized in the theft and delivery of cars abroad. So the phenomenon already existed to a lesser extent, but we saw that in the pandemic that it really was exacerbated. Montreal, obviously, because of its geographical situation, became a hub for auto theft. Why? Because it is the main port of Eastern Canada that is a gateway to countries abroad, like Halifax and Vancouver, but not as much as in Montreal. So, as I said, the pandemic was an aggravating factor, but there was also the development of new technologies. We might think of the use of smart keys. They're being used and used more often, and they make stealing cars much easier. There have been numerous reports and shows that show us how the thieves go about it. And so they can just stand close to the door, and with help, then they can get into the car. And then they can also plug their computer into the dashboard, and then they just force the door and then steal the car. So it becomes very, very easy for anyone who knows what they're doing. And we saw in Montreal and elsewhere that they use different tools, crowbars, or else people try and protect it by locking their steering wheels, but thieves who know what they're doing, they can just get around all of these things. So it has become a scourge, especially in Montreal. And it has, according to Equity, some 70,000 vehicles were stolen in Canada in 2022. And theft increased by 50% in Quebec between 2021 and 2022. And about the same in Ontario, 34.5% in Atlantic Canada, and by 18.3% in Alberta. So 2022 was a record year for auto theft, and we haven't seen the figures yet for 2023, but everything points to the fact that it's going to be even higher than 2022. So these are record losses of over $1 billion for insurance companies. So obviously insurance premiums go up for people. The Journal de Montréal recently reported that that average insurance rates have gone up by some 50% between 2012 and 2022, and that is partially linked to the increase in auto theft. So given these facts, what we need to ask ourselves is, why is there so much interest? Why do thieves want to steal cars? Well, it's one of the easiest sources of funding and the least risky for criminal groups, because they use this income to fund other criminal activities, for example, human trafficking. So it's easy and the risk is low. I explained earlier why it was easy, and let's look at why it's less risky. Well, sentences are not too heavy. Jacques Lamontagne, who is a former member of the Montreal Police Force, explained in an article in La Presse.
Conversations going on in the House, and sometimes the sound is going up. So I would just ask members, if they want to have those conversations, maybe they want to step outside, because otherwise they may want to listen, because they may want to ask questions and comments to the honourable member who's actually delivering a speech right now.
The honourable member for Avignon, Métis, La Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was saying that Mr. Lamontagne has a lot of experience, and he said there are more legal consequences to crossing the border with 4 kilograms of cocaine than with a stolen car, and yet both crimes are very lucrative for the criminal world. But these fledgling criminals risk less by stealing a Jeep Wrangler than by selling drugs in the street. It's much less deterrent to know that if it's just a first offense, it won't be as bad. So, 4 to 6 months in prison for stealing a car instead of years for selling drugs. And so, yes, Mr. Lamontagne talked about these fledgling criminals, these young criminals, and this is quite usual among organized crime. They use young people who don't have a criminal record to steal cars and to transport stolen weapons, because their first offense won't be as severely punished. So I'm not saying that thieves shouldn't be jailed, but we need to attack these. We need to tackle this phenomenon among groups who are putting young people in harm's way. So where the Conservative Party is going astray is by assuming that the Prime Minister is behind this problem. And, if we look at C5, for example, the motions calls on the government to reverse the changes the government made in their Soft on Crime Bill C5 that allows for car-stealing criminals to be on house arrest instead of jail. So by reading this motion, we can understand that the Conservatives want to associate this increase in auto theft with the C5. And as my colleague said earlier, in C5 received royal assent at the end of 2022. So I don't know what the Conservatives are thinking, but to attribute this to C5, but there is no link between auto theft and C5. the Conservatives tried to find simple solutions to complicated problems. So they said, well, the Prime Minister's been around since 2015, so everything is all his fault. Now, come on, they have to be serious in their comments. So contrary to what the Conservatives say, minimum sentences for auto theft were not eliminated by C5. Under the criminal code, there's a minimum sentence of 6 months for a third offense. So the Conservatives can say that that's not enough, but there's a major problem with this statement, Madam Speaker, because in Section 331 of the Criminal Code, it was added by the Conservatives themselves to the Criminal Code under S9 that was passed in 2010.
So at the end of the day, if they don't think it's enough, they only have themselves to blame. The Conservatives also claim in the motion that C5 allowed conditional sentences for auto theft, and we're talking about sentences to be served at home, which the Conservatives leaders like to call Netflix sentences. It's true that the Liberals abolished Section 742.1F, which prevented conditional sentences for auto theft. However, the other paragraphs of 742.1 set out the conditions for granting a conditional sentence, including the fact that the court must be satisfied that there's no risk to society and that the prison sentence is less than 2 years. So, in other words, there's absolutely nothing to prevent a judge from refusing a suspended sentence, and a judge should use their judgment in terms of what the Conservatives assume the judges aren't capable of doing. So, since it's impossible to impose a conditional sentence for 2 years or more, the conditional sentence already doesn't apply to the most serious cases, given that the maximum sentence is already 10 years. So the Conservatives also forget that there's always release hearings pending trial. Barring any aggravating factors, it's rare for a person to remain in prison while awaiting trial for a car theft. In other words, the Conservatives' assertion that criminals are caught and immediately released because of C5 is unfounded, because this was the case long before. And once again, judges have to determine whether they can keep an offender in prison while awaiting trial or not, and under what conditions, especially since criminals often use minors, as I said earlier, since their sentences are less severe. In any case, on this point, I agree with the Conservatives. Part of the problem is that the federal government does absolutely nothing to fight these car thefts. Under current conditions, even life imprisonment wouldn't change anything because the federal government doesn't monitor the Port of Montreal at all, where criminals can ship stolen cars abroad without any difficulties. And I'll go back to that later. But I'd like to finish the second part of the Conservative motion that calls for strengthening the provisions of the Criminal Code to assure that car thieves stay in jail. And once again, it was the Conservatives who created a specific offense for auto theft, 333.1 in 2010, under S9. And if they think that the sentences aren't long enough, they're once again directly to blame. The Conservatives have proposed a third repeat offense, have a 3-year prison sentence rather than the 6 months currently under the Criminal Code. And once again, the Conservatives want to change something that they themselves set up. The Conservative leader also talks about removing home sentences, suspended sentences for car thieves. Even a 2-year sentence or more can't be served at home. So C5 rather did indeed allow judges to impose house sentences if they deemed it appropriate, although not systematically. But this didn't really affect release pending trial. So don't get me wrong, the Bloc is entirely open to reviewing the Criminal Code to counter auto theft. In fact, this is one of the solutions that was put forth by our police force because they believe that new sanctions should be added to the Criminal Code for the export of stolen vehicles, and that penalties for ringleaders should be made even more severe. That is one of the solutions, and I think that will come out in our discussions that will be coming up in the future. And the final proposal in the Conservative motion with respect to the CSBA and the export of stolen vehicles, it calls for the agency to be given the resources it needs to prevent stolen cars from leaving the country. And I couldn't agree more with this proposal. I spoke about it a few months ago. I think it's absolutely necessary for the CBSA, that is under federal jurisdiction, do more. They don't have the necessary means to do so right now. They have a lack of personnel and funding. We have to find out what the issue is, but clearly the CBSA isn't doing enough right now. I talked about how car theft takes place. That was the first step. And the second step is the exportation. It's rather easy and almost without any risk. It may involve some more cost and organization, but car theft happens rather easily when we look at what's happening at the Port of Montreal. Why? Because the port is a veritable sieve. Some 700,000 containers leave the Port of Montreal every year, and according to Customs and Immigration, only 1% of these containers are searched. According to the Montreal Port Authority, the law does not allow port employees or administration to open a container unless someone's life is in danger or there's a serious environmental risk. And according to the port's director, by the time containers arrive at the port, it'd already be too late to intervene. So understandably, containers remain sealed unless law enforcement intervenes for specific reasons. For example, if they need a warrant, which would require probable cause. So police forces have access to the port and can intervene, but they don't patrol it, since the Montreal Port Authority already has its own security officers. So the port doesn't intervene because the police can, but the police don't intervene because the port has its own security officers. And Customs, as CBSA, are responsible for controlling goods destined for export and can open containers, but according to what the Journal of Montreal reported last October, there are only 5 agents to inspect containers in Montreal, and this makes this job almost impossible. And yes, Customs are in charge of keeping an eye on imports, but also a warrant, well, rather their mandate is more in terms of imports. They have to see also what's coming into the country as well, so we can understand their situation. Should we change their mandate, amend it, to make sure what's exiting the country is also better inspected as well? This is also something we need to look at. But another reason why it's easy to export a stolen vehicle is that anyone can rent a container by filling out a simple online form and declaring it to the shipping company. So anyone can modify the form. If they have a company, they can modify the form up to 48 hours before, or rather after shipment, making it possible to cover their tracks once the goods are already on way to Europe, the Middle East, or Africa. Finally, criminals use numbered companies to fill out these forms, and thieves use serial numbers that are similar to defraud the CBSA in their export declarations. So it makes it rather easy for the CBSA to look at the serial number, but the same number can be used several times, and they, for some reasons, it seems hard for the CBSA to find the issues. And there was a report in the fall of 2015 by the Auditor General that stated export control at the border was ineffective and that only 1 in 5 containers identified as high risk were inspected by the CBSA. And there's almost no inspections, and even when there's some doubt and we have a high-risk container, there's only 1 out of every 5 containers that are inspected. So obviously there are a lot of stolen cars that go through the Port of Montreal because no one realizes what's happening. And the Customs Union yesterday, as they said at the Public Safety Committee on Bill C-21, said that there's a lot of illegal or stolen material that circulates in containers, circulating by ship or train in Canada. And CBSA almost has no inspections. So what the Journal of Montreal revealed, in short, is that there are only 5 officers at the Port of Montreal to do inspections, and often their equipment breaks down and they can't inspect vehicles. The same serial numbers are used, and CBSA often doesn't signal high-risk containers to its partners. So we see that there are a lot of organizations involved, and then in spite of this, nothing is getting done. So I'll be happy to answer my colleagues' questions, and I hope that we'll be able to find the solutions next week. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Canada is recognized as a very safe country usually, but after 8 years of these Liberals, other country parties that support our government, the Bloc and the NDP, we've seen there's all sorts of crime, including auto theft in Montreal. We've seen 100% increase in theft, so everyone pays for this. You pay in terms of insurance premiums for cars. And my question is, will the Bloc vote for our common sense motion to protect Canadians and Quebecers? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Avignon-La Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If there's something in this motion that I did appreciate, it's when we say that we have to give the CBSA the necessary means to operate properly. And there's something that caught my attention in the discussion earlier when the Liberals were saying before, when the Conservatives were in power, they cut investment for CBSA. So how come there's just one officer at the Port of Montreal to do inspections? Was that the result of Conservative cuts? Well, I wonder this. So now they're changing their opinion today. The Conservatives, they're saying they want to do more. Perhaps we could. They shouldn't be pinning the blame on just one government, even though the Conservatives didn't do anything when they were in power, or even helped to accentuate the crisis. Then questions and comments. The Honourable
Secretary, the Government House Leader. Oh, sorry. The Honourable Member for Don Mills.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the member opposite's comments. The member did speak a bit about the Conservative approach to finding solutions to this challenge, and did refer to those solutions as simplistic. Do you believe that the Conservatives' position on how to go forward in finding solution actually will result in some real solutions long term to take on this issue?
Yeah, and it's the Honourable Member for Don Valley. Sorry, I did say Don Mills, and I do apologize for that.
We love Don Mills.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-La Métis-Matane. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And yes, I am concerned. I think I'm not the only one. It worries most of my colleagues to know that we can put forth simple solutions, even though these are complex issues. We have to take the time to analyze the situation. And my colleague said it greatly earlier. There's a lack of intellectual rigor in this argument today. Yes, car theft is a scourge, and we want to do more to fight this. The Bloc has been talking about it for some months now and has been asking the government to do more. But it doesn't make sense that the police officers themselves have got together. Well, that's a good initiative, but they're asking to do more. But the federal government, even though CBSA is under their jurisdiction, and the ports, they seem to be washing their hands of this issue, and they're not taking initiative. So we have to really reflect on this issue properly. A summit, that's nice, but I was telling the minister earlier, I hope that the heads of the main police services in Canada will be invited, including the SPVM in Quebec, because they have to be part of this organization. They provide results in terms of finding stolen cars. So that's it. Thank you.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech. I mean, it's interesting. The Conservatives is now saying, oh, get tough on crime. But yet when the Harper administration was in government, between 2010 and 2015, they cut close to $600 million with the RCMP budget and laid off 1,100 CBSA officers. And to boot, on crime prevention, they underspent $28 million as were already allocated for it. And the Conservative leader now continues to call for cuts for RCMP budgets as well as CBSA. The member talked about the port, which I absolutely agree, that the federal government disbanded the port police in my riding, actually back in 1997. And we've seen the fallout as a result of that. So to that question, would the members support the call that the NDP has been saying all along, that the government should, in fact, ensure that the Port Police is restored.
The Honourable Member for Avignon Matisse Matin Matapedia. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is an interesting question. If we could have done a study at the Public Security Committee, I think my NDP colleague would be aware of this proposal. The Conservatives, what they've been doing for months is delaying the work of this committee for us not to get to this study. And I invited the Montreal Port administrators and police chiefs from Montreal and from the RCMP to come to talk about the situation, to find out what they're doing right now and what they would like to see implemented in terms of surveillance. All of these issues are important, but the Conservatives want to cut off this discussion. If they hadn't delayed the work of the committee, we'd already be able to have these discussions at the Public Security Committee. So I think it's nice to tell the media one thing, yeah, we want to do more to fight crime and stop auto theft, but in reality, when it's time to get down to work at the House, the Conservative Party isn't doing this. Questions and comments?
For Windsor West.
And one of the things that's really interesting is the lack of training that is being provided by CBSA officers. And right now, you have to go through a recruitment process before you even get a job. And that's hard for women who actually have to travel to one of 2 locations away from their family members, including their children, for up to 18 weeks to get training to go into this service. So I'd like to ask the member if she would support reforming this process to make it more friendly for families and for those workers that have children to actually get the training necessary, because we're short thousands of officers.
The Honourable Member for Avignon Matisse Matin. Madam Speaker, what I can answer is that clearly there's work to be done at CBSA. The Customs Agency has told us several times in several locations that things that are happening perhaps shouldn't be. Mr. Sabourin, who was in the chamber recently for protecting whistleblower legislation, they denounced things that were happening at CBSA, and no one believed this until a few months ago. So I think it's important. Perhaps this is not today's topic, but we need to look what's happening at CBSA so that the people he mentioned are properly treated. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Well, thank you very much again, Madam Speaker. There's been a lot of discussion in this House on this important issue today, and we've seen many comments around the Conservatives in past governments making cuts to mitigate the effectiveness of fighting auto crime, but also tactics used in this House and in the committee structure to stop the process of finding long-term solutions. But the member did hint towards some of the committee processes that have been taking place and how the Conservatives have delayed finding real solutions to this issue. Can the member comment a little bit more about what was really behind that delay tactics by the Conservatives?
The Honourable Member for Avignon Matisse Matin. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My Conservative colleague was rather honest when he told me how he felt about this. Well, how could I say this? These delay tactics, well, we're an opposition party, the Bloc. We're never in power. Everyone knows this. But we're here to represent the interests of Quebecers. What we want to do, even though this isn't our favorite government, we don't already agree with it, we tried to look at every bill and to improve it as much as possible to help Quebecers. Because I have a Conservative colleague who told me we're the official opposition and we're going to be opposed to everything, and we're going to make sure that there's no bill tabled by the Liberal government that will get through. So for C-26 on security, which is really important for the Public Safety Committee, the Conservatives do everything to delay it. There's always a file that will be more urgent, a motion to be tabled or filibustering. And it's really unfortunate because people elected to do our work. And yet here in Ottawa, well, we're prevented from doing this because of these tactics. I would like people to realize this at home because it's really hard to get this message out. At the Bloc, however, we continue to do our work and we're very proud of this. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm honoured to split my time with the member for New Westminster Burnaby, which is a beautiful place of Canada, and I appreciate the member's work on this file and several others with his long tenure in this House, and I'll be looking forward to his comments after mine. With regards to the Conservative motion in front of us, I come from Windsor, Ontario, which is the automotive capital of Canada, and also is actually the border crossing of Canada with the maximum volume in trade that takes place. We've grown up with this as part of our just DNA for the area. So for some of this debate here today, I want to tackle a little bit on the auto industry, but also some of the CBSA elements that have been put forward in this bill, because it is actually in some degrees a little emotional for me, because in my community, we have seen the struggle and also the lack of support for the workers, the men and women that are in the front line of protecting our country, and are protecting our country from the United States, even though it is Canada's and the United States' longest undefended border in the world. At the same time, there's some very bad people that try to cross in with some bad intentions. Some of them are actually some of our own citizens. Some are the American citizens. And they have significant consequences, as any border MP would know, from Hamilton to Fort Erie, Niagara Falls, and that area, to other parts of Canada, out to even the West Coast. And so I want to refer to that a little bit later, but I want to point out one thing we haven't talked a lot about right now, is not letting the auto industry off for their lack of innovation with regards to stopping auto theft. There have been billions of dollars that have gone towards the auto sector for innovations, which I have supported, which are very important, but at the same time, without a lack of a Canadian national auto policy, there is little much we can do in sort of a carrot and stick approach to the issue. And what I mean by that, Madam Speaker, you go back historically, and my father was an executive for Chrysler at one point in time for much of his career. As I remember the days, when we heard the debates about a number of different issues that were brought to the auto sector where they refused to actually innovate. One of the most obvious ones that we can see from the history books is seatbelts. This is one of the things that they actually resisted for many different years. And you can remember, Madam Speaker, there was also those automakers that didn't want to stop having smoking devices and smoking elements in cars. There was others that actually had innovations in their vehicles that actually turned out to be bad for the public. That would be even with headlights that used to be able to pop up and recess at different times. And so there have been a lot of great innovations and good things that have taken place with the auto sector, but the personal vehicle manufacturing industry does bear some responsibility to this. And when there's massive amounts of public support to help transition this industry into a modern, safer place for all of us, then there is an expectation in public policy should be part of it, and auto theft stopping should be part of it. They've moved to automatic start devices as a competitive industry in the practice in itself, and at the same time, it hasn't kept up with the fact that you can actually hack and you can actually get through these systems. And so there's a dual obligation in these matters. I have worked with the auto industry over the number of different years, and I am sure that if we put proper pressure on them and responsibility afterwards, if they don't do that, then we can get some achievements that'll help Canadians. And we have to remember, losing a vehicle is not just a financial crime. The vehicles can often be used in theft during that moment for other victims and other types of crimes that take place. So we have focused a lot, and I'm going to transition a little bit to the exportation issue, because Canada has become basically a cottage industry for many of the organized crime elements that want to actually steal our vehicles and sell abroad. But the reality is that just auto theft in general has significant consequences, not for its individual crime, but the subsequent crimes that take place once the vehicle is lifted. Now, I mentioned about the history with regards to the men and women that serve on our border, and I want people to picture what it's like to be on a border. Now, I have a busy community where there's thousands of people that cross every single day. It's actually tens of thousands. And if you're in the pills booth, and that's a booth what you get pulled up to, and you're actually a border officer, in the days that I grew up, at many times, there would actually be sometimes a summer student. Sometimes there'd actually be people that actually had to borrow vests, for bulletproof vests, because they didn't actually have enough vests at the border for our workers. So I remember those days, but if you go right now to where they're now, they're armed with regards to having some supports there. In the past, they'd have to rely on municipal or provincial or federal police forces. So when there's problems with Americans and others that are showing up with arms or other types of illegal weaponry or drugs or other things. And what you have to remember is, even under the best of circumstances, they could have somebody pulling up who's their friend, their neighbor, a family member, somebody they know in the community that they're coaching soccer for or for hockey. And so they have a job that's really hard in terms of making sure that they do the proper scrutiny for every single person that crosses, in the sense that they're making sure our country is safe. And so that job is very much a strained job in many respects, and I don't think it gets the support and kind of the understanding that it should happen. And I think that's what led to a famous Liberal quote in this House from Derek Lee, which I still have yet to hear the Liberals officially apologize for, when he called our border officers wimps because they walked off the job because armed Americans were coming, they were identified that they had a criminal background, and they had to walk off because there weren't the proper supports even from law enforcement at that time. And that brought a lot to me in the sense of how far away this place is from the job that has to be done on our border to keep ourselves safe. And so what we've seen is successive Liberal and Conservative governments not even finish out the terms of collective agreements before they have to start bargaining again. And that's one thing. So it's about a cultural thing is what I'm trying to press upon this debate here, is that we can talk about finally restoring some of the cuts that took place under the Conservative regime when they got rid of the detector dogs quite significantly, or when they cut back officers, to where right now, where the Liberals have agreed with a poor training program that right now that's left us thousands of workers short. 2,000 to 3,000 border service workers, officers are short right now. But we also have to change the culture of that actually organization in itself. And that, Madam Speaker, is one of the reasons I do think it will be beneficial to have a roundtable on that, but I'm wondering how much the union is being included in this. I was actually included in a town hall type of task force and meeting in Montreal before with Ralph Goodale when he was public safety minister, and that was on gun violence and so forth. And sadly, all those efforts went nowhere because the government never really followed up on it, and the subsequent government didn't either. So when we talk about the specifics of what's taking place in Montreal, there's some very serious issues, or specific ones that actually can be resolved. Right now, they have a limited space, and a current team consists of 8 officers that look at the actual exportation of vehicles and the consequences if they're stolen or not. So you will have in there vehicles that are properly being exported, some are not. And at the same time, we have a limited amount of officers. And there is a fixation right now of making sure that the imports are prioritized over the exports. So again, if we are putting the strain on the officers to actually get the vehicles out there for our supply chain management and keeping those things, then we actually then have to reprioritize how we're doing it. And the Conservative motion doesn't really give us a whole lot on that, but what we do know in the Port of Montreal is they're also short of space. They're short of space in that area, so the vehicles will get stacked up, even the ones that they actually find that are illegal. They then have to call in the Montreal police force to actually help get rid of them because they don't have the right equipment. And you hear this, I talked about the bulletproof vests that were having to be borrowed amongst workers in the day. Well, they're in that situation. They don't even have a tow truck or the capability to clear out that space. Management has not done anything with regards to increasing the space available for them, so they have rented space to look at these exports. And then on top of that, there's been no solution to increase that space, get our own space, all those different things. So we leave people with very practical problems where it puts the amount of training and the actual, not a training, but the actual inspection as a problem. Now, I also want to make sure that it's important, though, with my last couple of minutes, is to talk about the fact that we have a management-heavy industry right now with regards to the CBSA culture and the CBSA of hiring. At some places, there's 7 managers to 6 officers, where there should be a better ratio of actually having boots on the ground. And this government has focused on the worst of the things that they can do, like Arrive Canada, where we focused on basically an app versus training officers. And that's one of the worst things. If we have, often the cliche of boots on the ground, then we have to stop looking at technology being the only silver bullet to actually deal with the situation. And the problem, Madam Speaker, is that the technology that we do bring in often is broken down. So I know right now there's screening and other types of equipment that's in Montreal that they had to bring from Windsor, Ontario to actually Montreal because they can't fix the equipment in Montreal. So if we're going to have technology, you have to have the proper sustainable environment for it and train the workers. I want to complete with this, Madam Speaker, and it's very important for it, about the training of the officers. Right now, you actually have to go as a recruit, and then you don't get paid. We need to start actually hiring, training, and supporting those people and giving better opportunities for that training to take place so we actually get the boots on the ground in a reality. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. You know, I want to talk about facts. In York Region, car theft is up 200%. In 2023, there was 4,294 vehicles stolen. Violent crime up 39%. You know, I was out last weekend in the constituency at a couple farms, and people are worried about creeping crime in my riding, and they said to me, Scott, this country is just not the same anymore. There is crime and chaos everywhere, and I'm going to give you the latest in an article in Bradford today. There was a suspect arrested twice in less than 6 hours, faces multiple charges. 6 hours later, he went from stealing one vehicle to stealing another vehicle. So I wonder if my colleague can comment on that.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question. I don't know about the validity of the statistics that are put in front of me, but it would question me as to why the Conservatives voted against the RCMP, CBSA funding, and also other initiatives in this last budgetary moment. They actually created, Madam Speaker, a special process in Parliament here where they itemized all the votes in terms of the way it could done, and they actually specifically made us vote against those allocations that they now complain about, including prisons. And that's a unique thing that I haven't seen in my 20 years here. When we've done this before, you actually select out the things that you support, and then you vote against the things you don't support. So they voted against prison supports, they voted against RCMP supports, they voted against public safety supports. Why did they specifically create a parliamentary process to prove they don't support those initiatives?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the member for his speech. I've noticed that over the last 2 years being in this House that Conservatives use crime as a mechanism to anger Canadians. The simple fact is, yes, crime has shifted in the last few years, but there is no question that Canada remains among the safest countries on the entire planet. In fact, there was a report that just came out for travelers in Canada, and it said that Canada was the safest country on the planet to actually travel to as a traveler. So I just wanted to maybe get a comment from the member. Does he believe that Conservatives are using crime as a way to create anger among Canadians in order to divide Canadians, to pull more support to Conservatives?
The honourable for Windsor West.
Thank you. I appreciate the member's question on that. I mean, yes, here's what we have is that you have either aggressive behavior with regards to Conservatives using that as a hot button issue. Then what you have is what I would argue Liberals is passive aggressive behavior where they can create a summit and say they have all those different meetings and all those different things like the one I participated in, which related to gun violence and youth gangs and so forth, and then not do anything about it. So the reality is we need action at the end of the day. And so whether it's aggressive, passive aggressive, I don't really care. I just want to see action because Canadians deserve that.
A brief question. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Madam Speaker, thank you. The member talked about technology. I had my car stolen, but I've had things stolen from my car at least 3 times. I had a key that was stolen. Here it is in a fob. And these people have really advanced technologies. They can hack into things and they can block signals. There are systems now that can block people from hacking into our systems. I think the member sort of mentioned it, and I'd like to know if he has anything more to say about it.
Member for Windsor West to respond.
No, I thank the member for that question, and it actually is really good to go back to the auto sector with regards to this, is because they actually are launching vehicles with poor technology in terms of stopping auto theft. In his experience, I'm sorry to hear that. I can tell you that at different times I found my car broken into, and I'm just happy that it's just basically take what you want and go and don't vandalize the rest. I've had other times where the window's been smashed because they saw something or whatever, and these are things that are not new. They've been happening for a long period of time, but the reality is with technology changing, with the automation of starting a vehicle remotely has not kept up in security for that of the situation in terms of how it's used to actually sell vehicles, maintain them, and keep them actually in your driveway.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciated the comments from my colleague in Windsor West. The reality is, Madam Speaker, as you know, the issue of auto theft is something that we take very seriously. And I want to start out by saying that essentially the NDP, unlike the two other parties, have a 5-point plan. I will be moving that amendment at the end of my speech so that the Conservatives can actually incorporate in elements that are actually going to make a difference to combat auto theft. It is something that's impacted many Canadians across the country. My neighborhood is no exception to that. And the reality is we see those numbers rising, and the Liberals haven't done anything to combat auto theft. I note that the most current figures show an auto theft rate of 271 per 100,000 Canadians. That's 271 thefts for a population of 100,000. And we do not want to go back to the days of the Harper regime, where the numbers were almost twice that, 487, twice that number. 487 thefts per 100,000, 443. Those are some of the years, the 5 worst years in terms of auto thefts over the last 15 years were under the Harper regime. So the Conservatives, I think, need to learn a lesson from their very bad record in terms of auto theft, the high rate that existed under the Harper Conservatives. And how they responded, Madam Speaker, I think is illustrative of how important it is for the NDP voice in this House, as adults in the room, to actually bring forward very thoughtful policy. The reality is that the Harper regime cut $600 million from RCMP funding. Now, why would that even make sense when you have a high crime rate, as I mentioned? Why would Conservatives cut and slash to that extent? It doesn't make sense. But it's not just that, Madam Speaker. It is over 1,000 CBSA border officers that were cut as well. So they got the CBSA service at a time when we know that the crime syndicates increasingly are international in nature. So cuts to the RCMP and cuts to the CBSA. But the most egregious, Madam Speaker, is a program that ran across the country in British Columbia, had a remarkable impact, and I worked very closely with them. And that's the BC Crime Prevention Center that helped to invest and work with local law enforcement to cut crime. Now, Madam Speaker, we know that $1 that is spent on crime prevention actually saves $6 in policing costs, in court costs, and prison costs. So it's a remarkably effective investment to lower the crime rate. You invest in crime prevention across the country, and what you end up doing is achieving a lower crime rate, fewer victims, and you save money ultimately on policing, on prisons, on court costs. What did the Harper regime do, Madam Speaker? And they have never, Conservatives have never stood in this House and explained why they did this. But they slashed crime prevention funding to the point where crime prevention centers like the BC Crime Prevention Center had to close. Madam Speaker, none of this makes any sense at all. And I think if we go back to how Conservatives act now as opposed to how they acted when the Harper regime was in place, and ultimately for most of those years the auto theft rate was higher than it is now. We have to take action now. The Liberals haven't taken action. The NDP is pressing, of course, in this House of Commons that we adopt the 5 points that we have raised and that I'll be adding to the motion, hopefully, if the Conservatives agree to actually take action. The Conservatives had an opportunity to provide additional supports, again, for the RCMP, for CBSA, and for FinTrack. And I'm going to come back to that in a moment, Madam Speaker. The reality is FinTrack plays a role in cutting down the financial transactions that allow the crime syndicates internationally to prosper. What did Conservatives do? Well, in December, they proposed and voted to cut CBSA by $23 million. We are already underfunded in CBSA. As I mentioned earlier, they cut 1,100 positions when they were in government. What possible reason could Conservatives give to cutting slashing the budget for CBSA. But there's more. They also voted to gut, this was vote 76, FinTrack. FinTrack that has that primary responsibility to actually track and catch those that are using the flows of money internationally to foster crime. Conservatives voted to cut that. And then perhaps the most egregious, votes 103, 104, 105, they voted to cut over $100 million from the RCMP. Now, Conservatives would say, hey, $100 million, that's a lot less than what we slashed when we were in government, when we slashed $600 million. But the reality is, their motion today, given their actions in December, show a huge hypocrisy, a contradiction that is difficult for any Conservative to defend. And that's why they're choosing not to debate this in the House today, Madam Speaker. They're choosing not to respond to why they gutted the RCMP, CBSA, crime prevention programs, why they had, over the last 15 years, the 5 worst years for auto theft. They haven't explained that. And they haven't explained why they voted to cut FinTrack, CBSA, and RCMP. Alors, Madame la Présidente.
So, Madam Speaker, when we look at what the Conservatives are doing in the House, we're talking about this type of crime that is affecting everyone across Canada. For example, in Montreal, in Saguenay, we can see that these are international crime networks that are using auto theft to make money. And the response of the Conservatives at the time when they were in power was to slash the budget of the RCMP, to cut the services available for the CBSA, and also to slash programs that would have been useful. So when we look back at the Conservatives' record and at what they're doing now, it's not really common sense. I think, Madam Speaker, that we have a number of clear examples that show that we simply cannot trust the Conservatives because they say they are doing the opposite of what they're stating in the motion. Madam Speaker, I'd like you to tell me when I have a minute left. Thank you, because I'm going to introduce the amendment at the time. So just to wrap up, Madam Speaker, this is something that is very serious. To say that the Liberals did not act, but when you look to the Conservatives' past, we can see how many services and budgets they cut, which means that auto theft is a problem now.
As is our practice in the NDP caucus, as adults in the room, we're actually going to propose something that would mean real action to counter auto theft, take out the parts that are disinformation from the Conservative motion, and I hope that they will agree to the following amendment, that the motion be amended by replacing the words changes the Liberal government made in their soft on crime Bill C-5 that allows for car-stealing criminals to be on house arrest instead of jail, replacing with the words cuts made to crime prevention programs and to frontline border officers made by the previous Conservative government, and adding after paragraph C the following: D, require auto manufacturers to improve security features in the cars they sell, and E, put in place tough new measures to crack down on organized crime and money laundering linked to auto thefts. This actually is a 5-point plan that would make a difference in auto thefts. Certainly hope, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives accept this amendment, which actually would fight auto theft in Canada. Merci.
It's my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only with the consent of the sponsor or of the motion, or in the case that he or she is not present, consent may be given or denied by the House Leader, the Deputy House Leader, the Whip, or the Deputy Whip of the sponsored party. Since the sponsor is not present in the chamber, I ask the acting Whip if he consents to the amendment being moved. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've read the NDP's amendment that they're trying to put forward for a bill that's being put forward here to make sure we address crime in this country. And it seems to me that they're trying to put the onus of the crimes onto the car companies and the workers of the car companies. And we reject that wholeheartedly. We want to make sure, and we ask the NDP to stop hiding behind this government and supporting them in everything they're doing. This is a preposterous amendment. We actually ask that you...
Order. The Honourable House Leader for the NDP.
If the member hasn't obviously read putting in place measures to crack down on organized crime and money laundering linked to auto theft, if he hasn't read it, then I don't believe he should comment on it, and Conservatives should just accept the amendment.
Common sense.
So this is not a place to actually have a debate. There is lots of opportunity for people to have debates in the House. So I'll ask the Honourable Acting Whip whether or not he consents or does not consent to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, and I think it's pretty clear that the words the NDP is putting here is a deflection to try and continue to cover up what the government is doing here. Who's finally become aware of this? We reject the amendment.
Okay, so I heard it reject the amendment. Since there is no consent, therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member, as much as I want to use the last name, I can't at this point. The Honourable Member Don Valley East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member opposite for his comments. You know, I've been elected for 20 years at the school board, provincially, and here, and you know, fighting crime has always been connected to what I've worked on in my life, and there's always been a correlation between good investments in programming and preventative measures. Crime just can't be done through entirely policing. So my question to the member opposite is, the Conservatives seem to have this very narrow perspective on crime. It's you know, throw people into prison and throw away the keys. I've always looked at preventative measures as one of the solutions to fight crime. Do you think that the Conservatives, how do you think the Conservatives would approach preventative measures for crime mitigation in this country?
Honourable Member New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, I thank my colleague for his question. They don't. Conservatives are absolutely appalling when it comes to crime. We've talked about how high the auto theft rate was under the Harper Conservatives. They've just said no, Mr. Speaker, to putting in place crime prevention programs, reinforcing frontline border officers, requiring auto manufacturers to actually ensure that there are security features in the car they sell, and putting in place tough new measures to crack down on organized crime and money laundering linked to auto thefts. And we know that Conservatives are soft on money laundering, they're soft on organized crime, they won't take on corporate CEOs that are spending $10 on a car door for a $100,000 automobile. They are not putting in place any of the measures that would actually address the issue. And so, of course, Mr. Speaker, when we look across the country, which provinces have the highest crime rate? It's Conservative provinces. Yeah. Because in every single case, they have policies that are designed to fuel crime, not to cut it. And so for them to say no to this common sense amendment just absolutely shows complete and utter hypocrisy.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is that under the Liberals, supported by the New Democrats, the auto thefts have skyrocketed, and their crime has skyrocketed. And the New Democrats need to bear some of this responsibility. They point to motions that we voted against in their confidence motions regarding funding. It's because we have no confidence in this government. Unlike the New Democrat Party, which is supporting the incompetency of the Liberals, and Canadians are paying the price. So we, under our plan, will see some major investments and changes with in the ports and with the and security, and I'm wondering if the New Democratic Party will support our motion. Thank you.
The honourable member, New Westminster Burnaby.
We've seen the Conservative plan, and they voted in front of the entire country. Every Canadian saw that they wanted to cut over $100 million from the RCMP budget. Every Canadian saw that they wanted to gut CBSA. And they did it when they were in power, and they're doing it again. And every Canadian saw that they wanted to gut FinTrack, that is supposed to be ensuring that criminal financial transactions are caught at source. So I think every Canadian saw in December how a Conservative government would act, and we lived through the Harper regime. Yeah. We know that when it comes to crime, Conservatives simply do not have any smart on crime policies at all. The NDP offered a way of fixing their motion, and they rejected it. They don't want to tackle organized crime. They don't want to crack down on money laundering. They don't want to install the crime prevention programs that save so much money and make sure that Canadians aren't victims of crime. They don't want to restore what they gutted when they were in power. And they don't want to compel automobile CEOs to put in place security measures to ensure that cars can't be stolen easily. They said no to all of those things, and it's on the record.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to split my time with my colleague and good friend from Oxford. But I'll start with telling you since 2015, the Liberals have pursued a systemic agenda of dismantling Canada's judicial system and undermining the rule of law in this country. They have not only done so with their repeated ethics violations and their blatant disrespect for the Charter, but they have done so through more legitimate means, like through the acts in this Parliament. And it's thanks to Liberal bills that passed under former Justice Minister, committing crimes has become easier and more common than before. It seems that under this one, that streak will continue, given the responses we've heard in this House already, and some colorful language, of course. At every step of the way, they have placed the rights of offenders over the rights of victims and their woke, out-of-touch ideology over common sense and safety. In deterring crimes, the Liberals' Bill C-5 eliminates the mandatory minimum sentences for dangerous crimes such as robbery with a firearm, sexual assault, drug trafficking. There are others. And not only that, but it allows hardened criminals to serve their reduced sentences in the comfort of their own home, to serve while watching TV in their living room, sleeping in their own beds, and enjoying the privileges that so many who haven't committed crimes, everybody who hasn't committed crimes, enjoys. And arresting criminals, the catch and release practices now mean that it's nearly impossible to keep dangerous offenders in jail for more than a few hours. They are then released back into the world, free to commit crimes, sometimes even the same crimes, even on the same day, over and over again. The revolving door spins, cycling through a rotation of hardened, merciless lawbreakers who face no accountability. They are free to break the law over and over again, putting the public at risk and propagating the unnecessary harm onto communities, onto innocent victims, onto families, onto neighborhoods. And finally, in prosecuting criminals, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP incompetence, they have decayed our justice system and made it just a shell of its former self. It takes months to get a court date. Resources have been stretched to the limit, which makes it harder to catch criminals, and it's harder to keep them accountable. So it's no surprise that our streets are more dangerous, and the Canadians are worried that their once safe neighborhoods are now just subjects of crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder. Every single day, we see new outrageous headlines about an individual who are putting communities in danger and about a system that is failing Canadians. Just last week, a 43-year-old man stabbed a total stranger with a syringe in broad daylight in downtown Toronto. This man was out on bail for previous assaults and had more than 40 convictions in his lifetime, including failure to comply with the court and failing to attend court dates. This is the middle of the day in Toronto. But thanks to these Liberal policies, we know that he'll just get bail one more time and that the cycle will continue again and again. Stories like these add up. That's what makes Canadians feel unsafe. It's not just an empirical, feeling. It's based on data and evidence. They don't just add up to broken communities, broken victims, broken families. They tell a story about the state of our country. And since 2015, gang crimes have doubled. Violent crime is up 37%. Canada's murder rate is the highest that it's ever been in 30 years since the last time we had a Liberal government in power. And nowhere is the story more out of control and more apparent than when it comes to auto theft. Too many people will wake up and they'll look out the window and they'll see their car that was sitting there in their driveway the night before is no longer there. Gone while they were sleeping, gone for their communities, gone from safe communities like mine where at one time nobody locked their front door. But since 2015, car thefts have tripled here in Canada. More than 100,000 vehicles are being stolen every year, including nearly 10,000 in Toronto alone. That means that every 6 minutes in Canada, a car is stolen. Every 6 minutes, gangs and criminals profit from the criminal activity and use it to finance even more criminal activities, like more car thefts, arms trafficking, human trafficking, drug trafficking. Don't listen to me. The Prime Minister actually admitted it in his own press release. It costs every Canadian who drives almost everywhere more to pay for this. It cost the insurance industry $1 billion in 2022. Everyone in the province is now paying more to drive. In Ontario, car theft claims just in the beginning of last year were up 329%. Wow. That's the first half of the year. That accounts for $700 million in losses. That means $130 more for every Ontario driver on insurance. So why is this happening? Well, let's lead us back to the dangerous catch and release policies that unleashed crime and chaos in communities. Bill C-75, it allows repeat violent offenders to be released on bail within hours of arrest, who then often go and reoffend. Last year, even Mayor Stephen Del Duca, he's my mayor in Vaughan, he's probably a familiar name to many on the other side, the mayor of Vaughan wrote the Prime Minister, calling on the federal government to urgently modernize Canada's bail system to ensure that dangerous offenders are kept off our streets for committing crimes ranging from gun violence to home break-ins to auto thefts. The mayor wrote then Canada's public safety minister at the time asking about auto thefts specifically, asking that CBSA protocols are tightened for screening, for inspection, for exports leaving our country. It fell on deaf ears. There was nothing from the government's member of parliament who represents a riding in Vaughan until just last week. That letter was written in January, after the problem got so out of control that the council had to step in, demanding action for something that they've been asking for. After offenders have been convicted, don't let it stop at Bill C-75. Bill C-5 gives those convicts house arrest, even those with long, storied histories of stealing multiple cars. This means that they can just walk out of their front door, be on their streets again, and start stealing cars and terrorizing neighborhoods when they are doing whatever they are doing in the comforts of their own home. And one last thing, the federal government is, of course, in control of our ports. That means the places where organized crime is taking place, en route to federal ports, at federal ports, and of course, stolen cars waiting at federal ports to be shipped overseas. It is time for a new approach. It's time to start increasing mandatory jail time to deter the actual crime and not to have people keep doing it over and over again. 3 years for 3 thefts. And of course, ending the house arrests for car thieves, while also increasing sentences for gang-associated car thieves. Police, insurance association, community groups, and business organizations have been sounding the alarm bell about this for years. Our own constituents send us videos of this happening right in their front driveway, but their concerns have fallen on deaf ears of the Liberal government. And in the meantime, they still continue to stand with lawbreakers instead of law enforcement. Now, the calls have reached a breaking point. They're finally going to do something about it. But what is that something? Are they going to increase the punishments? No. Are they going to end catch and release policies? Turn repeat violent offenders back in the streets? Are they going to crack down on the incompetence at Canadian ports that allow thousands of cars? Nope. They are going to have a summit. They're going to sit around the table. They're going to have a meeting. They're going to come out with a press release. They're going to take some photos. They're going to talk about it after 8 years where this problem has gotten out of control. They had a summit on food prices, Mr. Speaker. Food prices went up. They had a summit on housing. Housing prices have doubled. I can hardly wait to see the results for this summer. In fact, I think Canadians would beg them not to have a summit. That's right. Instead, start cracking down on the violent offenders, keep them behind bars when they recommit, stop the house arrests, and actually get serious about fighting crime in every single neighborhood across the country.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her comments. The member started off her speech by talking about woke policies. Used the word woke. I've always been a person that's invested into preventative measures, like acknowledging things like systemic racism, acknowledging that we need to invest into communities where there may be some disaggregated race-based data that would contribute to making those decisions. So I'd like to ask the member opposite, does she acknowledge that systemic racism is real in this country, and should we be making investments based on data collection?
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the crime rate in this country has gone up by 32% violent crime. Gang-related crime has gone up by over 90% in this country. There needs to be something done about it. That's exactly what we're talking about right here. We're talking about the solutions that we're going to put in place to keep repeat violent offenders behind jail. So he can talk about whatever he wants. But this motion today is about keeping our cars in our driveway and putting the bad guys in jail. I don't know why that's such a novel concept in this country anymore.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, to be able to apply sentences, enforce them, well, perhaps you could enforce more severe sentences. Well, to be able to do so, you have to be able to dismantle and catch people who are committing these crimes. Can the member recognize that the Conservative government, with its cuts to CBSA and to the RCMP and the ports, made a mistake that had an influence? That's on what's happening today. The honourable member for Thornhill.
This is a constant refrain that has been coming up in this House. The Conservatives actually spent less money, and the rate of crime was lower than it is today. We have had a 300% increase in car theft in Toronto since they took power. And yes, we probably did spend less money as a Conservative government, but you know what's worse than failure, Mr. Speaker? It's expensive failure, and that's exactly what we see from this government.
Questions and comments. The honourable member Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague didn't answer the question. The Conservatives, when they were in government, cut $600 million to the RCMP. They got rid of the RCMP recruitment fund. They cut over 1,100 jobs at the CBSA that we're still feeling today, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, we brought forward amendments, the NDP today, common sense proposals. You'd think that the Conservatives would support, including getting CEOs to make sure that car manufacturers change the way they're designing vehicles to make them harder to steal, Mr. Speaker, but they didn't do that. Also, we heard testimony from the Canadian Association of Police Chiefs, but again, the Conservatives failed to listen to the experts, the Law and Order Party. And Mr. Speaker, the worst provinces for car theft are in Conservative-governed provinces. So maybe my colleague can explain all of why that's happening in Conservative-led provinces, why they cut so seriously and so deeply on the RCMP and the CBSA, and do they regret those cuts?
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, he does have one thing right. We are the tough on crime party. We're the only tough on crime party in this entire House. And the truth is I'm not the one that needs to explain to my constituents why I'm propping up a government at every single opportunity and every single confidence motion that has let the rate of crime rise in this country to 32% higher on violent crime, to 100% higher on gang-related crime, and to 300% higher on auto thefts. Hundreds of thousands of cars are being stolen in this country, and the member opposite, or the member who just asked me the question, is supporting a meeting and supporting tougher measures by car companies, placing the blame on car companies instead of the government that he supports at every single measure, no matter how hard they've failed in this country.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Relations or Indigenous Services. Very short.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to the debate from the lobby, and I heard the member start by talking about woke policy. And I wondered what she thought about when she used that word. If woke to her means caring for vulnerable people, advocating for the rights of the LGBTQ communities, working on reconciliation, making sure that people have a fair chance to succeed, that young people don't find themselves in a life of crime or worse. And so I'd just like to know what she means when she talks about woke.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill, we're out of time, and they'll allow the Honourable Member to answer.
Mr. Speaker, we're talking about repeat offenders doing the same thing over and over again. What is woke is allowing this to continue to happen in this country with absolutely no recourse and no punishment and no jail time. And I don't think Canadians will stand for it.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague, the MP from Thornhill, for such a passionate debate on this issue, on this common sense motion that we brought forward. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. These are the common sense priorities needed to get our country back on track. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, it's an honour today to rise in the House on behalf of the good people of Oxford to speak to our fourth priority, stop the crime. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, everything costs more. Work doesn't pay, and housing costs have doubled. Rent has doubled. Mortgages have doubled. The amount needed for a down payment has doubled. And for the first time, this government has priced out an entire generation out of owning a home. Mr. Speaker, and even if you're able to get a home, there's now crime in our neighborhoods. Our families don't feel safe anymore. And after 8 years of this Prime Minister's soft on crime and dangerous catch and release bail policies, he has unleashed a wave of violent crime across our country, which has led to massive increase in car thefts. But looking at violent crime at large, homicides are up 43%. Up for the fourth year in a row. Gang-related homicides are up 108%, Mr. Speaker. Violent gun crimes up 101%. Up again for the 8th time in a row. Aggravated assaults are up 24%. Assault with a weapon up 61%. Total sexual assaults up 71%. Sex crimes against our children are up 126%. Kidnapping is up 36%, and car thefts are up 34% across our country. Every morning, Canadians are waking up. They're looking out of their windows, not to check the weather, but to make sure that their car is still on their driveways. And Mr. Speaker, this might sound like we're being a bit dramatic on the issue, but the numbers do not lie. 1 in 4 Canadians have either had their cars stolen or know someone who has. We, as members, also know somebody just down the aisle from here. The former Justice Minister himself had 2 of his government cars stolen. I repeat, 2 of his own cars stolen. And if that does not speak to how much of an epidemic this is, I don't know what will. For the sake of clarity, let's review the data. According to the Liberal government's own admissions and their own press release, which came out a few days ago, since 2015, car theft is up 34% nationwide. It's up in Toronto, 300%. It's up in Montreal, 100%. It's up in Ottawa-Gatineau, 100%. 120% in New Brunswick, 122% in Ontario, and 59% in Quebec. But this is no longer just an urban issue. After 8 years of this Prime Minister's soft-on-crime policies, even rural communities like Oxford are not immune to the rising crimes that we're seeing. Crime and car thefts are trickling into our small, peaceful communities. And while I was preparing for this speech, I have a habit of reading our local newspapers in the morning, and I couldn't not see that there's even pickup trucks being stolen in Beachville, in Tillsonburg, and in Woodstock. And it wasn't like this 8 years ago. You know, back in the days, you could leave your cars unlocked, you can, leave your doors unlocked, and that was enough for people to stay safe. But now, the hardworking people of rural Ontario are now directly impacted by this Prime Minister's reckless policies. I recently spoke with someone who on the same day had 2 cars stolen out of their driveway within a single hour. Local police detachments cannot respond once a stolen vehicle reaches a federal port. So Canadians are now forced to take these thefts into their own hands. Many are using air tags to track their stolen cars, which are now being shipped to the ports, from there shipped out of the country. And recently I heard from a man who tracked his car from Ontario to Montreal all the way to Dubai, and he was completely powerless to stop it. It is at these ports that the Prime Minister's absolute mismanagement of the RCMP and CBSA is highlighted, Mr. Speaker. At the Port of Montreal, a major hub for stolen vehicles to be shipped out of Canada, only has 5 CBSA officers able to inspect the containers. They have 580,000 containers that they have to inspect every single year, according to media reports. One agent has said the CBSA has no resources to check the containers. They check less than 1% of the containers. They apparently have only one X-ray scanner that constantly breaks down. How on earth do you expect to inspect 580,000 containers that will be leaving our country with one scanner? Federal ports in Prince Rupert and Halifax and in Vancouver all report the same thing. And is the Prime Minister working with the CBSA to fix the problem? No, he's done the exact opposite. Despite car thefts skyrocketing, CBSA is seizing about the same number of cars today at the federal port of Montreal as they were doing it years ago, frequently ignoring suspicious containers, even when they are reported, or even if you have somebody standing in front of the container looking at their phone saying that the tag is showing to their car to be in that container. Just last year, the Prime Minister spent $15 million on useless management consultants at the CBSA. And don't forget the $54 million they spent on Arrive scam app, which not only did it not work, but is now being investigated by the RCMP for corruption. Common sense Conservatives will use these dollars to put boots on the ground, support our CBSA officers, and not pump more money into bureaucracy. And the CBSA has failed to spend the $117 million that had already been approved by the Parliament. This is yet another example of Liberal mismanagement and the inability to deliver results on desperately needed Canadians. The failure of this government and the CBSA allows stolen cars to be shipped abroad to Africa, the Middle East, and parts of Europe. They're resold and used to fund organized crime and terror networks, to profit evil globally. This is simply unacceptable. The federal ports, the federal CBSA, the federal criminal code, and the federal Prime Minister. This is a federal responsibility, and we need to respond immediately. Car theft has become a get-rich-quick scheme for violent criminals. Gangs and hardworking Canadians are paying the price. This rise in car theft has made Canadians less safe at a time when many are already struggling as a result of this Prime Minister's reckless debt and costly carbon tax. Car theft is adding on an additional burden on our Canadians. In 2022, car insurance payouts totaled more than $1 billion. In Ontario, car theft claims were up 329% in the first half of 2023 alone, adding up to more than $700 million in losses. The Insurance Bureau of Canada has estimated that it will cost every single driver an extra $130 a year for auto theft. The failure of this government is to respond to violent crime crisis costing more and more during a time when they're hurting and life is unaffordable. Only a Conservative government will stand up for Canadians and bring home safe streets. We have a common sense solution for the real problem. A Conservative government will go after real criminals by restoring jail and not bail, increasing mandatory jail time, and ending house arrest for car thieves, who are also increasing sentences for gang-associated crimes. We'll increase the mandatory prison time from 6 months to 3 years for third offense of a motor vehicle theft. We will remove the eligibility for house arrest if convicted of a motor vehicle theft by the way of indictment. We will create a new specific aggravating factor where the offense of a motor vehicle is committed for the benefit of organized crime. We will repeal the catch and release rules in Trudeau's Bill C-75 to ensure that repeat offenders get jail and not bail. We will fix the fire useless management consultants at CBSA and use that money to fix our federal ports. We'll invest in state-of-the-art X-ray equipment to allow for rapid scanning of containers at our 4 major ports in Vancouver, Montreal, Prince Rupert, and Halifax. We will purchase a total of 24 new scanners. We will hire more CBSA officers. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder run rampant in our communities. Your home is where you're supposed to feel the safest, and all Canadians deserve to feel safe in their homes. We need to do more to ensure our communities are safe places for our children to grow and for our families to raise their families. It is very simple. The Prime Minister's reckless policies have allowed car thefts to explode in our communities, and his only action to fix this is to hold summits. Canadians don't need more summits, Mr. Speaker. They need a common sense plan to stop the theft and end the crime. Stop the photo ops, stop the talk, more action. Let's put a stop to auto theft, protect our property, and bring home safer streets for all Canadians. That's just common sense, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal-Tair, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sometimes it's hard to believe some of the things that members across the way in the Conservative Party will say. He said, we're going to increase supports and have more CBSA officers. It was the Conservative government. They cut over 1,000, Mr. Speaker. That's 1,000 CBA, Canada Border Control Service officers back in 2000, Mr. Speaker. Then the member says, well, we're going to increase from 6 months to 3 years. Well, who do you think put in the 6-month minimum? It was Stephen Harper that put in the 6-month minimum, Mr. Speaker. Does the member not have any idea in terms of what it is that the Conservative Party has actually done? How can you stand and say what you're saying when the Conservative Party in the past did the absolute opposite?
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, the opposite member is obviously entitled to his opinions, but not to his own facts. We've seen this government in power for the last 8 years. They've had 8 years to fix this crisis. It's federal ports, federal CBSA, federal RCMP, it's a federal criminal code, and it's a federal prime minister. You've been sitting on the sidelines watching this crisis unfold, and now when this crisis is blown up, they're holding these summits. They want these amazing photo ops. They want a pat on the back. They've caused the chaos in our housing, they've caused the chaos in our judicial system, and they're causing chaos in our communities. We're going to stop that with our common sense plan to get car thefts under control.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. The Bloc obviously is concerned by the situation. My colleague from Avignon, La Matisse-Matane, wants to make sure that a study at the Public Security Committee will take place, but the Conservatives, instead of doing an opposition day, which really won't change anything in terms of what will really happen in our country, they made an opposition day with a motion that will be voted on, and once, whether it passes or not, it won't really change anything, whereas a study at the Public Safety Committee could have had an impact if there were serious recommendations and expert testimony. In terms of expert testimony, I'd like to know, my question is simple. The Conservatives' proposals say 3 convictions and you get 3 years of prison. 3 years. Why 3 years and not 3.5 or 2.5 years or 4 years, 5 years? What justifies these 3 years? I'm not against it. I just want to know why and what expert has said why and for what reason brought them to that figure? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Speaker, it's actually very rich coming from the Bloc when they're the ones that supported these catch and release soft on crime bills like Bill C-75 and Bill C-5. In Quebec alone, they're seeing a 50% increase of auto thefts in the last few years. Instead of, standing up, joining the common sense Conservatives, supporting our motion to help those in Quebec, he's not. It's time that the Quebecois stand with our party, stand with Canadians, start putting the rights of victims first and not the criminals.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the most effective programs Canada used to have was our detector dog program. We still have some of it today, but there was Conservatives that cut it. In fact, this was brought in and started working with our border officers during Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Act. So I just wonder why the Conservatives would actually oppose detector dogs and whether they've actually changed their position, because they were very effective, not only just anti-terrorism, but smuggling, and they were very effective with regards to making sure that Canada is well known for security. So my simple question to the member is, does he regret, and does the party regret, and would they actually change their position on detector dogs? Why do they not like detector dogs when they're effective against terrorists and smugglers?
Honourable Member for Oxford.
Speaker, we have seen time and time again that this NDP government continues to prop up this Liberal government. They're part of the problem, Mr. Speaker. They talk a big game of standing up for Canadians, but when they have the chance to do that, they're lock in arms with the Liberal government. So they're part of this same problem. Will they join us voting for this common sense Conservative motion to put the rights of victims ahead of our criminals?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Winnipeg North. I'm pleased to rise and speak to this motion in order to illustrate our action in taking fight against organized crime and auto theft. It goes without saying that Canadians must be able to live free from fear of crime in their neighborhoods. Not only can auto theft cause financial devastation, but it also makes people feel unsafe in their own homes. I know that auto theft is a top-of-mind issue for many. In fact, I expect most of us here know someone who has had their car stolen recently. In fact, one of my colleagues has had his car stolen recently. As a resident of the GTA, I understand the toll these crimes can take on individuals and communities. It disrupts our lives and it undermines our feelings of safety. It also costs Canadians significantly. According to the Insurance Bureau of Canada, auto theft claims totaled $1.2 billion in 2022. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, and it puts on us an onus to work together to find ways to denounce this conduct. This is why our government is throwing our weight behind solving this issue. We've been working on measures to tackle auto theft for months now. Most recently, we announced $121 million in funding for Ontario to combat gun crime, gangs, and organized crime, including auto theft. Auto theft is a timely topic for discussion this week, as the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Justice have invited key players from across the country to come together and identify solutions to auto theft. Political leaders, police, border agents, auto and industry executives will be among the attendees. I'm confident that these productive conversations will lead to concrete suggestions for how we can better stop auto theft from occurring in Canada. It's ironic, Mr. Speaker, that members opposite are highlighting the problems of auto theft when they refuse to support our solutions. Conservatives have promised to vote against the fall economic statement and delaying its passage. This critical piece of legislation contains anti-money laundering provisions which will crack down on organized crime networks and contribute to fighting auto theft. The vast majority of auto theft are not spontaneous crimes committed by one or two individuals. Highly organized networks of criminals are involved at various stages, from targeting a vehicle to theft itself to its trafficking through major ports destined to resale markets in Africa or the Middle East. Criminals may use the proceeds of crime from stolen vehicles to facilitate other forms of serious crime like trafficking drugs, people, and firearms. This is why I am sad to see my colleagues across the way opposed to the important changes, and we're trying to fight organized crime. The Leader of the Opposition announced his so-called plan to combat auto theft the day before yesterday. We know it wouldn't actually accomplish anything. He proposed measures that are either ineffective or already exist. We have real solutions, Mr. Speaker. The Criminal Code has a comprehensive framework that addresses motor vehicle theft along the spectrum of the crime. This includes preparatory offenses, offenses for the actual theft, trafficking, and possession of stolen property offenses, and proceeds of crime offenses. The Criminal Code also includes specific offenses to address organized crime activities, and it includes many offenses that address the situation when violence is involved during a theft, such as the use of a firearm. Many of us are aware of devices that thieves use to acquire a key fob signal and relay that signal to unlock or start a vehicle. These devices are illegal under the Criminal Code. It is also illegal to knowingly possess any instrument that can be used to break into motor vehicles for that purpose. Both of these offenses carry a maximum penalty of 10 years if proceeded by way of indictment. The Criminal Code also has general provisions that address auto theft. For example, theft of property over $5,000 is punishable on indictment by a maximum penalty of 10 years imprisonment or 2 years less a day imprisonment on summary conviction. Theft under $5,000 is punishable on indictment by a maximum penalty of 2 years imprisonment or 2 years less a day on summary conviction. The Criminal Code also has a specific motor vehicle theft offense, which is punishable by a maximum penalty of 10 years imprisonment on indictment and 2 years less a day on summary conviction. In the case of a third or subsequent conviction, a mandatory minimum penalty of imprisonment of 6 months applies. In fact, Mr. Speaker, our government took action to crack down on auto theft in Bill C-75 by raising the maximum penalty for motor vehicle theft from 18 months to 2 years less a day. This is another example of our sustained focus on eradicating auto theft from our communities. This is the very legislation that the Leader of the Opposition wants to repeal. He would lower maximum sentences for auto theft. As always, the Leader of the Conservatives would rather spread disinformation and spark fear across the country than focus on facts. The Criminal Code also contains a comprehensive legal framework that targets criminal organizations. Offenses relating to criminal organizations including participating in criminal organization activities, recruitment to a criminal organization, the commission of an indictable offense for the benefit of, at the direction of, or in association with a criminal organization, and instructing the commission of an offense for the benefit of, at the direction of, or in association with a criminal organization. The organized crime provisions have specific sentencing outcomes. First, sentences imposed for any of the particular organized crime offenses must be served consecutively to sentences imposed for other offenses arising from the same transaction. Second, courts are required to consider as an aggravating factor in sentencing that an offense is committed for the benefit of, at the direction of, or in association with a criminal organization. This is one of the measures that the Leader of the Opposition has committed to enacting to solve the problem of auto theft. It's already in place, Mr. Speaker. He's catching up. Again, it isn't proposing real solutions. There are also criminal code measures that aim to prevent an offender from benefiting from the proceeds of their crimes. This includes pretrial seizure of restraint of proceeds of crime and the possibility of forfeiture of proceeds of crime following conviction, or a fine in lieu of forfeiture in certain circumstances when the proceeds are no longer available. These are just a few of the offenses that can currently be leveraged by law enforcement and prosecutors to address auto theft, Mr. Speaker. The Criminal Code is a helpful tool to penalize auto thieves, but we are also working on comprehensive solutions to prevent auto theft from occurring. On Thursday, key players will gather in Ottawa to discuss more solutions. The meeting will feature law enforcement, industry leaders, and all levels of government coming together to identify short, medium, and long-term actions to combat auto theft to continue to strengthen our initiatives that are already underway. There are many ways we can address the problem of auto theft, and everyone has to be part of the solution. The Leader of the Opposition wants to boil things down to empty slogans that don't solve anything. We will be looking at regulatory change, what industry can do to help, how provinces and municipalities can help, and how to improve enforcement. I look forward to working with everyone who is serious to solve this problem. I'm grateful for the efforts that are already underway to combat auto theft, and I look forward to a productive day of discussion on Thursday for the next steps. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I listened intensely to the member from Etobicoke Lakeshore. And now, Mr. Speaker, since York Simcoe is now considered part of Toronto under this government's goofy carbon tax regime, I feel I can comment on Toronto and York Region. You know, the facts are what they are. Auto theft is up 200% in York Region, 4,290 vehicles stolen in 2023. You know, when I travel through York Simcoe, I guess my honourable colleague in Etobicoke Lakeshore hears different. Obviously, his speech looks like it's all good. But, you know, people say to me, this country's not the same. We recently, in the paper, had a car stolen in less than 6 hours, Mr. Speaker. This gentleman was out stealing another car, got an impaired driving, and guess what? He was out on bail again. These violent crimes have to stop. And we see the NDP mayor of Toronto, you know, God help Toronto on their property tax increase, but, you know, actually cutting the Toronto Police Service budget. So I wonder if my colleague could comment on that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think he already knows the answer to where I stand on cutting police budgets. So I will just say I disagree with any effort taken by a municipal government that's going to somehow limit or curtail the ability of the police forces to do their job. But I will say this is a serious problem. We're not denying it's a serious problem, but serious problems require serious solutions, not slogans. Look, the Leader of the Opposition does a press conference, he stands in front of the Port of Montreal and he says, you know, I'm going to impose mandatory minimum sentence. There already is a mandatory minimum sentence. I've sat in rooms, Mr. Speaker, with people from the law enforcement community. Separately, I've sat with automakers. Separately, I've sat with other levels of government, and each of them point fingers in other directions. This needs to be a collaborative effort where everybody gets together in one room and says, okay, what can you do, what can you do, what can you do? And that's what's going to happen on Thursday, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Avignon Métis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we all agree that auto theft is an epidemic and we have to deal with it. But I'd like to hear my colleague on the rationale behind the motion presented today. They say it's because of the Liberal government that there's been this skyrocketing rise in auto theft. Now, have also said, well, it's because of the Liberals or that the penalties were not severe enough. But there was S9 where there was, where they were trying to deal with auto theft, but this was the Conservative Party that brought them forward. I'd like to know what my colleague would propose. We know that they'll be dealing with this on Thursday. They talk about beefing up and supporting CBSA better. What does he think the government should do further to help deal with this epidemic?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that very important question. The reason behind the motion, it's simple. It's politics. The Leader of the Opposition read something in the paper and thought, oh, here's something I can talk about and score a few political points. Let's be honest, Mr. Speaker. What more can be done? That's why we're having this meeting, convening this meeting on Thursday, because it has to be, as I said earlier, a collaborative effort by all the parties involved. Auto manufacturers have to be at the table. They have to be able to say, this is what we can do to make our cars more safe and protect them against auto theft. We need law enforcement community, as my friend from Lake Simcoe said, to stand up and tell us what they can do and what resources they need. The federal government needs to step up and correct some of the problems created by the previous Conservative government, including enhancing the level of resources available to CBSA. But it is a group effort that has to be done by everybody with everybody being at the table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. And I seem to be doing this always to the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay. We can keep it short.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue of gang crime is serious, but we see the Conservatives who voted against CBSA. And, you know, under Stephen Harper, they brought all their tough on crime bills. All of them proved unconstitutional. They had more recalls than the Ford Pinto, which shows that this is not a party that's serious about dealing with crime. It was all about stunts. It was all about fundraising. It was all about giving their no-name members on the backbench a reason to get up and holler and shout. So once again, what we see with this new Conservatives is that they're doing it from the front bench, not the back bench, but it's the same old shenanigans.
We are out of time, but the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can respond.
I will just say this. There's no such thing as a no-name member in this House. But what I will say is anybody who stands in this House or outside this House and accuses any other member of being soft on crime is being disingenuous. And it's disrespectful to the people who live in this country because everybody in this House, regardless of political stripe, believes in law and order. Simple as that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before continuing debate, I believe the Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General has a point of order.
Yes, I rise on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my comments and apologize. Thank you.
Thank the Honourable Minister for his comments. We will consider the issue closed. Moving on to reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I can just start off by providing a thought in regards to the seriousness of the issue. And, I would like to think...
I believe we have a point of order from the Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
And pardon me, it's not about the current Speaker, and I wanted to catch it early, so I didn't cut him off, and I hope he'll be given the chance to begin anew. Mr. Speaker, I missed the debate earlier, but I've been in this chamber before when the question of T-shirt wearing was raised. I want to press that again. I understand that you said there was an agreement that has been struck that if you come in here wearing a T-shirt under a jacket, that is permissible. I've not heard of this before. I would ask you to report back to this chamber when, in fact, that agreement was made. If it is fact, or perhaps you can do it now, I find that a breach of the chamber's rules.
I will read this again because this has happened on a number of occasions, and I think I erred this last time when I allowed the Honourable Minister to speak. We either are going to allow T-shirts or not allow T-shirts, and I would say that they're not allowed. So I'm going to make a little bit of a rule on the fly here. There is no rule for women's attire. Except we might say, while the standing orders do not prescribe a dress code for members participating in debate, speakers have ruled that all members desiring to be recognized to speak at any point during the proceedings of the House must be wearing contemporary business attire. The added point to that is on a number of occasions when people speak to SO31s especially, do want to be wearing their team's shirts, and that has been permissible on a number of occasions in this chamber. So I just want folks to be more judicious in what their attire is in the House, but falling short of prescribing what that attire should be. Slogans on T-shirts should not be acceptable in the House of Commons. So, point of order, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the intervention by my Conservative colleague. I just want to be clear, because we have rules that someone who's not wearing a tie should not be recognized if they are male. We have had rules where, if say there's a hockey tournament where a team wins, they wear their jersey, but we don't have a rule where someone, just because they're supporting a team or an issue, gets to come in and wear it, because that wouldn't be. So we have a very narrow window, but I just want to make sure that we're not that's the terms under which someone could wear something that's not business attire. It's in that specific instant that perhaps Regina has won, or God help the Toronto Argonauts finally win, that on that day we give them that one moment. But other than that, we have to have respect for the chamber.
I will say this, that maybe it would be permissible or a good idea for our proc to be looking at attire in the House, just to make sure that we're all being judicious and following the rules as set forth within our standing orders. What I'm going to do, I think, I'm going to back up just a smidge, and I'm going to let the Parliamentary Secretary maybe to restart after the Honourable Member stands on a point of privilege. So the Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am rising on a question of privilege about a very serious matter. The misleading comments of the Prime Minister concerning the invitation of Yaroslav Hunka, a former soldier of the Waffen-SS military unit in World War II, to attend events with the President of Ukraine during his recent visit to Canada. As we all recall, last September, this chamber was the epicenter of a grave international embarrassment for Canada when this individual, a former SS soldier, was recognized and given a standing ovation during President Vladimir Zelensky's address to our Parliament. This gave Vladimir Putin a major propaganda coup and caused significant pain for Jewish Canadians and all victims persecuted in World War II. The government, and the Prime Minister in particular, were at great pains to distance themselves from any connection to this individual, claiming that they had absolutely nothing to do with his invitation and subsequent recognition. Lo and behold, though, Global Affairs Canada recently released, through access to information, a copy of an email sent to Yaroslav Hunka inviting him to a reception with President Zelensky, which was reported on yesterday afternoon by the Globe and Mail and subsequently other media outlets. Here's the kicker, Mr. Speaker. It was the Prime Minister's invitation. On Monday, September 19th, 2023, some 4 days before the President's address to Parliament, an email account called RSVP Official Events, Événement Officiel RSVP, sent an email with the subject line, quote, Invitation from the Prime Minister of Canada, September 22nd, 2023. The body of the email begins, quote, Dear Yaroslav Hunka, the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Canada is pleased to invite you to a special event, end quote. As you may recall, until the visit was formally announced a few days later, there was a lot of coded language being used, like in the case of this special event. But the point remains, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister invited this former SS soldier to attend an event honoring the President of Ukraine. Of course, you will recall that the Prime Minister and his government were under sustained questioning in the House in the week following the visit about just how such a colossal mistake with international reverberations could take place. Questions like those asked by the Leader of the Opposition on the first occasion the Prime Minister appeared in the House after the scandalous events, such as, quote, did the Prime Minister's national security, intelligence, or diplomatic officials vet the names of the people the Prime Minister allowed within mere feet of President Zelensky, end quote. And, quote, the Prime Minister has just said that he allowed the President of a war-torn country, who is perhaps the biggest target of false propaganda and potential assassinations, to be surrounded by hundreds of people who had not been vetted for their security background, the potential risks they present, or, in this case, the massive diplomatic disasters they could have brought to the event. Is the Prime Minister really saying he did absolutely nothing to protect the Ukrainian president from all those many risks, end quote. Repeatedly, we were assured that the blame lay exclusively at the then Speaker's feet, as if the address to Parliament was the only opportunity for this former SS soldier to come near President Zelensky. For example, the Prime Minister told the House on September 27, 2023, quote, the Leader of the Opposition knows that not one parliamentarian was aware, end quote. And later, quote, no parliamentarian knew the name or the identity of the person he welcomed to this House and recognized. Well, now we know, Mr. Speaker, that that's just not so. The Prime Minister invited this individual, by name, to an event with President Zelensky. The Prime Minister also said that day, quote, the Speaker of this House of Commons invited an individual without apparently doing that Google search. But it is not up to the government of the day to oversee or to have a veto power over those who the Speaker or indeed members of official parties choose to invite into this House, end quote. Well, who does the Prime Minister blame for not doing that Google search for his own personal invitation? Now, Mr. Speaker, before the Liberals jump up and claim that these are two separate events, two separate guest lists and whatnot, let me quote an interview the former Speaker, the Honourable Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming, gave to CTV Northern Ontario 2 weeks ago, explaining the central role the Prime Minister's office plays in guest invitations for major international events held on Parliament Hill, like President Zelensky's wartime address, stating, quote, normally it goes to the Prime Minister's office and they go through it with a fine-tooth comb, and then the invitation goes out from protocol. So who invited him? That's up for grabs, end quote. Besides the fact that there is no sign of a comb, fine-tooth or otherwise, to be found, yesterday's afternoon's revelations add new context to this last word in the quotation. Last words in that quotation. Who invited him? That's up for grabs. According to news reports at the time, it is understood that this individual's son approached the then Speaker's constituency office about securing an invitation to the Ottawa address. Now, knowing that on the Monday of the week of the visit, there was a personal invitation from the Prime Minister to attend the Toronto event, it's not hard to picture this invitation becoming part of the discussion in the North Bay constituency office. Put yourself in the shoes of the Honourable Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming. You're told about the individual's connection to Ukraine, and you're shown an invitation in the Prime Minister's name, the name of the leader of the party whose label you were elected under. Are you really going to sit there and think, gee, I better second guess the judgment of PMO, the PCO, and the Diplomatic Protocol Office? I sincerely doubt it. As the member for Nipissing Temiskaming said, who invited him? That's up for grabs. That statement makes a whole lot more sense in light of yesterday's Globe report. I would respectfully submit that it is now obvious that the Prime Minister invited Yaroslav Hunka to meet the President of Ukraine, and the then Speaker took it on good faith and in turn authorized his own invitation. At the very least, Mr. Speaker, it shows us that the Protocol Office itself in the Prime Minister's office had the name of this individual on their guest list. So the idea that whatever happened between the Speaker's office and the Prime Minister's office in terms of the invitation, we now know that this individual, this former SS member, was already on the protocol list. It was already on the list of people to be invited. On September 27th, the Prime Minister told the House, quote, "We apologize today on behalf of all parliamentarians. For the past few days, we've been saying how sorry we are about the mistake made by the Speaker of the House of Commons. The only mistake, Mr. Speaker, was that your predecessor put blind trust in the fact an invitation was issued by the Prime Minister. Now, I am aware that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs has agreed to conduct some form of a study of the matter, though the Liberal NDP coalition does not seem to consider the matter important, given that no hearings have yet taken place some 5 months later. However, these revelations and the obvious concern that the Prime Minister appears to have misled the House are of a whole new dimension, one which engages the privileges of this House, rising in my respectful submission to a contempt of Parliament. Page 85 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, notes that cases of privilege have involved, quote, the provision of deliberately misleading information to the House or one of its committees by a minister or by a member, end quote. It is a well-established principle here that to make out a prima facie case of privilege in relation to a claim of misleading the House, 3 elements must be established. Firstly, it must be proven that the statement was misleading. Knowing what we know now from the Global Affairs Canada Access to Information release, we can see that it was misleading. There is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament of all opposition parties were trying to find out exactly what interaction, what role was under the purview of the PMO or the Prime Minister for inviting this individual. There were multiple questions coming at it from many different angles, and the government always gave the same explanation that they had absolutely no knowledge of this individual's background and had nothing to do with his invitation. We now know through this access to information release that is false and therefore misleading. Secondly, it must be established that the member making the statement knew it to be misleading. The invitation, which was released, is in the name of the Prime Minister. To claim he had no knowledge of this individual is now absurd. Thirdly, the misleading statement must have been offered with the intention to mislead the House. The House was engulfed in a massive international scandal, one which saw our own Speaker resigning, falling on his sword for the Prime Minister. So there is little doubt that the Prime Minister was eager to deflect his own role and responsibility and lay the blame elsewhere. Of course, before the Prime Minister might stand up and assert that he was blindsided by his own officials' denials, let me quote Bosque and Gagnon at page 116, quote, misleading a minister or a member has also been considered a form of obstruction and thus a prima facie breach of privilege. For example, on December 6, 1978, in finding that a prima facie contempt of the House existed, Speaker Jerome ruled that a government official, by deliberately misleading a minister, had impeded the member in the performance of his duties and consequently obstructed the House itself, end quote. No matter how you cut it, Mr. Speaker, this House was misled. Its privileges were breached and action should be taken immediately. Should you agree with me that the Prime Minister's words amount to a prima facie contempt, I am prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for the information. Of course, we'll take that under advisement and come back to the House as soon as is practical. Now, I'm going to give the 10 seconds back to the honourable parliamentary secretary, who can start from the top. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I was starting off by just recognizing and acknowledging that crimes of the nature that we've been talking about today obviously affect all of our communities. And as much as we banter back and forth, I wouldn't want to take away anything in terms of the impact that it actually has on victims, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to amplify that point, because I really and truly believe that all of us have a right to feel safe and comfortable in the communities in which we live, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I've had opportunity as a justice critic while I was served in the Manitoba legislature, and to the number of years here in Ottawa, have always recognized the importance of the issue of safety, crime, and as a legislator to do what we can to keep our communities safe. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of a number of initiatives that this government has actually taken over the last number of years to do just that. Keep our communities in which we live in safer. And it doesn't mean that the issues are resolved. Not saying that at all, Mr. Speaker. I think that we have work to do, and we will continue to look at ways in which we can build on making our communities healthier and safer, Mr. Speaker. Now, I look at today's Opposition Day motion, and I see that it is very much a politically motivated issue that are being brought forward by the Conservative Party, in the sense that what their message that they want to try to give to Canadians is that they are actually collectively tough on crime. And that's the impression that they're trying to give Canadians. I want to deal with that, because that's not the reality in terms of what it is that we have seen. Because specifically, we're talking about automobile theft. And if you listen to the discussions thus far coming from the Conservative benches, you'll see that the focus is on the Canada border controls, the car theft, and how vehicles are being exported, stolen vehicles are being exported outside of Canada. And it's interesting, one of the members that stood up and actually was providing criticism towards the government, and it really stuck with me. The member said something to the effect of that we need to support and provide more money to the CBSA, the Canada Border Control. Mr. Speaker, why that stuck with me is because, you know, it's amazing that when the Conservatives were in government, they actually cut Canada Border Control agents. At one time, we had well over close to 15,000 border controls. Have the actual number in terms of full-time equivalents, Mr. Speaker. 14,833. That was actually cut to 13,774 full-time equivalents. That is well over 1,000 jobs that was cut by the former government, the former Prime Minister. That is the Prime Minister in which the current leader of the Conservative Party sat in cabinet with, Mr. Speaker. That is a substantial cut, and now they're saying, well, we need to have more. That was one of the comments. You know, we hear from the Conservatives talking about, well, and it's in the motion, when we talk about increasing from 6 months to 3 years. Well, the 6 months is that if you get caught stealing a car on a third occasion, the current law is that it is a minimum of 6 months. Well, the Conservatives say, well, that's not tough enough. We believe it should be 3 years. Well, again, Mr. Speaker, who do you think put in the 6 months? That was Stephen Harper. So are they saying today that Stephen Harper messed it up in terms of that policy directive? That Stephen Harper messed it up in regards to the cutbacks on the border controls? What he didn't make reference to, but I'll make reference to, is the hundreds of millions of dollars that were also cut by Stephen Harper. Or is the Conservative Party today now saying that that too was a mistake? Keep in mind, it's easy for the Conservatives to say, yeah, okay, we concede. Stephen Harper made a mess of things, made the problems a lot worse with the cutbacks back then. That might have actually contributed to the increases that we are seeing, Mr. Speaker. But I would remind, they might want to throw Stephen Harper under the bus, but their current leader was a minister under Stephen Harper, Mr. Speaker. And they need to be reminded of that fact. When you really stop and think about it, this has been an issue that's been taking place for quite a while now. And how often has the leader of the Conservative Party, the so-called tough on crime, tougher than Stephen Harper on crime, and the former leader, and the current leader when he was in cabinet? Well, to the best of my knowledge, this is the first time this last week where we actually have the leader of the Conservative Party giving it attention. Why is that? Well, it's because we announced that we are going to actually have a summit on the issue. The government has been working on the issue for a while now. Unlike the Conservatives, where it wasn't even on their radar screen until we announced there was going to be a summit. And then they start saying, oh, gee whiz, this could really fit in nice in our bumper sticker about tough on crime, so let's bring up the issue. Did they not do any studying? Did they not realize that they are likely a part of the problem? Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, when I was justice critic in the province of Manitoba, and I do have the actual quote from a Stats Can report, and this is dealing with car theft. And I quote, however, the province's 2007 rate, and I'm talking Manitoba, rate remained the highest in the country for the 11th straight year and was 24% higher than a decade ago. Well, 2007, Stephen Harper was Prime Minister, and it continued to be a problem for years after that, Mr. Speaker. And if you take a look at it, 10 years prior, well, it wasn't a Conservative government. The point is, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day, this is an issue that takes more than one level of government to be able to address, Mr. Speaker. And that is the reason why we have the minister responsible for public safety saying we are going to have a summit. And the Conservatives are howling, well, just a summit, just a summit. Well, they just discovered the issue. And we've already said we're going to be having a summit. We're bringing experts, and there is going to be dialogue. There is going to be things that are going to be brought to the table. Not only are we taking budgetary measures, tens of millions in terms of looking at how we can get at organized crimes and gangs, Mr. Speaker, but we're also going to look at legislative and possible regulations that could be changed. But we want to take a holistic approach at dealing with this issue, Mr. Speaker. Because unlike the Conservatives, who like to talk tough on crime, we believe that actions speak louder than words, and we will continue to work with the different stakeholders and get the level of expertise to the table so that we are in a better position to work with provinces, law enforcement agencies, and as a national government, be in a position where we can look at, yes, can we do something legislatively? Can we do something through the regulations? Is there other pockets in which we could look at investing more to support this issue? That is ultimately what it is that this government is doing. A progressive, holistic approach at making sure that the issue is dealt with, unlike Stephen Harper, and the born-again conservative right wing, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I really think the member for Winnipeg North is going to have lots of time to practice his Stephen Harper lines when he's in opposition. Yeah. But what I will say, don't be fooled by this member's speech, Mr. Speaker. The facts are what they are. Car theft is up 300%. Over 4,200 vehicles stolen in York Region. And, Canadians also won't be fooled. This NDP Liberal government has spent 40% more on the public service, on the federal public service, for worse outcomes. And I think if he went out and spoke with Canadians, he would tell them that their outcomes are worse. Mr. Speaker, is your life 40% better outcomes than it was? So I would like the member to comment on the spending for worst results for Canadians.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, due to time restrictions, I wasn't able to continue to give my explanation about the Manitoba case. And I can tell the member opposite that, at that point in time, Manitoba had the highest number of cars being stolen in any given year. Even Manitoba had more than the province of Ontario. And I'm not talking about per capita, I'm just talking the raw number of cars being stolen. And what ultimately had the most positive impact is when we saw law enforcement, province of Manitoba, and to a certain degree Ottawa, coming together and trying to deal with the issue. At least Ottawa today is recognizing that we need to bring people together in order to deal with this issue. Organized crime is more than just automobile theft. We recognize the importance of the issue. We are doing something, as opposed to the Conservatives who heard about that we're having a summit and then decided, oh yeah, that's an important issue.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, the Conservatives come forward today with one car stolen equals a year in jail. That's not a policy. That's straight out of the books from a Texas governor that failed in their policies in Texas, Mr. Speaker. But what I want to talk about, we know the Conservatives cut 1,100 jobs at the Canada Services and Border Agency in terms of officers on the front line. This government, and according to Mark Weber, who's the president of the union, the Customs and Immigration Union, he cited that we estimate that we need between 2,000 to 3,000 additional officers on the front line. He also cited the amount of money that they spent on the ArriveCan app, the scandal that's taking place right now, that they could have hired 500 border agents, Mr. Speaker. So my question through you to my colleague is, when is this government going to step it up when it comes to customer hiring officers at the border? And also, will they listen to the NDP proposal to require auto manufacturers to improve security features in the cars they sell? An amendment we put forward today that was shot down by the Conservatives, that seems to be a common sense solution to help stop car theft. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting. If you take a look at it, the member made reference to the cuts. Yes, there was well over 1,000 cuts in terms of the Canada Border Control Service officers. Not only have we as a government restored every one of those cuts, you could add on another 800. As a government, we have, from a budget perspective, provided supports, and we continue to look at ways in which we can enhance and try to improve the system, whether it's through budgetary measures that we just cited, or it's through legislative measures in terms of working with provinces on the whole bail reform legislation that we ultimately passed through, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada is committed to making our communities healthier and safer, and we're taking the measures that are necessary and prepared to work with other levels of government and stakeholders to do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We are out of time, and I've got 3 people wanting to ask a question. So I will look at the one that didn't get to ask a question up to now. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands didn't get the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to be brief. I wanted to put to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary the question of the logic behind mandatory minimums, which has been proven on empirical evidence not to hold the logic one would hope. It actually tends to work against reducing crime. And one of the reasons why is if you were to increase the mandatory minimum, what it does is it drives people towards cutting deals and plea bargains and not actually dealing with matters, giving judges the discretion to increase the sentencing where they think it's appropriate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, given the complexities of the pros and cons of minimum sentencing and the amount of time you're going to allow for me, all I can say, Mr. Speaker, in certain situations, I do believe that having minimal sentences can, in fact, be an effective tool for, through our judicial system. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at the outset, I'd like to say I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from Flamborough-Glanbrook. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today on this very important debate. You may wonder, Canadians, what Canada's top exports and fastest growing exports are. You might think it's oil and gas, you might think it's minerals, you might think it's aerospace parts, but you'll be surprised to learn that one of Canada's fastest growing exports over the past few years, actually over the past 8 years of this Liberal government, is stolen vehicles. Now, this ongoing surge in auto thefts is a direct consequence of a weak justice system and the absence of proper law enforcement and a border that is so porous that the amount of vehicles getting through has reached over 100,000 vehicles in 2022 alone. In other words, it is a legacy of this Liberal government. Now, I'm proud to rise to speak on this issue and to put forward a common sense, conservative plan to deal with these auto thefts, because that's what the hardworking people of Sturgeon River Parkland and the hardworking people across this country deserve, is a real plan that will provide tangible results, that will put these repeat offenders behind bars and keep our vehicles in our driveways and off container ships going abroad. Now, this isn't just an issue of young kids taking a vehicle out for a joyride or stealing a vehicle just to make a few bucks. This is an industrial level organized crime problem that our country is facing. Let's go over some of the key facts that we're facing here. As we speak, on average, a vehicle is stolen every 6 minutes in Canada. So in the time that we've been debating here today, dozens of Canadians have had their vehicles stolen from their driveways and from their place of work. The trend is clear. Since 2018, when insurance paid out $400 million in stolen vehicle claims, this number has grown drastically. In 2021, it reached $700 million in claims. And in 2022, which is the latest year we have the insurance statistics on this, the insurance industry paid out an unprecedented $1.2 billion in insurance claims on stolen vehicles. Now, after 8 years of this government's soft on crime agenda, car thefts have tripled in Toronto, they've doubled in Montreal, and while big cities have seen the largest increases in recent years, this wave of crime is affecting all Canadians across the country, including those living in Western Canada and rural Canada, where stolen vehicles from farms are a common story that I hear. F-350s are vehicles that are often stolen. In fact, over the Christmas break, I woke up and it was only 7 in the morning. People were getting up, getting dressed, getting ready to go to work. And I looked out the window and I saw an F-350 parked outside my house, and there were people in hoodies trying to steal it. At 7 in the morning, kids are getting up and going to school and getting ready to go to school at that time in some of our rural communities, and there's people still out trying to steal those cars. It's shocking and it's unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, this is not just a temporary crime wave. This is a sophisticated level, industrial level organized crime operation that requires our immediate attention. Now, this isn't a new issue. This is an issue that we faced before in the early 1990s. Car thefts inspired many Hollywood-level movies like Fast and the Furious, Gone in 60 Seconds. But due to increased technologies, better law enforcement, and tougher sentences, we saw a significant decline in auto thefts. Now, I was actually pulling up the statistics on this, and it's very interesting. From 2004 going into 2015, the amount of auto thefts reported to police in Canada went down by 61%. What happened between 2004 and 2015? Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, we had a tough on crime Conservative government that put forward tangible measures that got tough on repeat offenders stealing vehicles with mandatory minimum sentences and with investments in law enforcement to crack down on crime. And that's a record I'm very proud of. And it's not a record that this government can say they replicate, because during the time that they've been in power, we've seen a tripling of stolen vehicles from Toronto, a doubling from Montreal, and an overall 34% increase across the country in stolen vehicles. The trend was broken by this Liberal government, and it's directly due to their policies, Mr. Speaker. Now, once a vehicle is stolen, it has become relatively easy to smuggle it out of the country. Now, the dedicated men and women of the CBSA are doing their very best, but they're facing a capacity problem with an estimated 5 CBSA agents at the Port of Montreal. You know, about a year ago, we had CBSA union officials come to the Public Safety Committee where they talked about some of the measures that they have in place so that people can report auto thefts and report suspicious activities at the port. It's the 21st century. It's 2024. You know what measures this government has at the ports so that people can report when they see suspicious threats? They have a hotline on the wall, a telephone in the wall, so that if people see something, they can pull it off the wall and call somebody to deal with something. It's 2024. We need new technologies. We need better technologies to ensure that we have the tools that we need to stop these containers with our vehicles leaving our ports. Now, once these stolen vehicles leave Canada, they're destined for markets far away, markets in Africa, markets in the Middle East. And as a result of our weak enforcement, Canada is becoming what some industry experts are calling a donor country for stolen vehicles. Usually it's a good thing to be a donor, but not in the case of when we're talking about our stolen vehicles. The revenue generated from this trade is being used to finance drug trafficking, illegal arms trafficking, human trafficking, and even terrorism. Now, just a couple of weeks ago, Italian authorities intercepted a vessel with 251 Canadian vehicles on it, stolen vehicles, bound for sale in the Middle East. Cars with Canadian license plates have been a common sight on the streets of Accra, the capital of Ghana. And in fact, the flood of Canadian stolen vehicles entering that country has led the Ghanaian government to ask the Canadian government, beg the Canadian government to do more to prevent our vehicles from leaving our country because it's affecting their domestic market. This isn't just a Canadian issue, this is becoming an international issue, an embarrassment for our country. It's not just a crime problem, it's also an economic problem. As I said earlier, $1.2 billion in insurance payouts made. You think the insurance companies are just going to eat that cost? That's increased premiums that Canadian families are paying, an estimated $500 in increased premiums. And when we're seeing reports come out of MMP talking about how many Canadians living paycheck to paycheck are less than $200 away from insolvency, who can afford $500 more for insurance premiums just to pay for the vehicle that people are taking to work? And it's not just people who are driving the Toyota Highlanders or the Lexuses or the other vehicles that are often being stolen. It's everyone paying for it. The costs are being distributed to everyone, no matter what vehicle they have. This is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, we know what the problem is. This government talks about having a summit, but the problem has been clear for years. The problem is a government whose soft on crime policies have unleashed a torrent of repeat violent offenders on our street. Repeat violent offenders. You might say, why is he calling them a violent offender? I saw a commentator, a left-wing commentator on Twitter, formerly X, formerly known as Twitter, online talking about how this is a victimless crime. Why are we putting people in jail for victimless crimes? This is not a victimless crime. In the few stories that I've seen where people have been stopped in stolen vehicles, you know what was the most often thing found and the most often charge that was accompanied with a stolen vehicle charge? Weapons possession, firearms possession, drug possession. There was a heroic job done by the RCMP just west of Stony Plain a few days ago. A stolen vehicle went through town. 5 people were in it. They deployed a tire device to pop the tires. And when they stopped the vehicle, they found methamphetamine, cocaine, loaded weapons. Now 5 people were charged. 2 of them were released. 2 out of the 5 people were released the very same day. This is unacceptable. These people don't carry guns because they're going out hunting. They don't carry drugs just 'cause. They're carrying these things because they intend to sell it, because they intend to commit violence if they are confronted. Since 2015, this crisis has come to a point where Canadians will no longer accept inaction from this Liberal government. They will no longer accept bills like Bill C-5 that give house arrest to people who are committing these crimes. Canadians will no longer accept a government that lets repeat offenders on the streets over and over again with bail, not jail, to victimize their families. And I know that under our Conservative government, we will bring in mandatory minimum sentences. We will provide the resources to law enforcement to get these criminals behind bars, to disrupt organized crime so that they're not sending our stolen vehicles abroad and using that money to finance terrorism, to finance firearms trafficking, which is being used to commit violence on our streets, to use drugs, which are victimizing families and addicts who need treatment. We will not accept this, Mr. Speaker, and that's our common sense plan, and we're going to do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member.
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate, the issue of auto theft, having worked for the public auto insurer in BC, but their statistics show, in fact, that auto thefts in BC are down quite substantially from where they were 5 years ago. I wonder if the member can reflect on what might be the cause there, because the same laws are in effect, the same, if you believe in catch and release, that's been in effect there too for actually quite a long time, even back in the Stephen Harper days. So what's different in BC, maybe in Manitoba and Saskatchewan, that isn't the same and in fact worse in all those other jurisdictions?
The honourable member Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, and I really do appreciate that question. And looking at the statistics, there's increases or decreases in different jurisdictions. You can cherry pick certain jurisdictions and say, this jurisdiction's seeing a lower rate, therefore our government's policies must be successful. But when we look at the aggregate across the country, there's been a 34% increase across the country. And this increase has been most stark in provinces like Ontario and Quebec. Why is the increase so stark in Ontario and Quebec? Because the Port of Montreal has become such a conduit for getting these stolen vehicles abroad. And it's because of this government, which has a responsibility for the ports, which has a responsibility to protect our borders, that we have seen the Port of Montreal become such a conduit for these stolen vehicles. And that is why we're seeing a commensurate increase in Ontario and Quebec. But this is not just an Ontario and Quebec issue. In Alberta, we've had stolen vehicles for many years. F-350s are being revinned and sent down to the United States. They're being sent to chop shops. This is a cross-Canada issue, and we can't neglect any part of the country with our response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Métis Avignon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my colleague knows the file well, and he's saying that these groups are using the money to fund other criminal activities. Could be terrorism, could be trafficking in human beings. Now, he says that the Conservative Party has a plan for auto theft and that they should be tougher on these criminals. But how can you go and find the leaders of these big networks of criminals? When we talk about auto theft, there are those who commit the theft, but there are often people who don't have criminal records and who help to traffic in these cars. So it's perhaps important to make some penalties stricter. But I'd like to know what his party would do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague, who I much appreciate being on the Public Safety Committee with on this issue. When we talk about, I found actually quite the opposite, is that oftentimes the people who are caught with these stolen vehicles do have very lengthy criminal records. In fact, some of them are even out on bail and are supposed to be on house arrest when they're conducting these crimes. So these are repeat offenders. But I do appreciate what the member is talking about. How do we go after the big guys? And these criminal organizations are very sophisticated. They use multiple middlemen to prevent the big players from being hit. We obviously have to go after some of the big players, but what we have to do is also remove their frontline soldiers off the streets. And by taking their frontline soldiers off the streets, it makes it harder for them to recruit new people to come out and commit these crimes. But we also have to stop the vehicles from leaving the ports in the first place. If we make it more difficult, because it's very easy today, to get these vehicles out of Canada, it's going to discourage criminals from engaging in this activity. It's going to discourage them from putting their immense resources to bear on getting these vehicles out of Canada. And so we need to be tough on the border. We need to get the people who are committing the crimes off the street so that we can protect our communities. Thank you.
Time for a quick exchange. Questions and comments? The member for Battle River Crowfoot. How would I forget that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the speech that my colleague from Alberta gave. I would ask specifically if he could comment on what seems to be the rapid increase of not being able to effectively catch those vehicles in the process of them being stolen. I know there's been some high-profile cases, and I've heard that this has been the case in Alberta as well, where somebody will put an air tag in a vehicle and be able to follow it, yet law enforcement don't seem to be able to either have the resources or be able to get those vehicles and caught before they are shipped overseas. If you could comment on that, please.
Sturgeon River Parkland, quickly.
Well, I actually did have a positive interaction, as much as it could be positive, with a stolen vehicle of mine. And there was a subscription that I had with the technology that allowed me to track the vehicle. And when I called the police, they were able to locate the vehicle fairly quickly. The vehicle was sent into a neighborhood to cool off so they could check if it was being tracked or not. So obviously the criminals are knowledgeable that this technology is being used. They're trying to rip out the electronics in the vehicles to prevent them from being used. But I think there is a technological solution that can really help here. And I think we need to not only get tough on the criminals, but we also have to make it clear that we need to use all the technological tools that we have available to tackle this very, very difficult issue. Thank you.
Reprise du débat. Continue.
Resuming debate.
Member for Flamborough-Glenbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so I want to start with a couple of headlines that dominated the radio, online and social media news in my home community this past weekend, which I think really underscore the debate we're having here today. Gun-wielding men forcefully entered Dundas home, stole 2 luxury cars, says Hamilton Police. Second headline, high-end vehicles stolen and targeted, home invasion in Hamilton, Ontario. And those are just a couple. So, Mr. Speaker, I actually used to live on the street where this particular crime took place on Friday night. 20 years ago, I lived there. It's a few houses down from where I used to live. And it was shocking to hear that this was taking place. In fact, my grandparents lived on that same street when I grew up. And I talked to one of the neighbors yesterday. People on Hopkins Court now live in fear. There were other vehicles at this particular targeted residence that the thieves did not get on Friday night, and they're fearful now that they'll be back because they were a target. And this is, as my colleagues have mentioned, a sophisticated gang operation that's taking place, an organized crime operation. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the crux of the problem. They will be back because federal enforcement and federal prevention actions are woefully inadequate. Less than 24 hours later, I received a text from my neighbor on an unrelated incident, but of similar concern. And he had a vehicle that was prowling around his workshop building and garage. And in fact, it had to go around a steel barrier through the grass and across the hill in order to get there. And so, alarmed by what he was seeing taking place in the middle of the night on Sunday night, early hours of Sunday morning, my neighbor followed this vehicle, was able to get some of the license plate number and report that to Hamilton Police. So, these are just 2 recent incidents in what is, of course, not isolated at all, but actually an epidemic. I've talked to a number of constituents who've been victims of vehicle theft. One couple was able to trace the vehicle stolen from their driveway in Waterdown, in fact, to Montreal, and this was the second vehicle that they had stolen from their driveway. And Waterdown's a bedroom community in the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area. And this couple will tell you that they actually walked by who they believe was the criminal responsible on the street of Montreal near the port, and eerily that individual gave them a knowing glance. And so, these are the incidents that we're hearing. And they also have heard as well that there are, as part of this organized crime network, groups that are paid thousands of dollars per night just to scope out and spot the vehicles and the driveways and the locations of where will be targets in the coming nights. So that's just to do the spotting, thousands of dollars. So we're talking millions of dollars in criminal activity. These truck and auto thefts aren't just in my community, but they're across the GTA. They've had a number of local headlines about this. They're across Niagara, across Waterloo region, across Southern Ontario, in fact, across the country. And we know that local law enforcement is hamstrung because they need the federal government to act. It's the criminal code, the RCMP, CBSA, and certainly federal ports that are all matters of federal jurisdiction. And in order to put the brakes on this auto theft being done by organized crime, we need the federal government to act. In fact, at Transport Committee, which I'm privileged to sit on, today we had a motion, conservative motion put forward to take a look specifically at what's going on in the Port of Montreal. And unfortunately that was voted down by the Liberals and NDP, the cover-up coalition working together, so they don't actually have any interest in getting to the bottom of this. Even if you're fortunate enough to not to have a vehicle stolen, it is costing all of us because we know that it's $1.2 billion in insurance payouts for the stolen vehicles. That is causing an increase in insurance premiums, up 25% in some cases in Ontario. These are brazen acts of theft and violence, and they're affecting people in our community. In 2022 alone, there was a staggering 9,600 automotive vehicles that were stolen from the GTA. But this leaves families traumatized, but also leaves them financially burdened. The impact goes far beyond the immediate victims. It undermines the fabric of our society. It's eroding the trust and confidence in our institutions, and it's contributing to a pervasive sense of insecurity. The repercussions are felt not only in the emotional toll that's extracted by individuals and families, but also in the economic consequences borne by our communities as a whole. One of the most concerning aspects of this crisis is the failure of federal ports to stem the tide of stolen vehicles on our shores. These cars and trucks, pilfered from the streets of the GTHA, are effortlessly smuggled onto containers, loaded onto trains, and shipped illegally out of the country, primarily via the Port of Montreal. And ironically, that port is in the backyard of the Minister of Transport. In December, I asked the CBSA via an order paper question how many vehicles they had intercepted at the Port of Montreal. And despite the exponential rise in auto thefts that we've seen, over 300% in the GTA since this government took office in 2015, the number of vehicles intercepted at the Port of Montreal remains stagnant year over year at somewhere between 1,000 and 1,100. And we know there's 105,000 vehicles stolen in Canada in the year. So we're talking less than 1% that is being retrieved. And we know the technology exists through X-ray scanners to scan more of those containers and actually track that down. However, there's just one scanner right now at the Port of Montreal, and it doesn't work half the time. So that's quite insufficient. And so when you've got, as my colleague mentioned, African countries begging the Government of Canada to take action on this issue, and it's not happening, that is cause for concern. And like so many things in Canada, it's something that shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be this way in Canada. So even when Canadians resort to practical measures like putting Apple AirTags in their vehicles, recovery is far from guaranteed. The railway agents often refuse to inspect the cargo that's already en route to the ports, and there's inadequate resources at those ports for that inspection. So we've got this highway that's facilitating this. And so the root cause of that is this soft on crime approach by the Liberal and NDP government that, with bills like C5 and C75 have emboldened criminals to be repeat offenders because they're often released on bail within hours of arrest, and they go on to commit further crimes. And even after being convicted, those individuals are often granted house arrest, which is really insufficient. So when we say enough is enough, and common sense conservatives, Mr. Speaker, are committed to really hitting the brakes on car theft and restoring that sense of community to a sense of security to our community. And so the leader of our party, the leader of the opposition, has put forward a common sense plan that includes a number of measures, including mandatory prison sentences, an end to house arrest for convicted car thieves, tougher sentencing for those that are gang related, that are involved in this, so that organized crime element, and of course jail, not bail, for repeat offenders and repeat violent offenders, as we saw in the examples I brought up from my community just this past weekend. In addition to that, we need to address what's happening at the ports. We need to have more CBSA officers. Right now there's only 5 in the Port of Montreal. We need to cut the waste on consultants at CBSA and invest into enforcement, invest into doing that at the port, but have more scanners that can actually address this issue. So there is some urgency now. Violent crime has been up across the country, and what the government has proposed is a summit. So again, we have more convening and less results. Common sense conservatives, of course, have a plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. And indeed, we're going to stop the crime, Mr. Speaker. We're going to slam the brakes on auto theft. We will restore law and order. We will bring home safer streets to Canadians from coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague across the way would agree with me that the leader of the Conservative Party made a big mistake when he actually slashed the funding to when the Conservatives slashed the funding to law enforcement agencies while he sat around the cabinet table. I'm wondering if he would indicate that the leader of the Conservative Party made a mistake by not supporting and cutting real jobs out of the Canada Border Control Agency. We're talking well over 1,000 jobs. Would he not agree that supporting additional funds, making sure that there's more people working in that area would have been better back then? Maybe some might suggest he was a part of the problem.
Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glenbrook.
Thank you to our friend from Winnipeg North for his always interesting questions and revisionist history. Look, at the crime was actually down during the previous Conservative government, and we've seen an exponential rise in the auto thefts in particular, but violent crimes up 39%. The highest murder rates in 30 years under the soft on crime policies of this government. And so we've seen this exponential rise in auto thefts impacting people in our community. Cars stolen at gunpoint. I mean, that's alarming in every sense. And so we're putting forward a very practical plan to actually get this issue resolved and not just words, talks, and summit amongst bureaucrats.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech. But I was really surprised to see the Liberals issue a press announcement talking about the huge increase in car theft since they were elected in 2015. And it's interesting that they did nothing about the problem other than make it worse with C-75 and C-5 until we started raising the issue. And now their answer is a meeting. Would the member agree that that's simply not enough?
The Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glenbrook.
Thank you to my friend from Sarnia-Lambton, also a border community that sees a lot of this criminal activity that's happening across the border. And she's exactly right. It was actually hilarious. The government press release announced the increase that we've seen. 300% in the Greater Toronto Area, over 100% in Ottawa and Montreal. And we've been talking about this for some time. I've certainly been hearing about it from constituents the entire 2 years that I've been a member of this place, and we've been raising that. I certainly put, as I mentioned before, an order paper question to ask specific numbers of what was being checked at the Port of Montreal, and clearly that was insufficient. We raised this as a motion at Transport Committee today, voted down by the Cover-Up Coalition, and so, yeah, more talk by politicians and bureaucrats, more hot air is not going to solve this problem. Action is.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, and what a great answer from my colleague. Now, I understand that our leader is visiting the Port of Montreal because apparently when it comes to cars that have trackers on them, they can tell that they've gone to the Port of Montreal almost overnight and are shipped away to foreign countries. And clearly we need more resources there to detect and to retrieve these cars. Would the member like to elaborate?
Honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Sure, and you know, I'll admit that I wasn't aware what Apple tracking devices were until my wife introduced them. We've used them in our luggage and tracked down a luggage lost at going through airports in Canada. Another federal transport issue, of course. But we've seen, and I've spoken to constituents who have used those trackers and seen the trend, the movement of their stolen vehicle from their driveway to Montreal and out of the Port of Montreal. And we know that that is the source of the problem, which is why our leader is there. And he's made some very specific recommendations about enforcement through the CBSA, cutting the consultants and the waste so we can put more resources into that, and the use of the scanners, the technology. So one scanner exists right now at the Port of Montreal. It doesn't work half the time. We need dozens of scanners, not just one.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General. 7 minutes or so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to speak on this very important issue. Auto theft is a critical one that is impacting Canadians. As a GTA resident, as a GTA member of Parliament, I've heard from my constituents, friends and neighbours about fear of theft and increased risk in their communities. I can assure each and every one of those individuals right across the country that I take these concerns very seriously, and I'm determined to address this problem alongside the Minister of Public Safety, the Minister of Transport, and other colleagues. What is certainly not helpful, Mr. Speaker, is spreading disinformation and stoking fear, even in this very chamber. It is disappointing, but in fact unsurprising, that the Leader of the Opposition and his colleagues across the way have taken this very tactic. To start, let's discuss what we've actually done to address the issue of auto theft on this side of the House. En décembre, nous avons renforcé le
We now have funding to fight organized crime. Last week, we increased our efforts in order to fight guns, firearms.
Funding that on the night of a marathon vote initiated by the opposition, the Leader of the Opposition in his infinite wisdom returned to cast a direct vote against guns and gangs funding. So let the record be clear about which side of the House is actually supporting guns and gangs funding to keep our communities safe.
I was delighted to be at the side of the Minister of Public Safety and Premier Doug Ford and others who are contributing to fight auto theft. And this was a week ago in the GTA. Further, we are working with provinces, insurers, car manufacturers, and other key stakeholders to come up with a coordinated approach to fight auto theft. And there will be a meeting this Thursday.
Videos, Mr. Speaker, as a result of a news release by our government that they decided to read, and they repeat childish slogans, Mr. Speaker. We have a plan to keep communities safe. I want to point out that the very bill the Leader of the Opposition has weaponized on this issue, a bill I was pleased to work on as the Parliamentary Secretary at the time to the then Minister of Justice, a bill called Bill C-75, actually raised the maximum penalty on summary conviction for motor vehicle theft from 18 months to 2 years. So let that sink in, Mr. Speaker, and for everyone who's watching right now. Either the Leader of the Opposition doesn't understand the criminal code, or he's purposely misleading Canadians. Either way, his objective is to repeal Bill C-75 and therefore lower the maximum penalty for motor vehicle theft. If it sounds a bit illogical, Mr. Speaker, that's because it is. Additionally, a pillar of his so-called plan, Mr. Speaker, is to add an aggravating factor on sentencing to this issue. Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday in the House, and as I'll repeat today, the criminal code actually already includes this provision. 718.2 sub A sub 4 specifies as an aggravating factor allowing for a more increased sentence an involvement with organized crime. Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Mr. Speaker, this is a critical measure. We know that the majority of auto thefts are not one-off crimes committed by first-time offenders. Auto theft is most often coordinated through an operation of organized crime networks. What are we doing with respect to those organized crime networks, Mr. Speaker? We're cracking down, as the police have asked us to, on organized crime and the financing of organized crime. How are we doing that, Mr. Speaker? We've got the Fall Economic Statement being debated in this very House. It's a bill called C-59. That bill contains provisions to crack down on money laundering, to stop the organized criminals that are making our communities unsafe. What has the Leader of the Opposition done in his infinite wisdom? He's directed every one of his Conservative colleagues to vote against that measure, to vote against measures that will keep our communities safe, and to basically empower organized criminals. Illogical? Yes, Mr. Speaker, very illogical. In a video posted just this morning, the Leader of the Opposition threw the CBSA under the bus for failing to solve the issue of auto theft. What he conveniently failed to mention in a very polished video, very professionally done, is that under his watch, when he was part of the Conservative government at the cabinet table, they cut 1,000 jobs from the CBSA. If one of the problems with this, which we will be discussing at the Auto Summit, is border security, I'm not sure how you keep the border safe when you're cutting employees from working at the border. Illogical, Mr. Speaker? Indeed, very illogical. In addition, the Conservatives routinely vote against bolstering CBSA funding. They talk out of both sides of their mouths on this issue. Canadians watching right now deserve a heck of a lot better, Mr. Speaker. Je suis toujours ouvert au...
I will always welcome any good faith suggestions about changing the criminal code. But we have to be serious in working to make our streets safer. I hope
members of the official opposition is any sort of leadership on this issue. Instead, I'm dealt with. I see trifling slogans, and I see redundant suggestions about how to amend the criminal code with provisions that are already there. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve a lot better from that opposition. Merci beaucoup.
When the honourable member comes back, hopefully he'll come back. He's got 4 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in his time. Statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer my congratulations to Michelle O'Neill of Sinn Féin, who became the first Minister of Northern Ireland last Saturday. This historic first and a groundbreaking milestone was once thought to be beyond of the realm of possibility. Sinn Féin's evolution from the political wing of the Irish Republican Army to becoming the leading political party in Northern Ireland's 2022 elections underscores the dynamic shift in the political landscape. It's a testament to the enduring impact of the 1998 Good Friday Agreement. This also brings Sinn Féin's long-cherished vision of a united Ireland closer to reality. This showcases the potential for unity and positive change within a historically divided community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, with an ever-increasing number of Canadians struggling with mental illness, we need a government that will listen to mental health advocates and professionals. Common sense Conservatives believe that those who are struggling with mental health deserve support and treatment, not despair and death. We know recovery is possible. If the government moves forward with legislation that allows MAID for mental health illness as the only underlying condition, the result will be the deaths of people who could have gotten better. Assisted death is not health care. Far too many Canadians are falling prey to MAID because of the growing poverty and homelessness in our country. Every day we hear of more Canadians caught in this cycle who feel their only escape is assisted death. Canada must do better. Canadians deserve a government that will offer solutions instead of assisted death. Conservatives stand on the side of the most vulnerable Canadians and their loved ones.
L'honorable député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce West.
The honourable member for NDG Westmount.
The Honourable Member for NDG Westmount. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Dr. David Mulder, who recently retired after a career of more than 60 years.
To Montreal from Saskatchewan in 1963 to complete his medical training. He joined the Montreal Canadiens organization, earning $10 a game. He went on to become the team physician, treating countless players from Jean Béliveau to Saku Koivu, even my own dad. Served in many capacities, including Surgeon-in-Chief of the Montreal General Hospital and Chair of the Department of Surgery at the McGill University Hospital Centre. Le Centre de Traumatologie du CUSM est nommé.
And McGill University's Hospital's Trauma Center is named in his honor, a testament to his outstanding leadership in trauma care as a surgeon and educator.
Endlessly generous with his time. Our city, our healthcare institutions, and of course our beloved Habs benefited from his renowned skill and devotion to his patients. Dr. Mulder occupe une place importante dans...
He holds an important spot in the history of McGill University Health Center and the Montreal Canadiens. Thank you for everything you've done.
Honorable député de Longueuil, Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Lors de mon lancement. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. On Friday, I started the celebrations for Black History Month, and the community of Longueuil has shown its great vitality in African and Antillean culture, right in the middle of the Quebec winter. It was quite the party. We drank bissap, a drink that is drunk throughout Western Africa, prepared by one of my constituents from Côte d'Ivoire. Then there was music from Tamara Choufrin, a Haitian singer, as well as another musician from Cameroon. The music was incredible. We also saw some beautiful art from Paola Trenou, Espérance Koumabang, and Ghislain Onguedou from Togo, Chad, and Cameroon in their roots, as well as the incredible food prepared by Alvin Saint-Marguerite Nougola and Jolan Petipa from Cameroon. And thank you, Joseph de Tasso, and happy Black History Month for everyone.
Joyeux mois de l'histoire des Noirs. L'honorable député d'Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is essential to recognize the importance of supporting our dairy producers. That is not just important for the economy, but also for our cultural heritage and for our nation's food security. Our dairy producers' hard work not only means that we have quality products, but also help maintain our traditions and identity. This is an era of globalization and rapid change, and we need to protect and support our dairy producers, as well as their association. They are the stewards of our agricultural heritage and our future. We must invest and support their sustainability, because that will not only preserve a vital industry, but also strengthen the relationships that bring together our communities. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, last September, a former SS soldier was shamefully honored in this House during the address of the President of Ukraine. The Prime Minister claimed he had no idea that this individual had been invited, even though it happened at his event organized by his office. Instead of taking responsibility, he threw the now former Speaker under the bus. But we now know that the same SS soldier was invited by the Prime Minister to his exclusive reception with the President of Ukraine. This completely shatters the Prime Minister's claim that he had no idea and that his office was not involved. The Prime Minister knew all along, and he hid the truth from Canadians. This Prime Minister is responsible, and he must be held accountable for this shameful affair.
The Honourable Member from Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand in the House today to emphasize the crucial importance of Canada's unwavering support for Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression. This month, we approach the second-year anniversary of Russia's invasion to Ukraine. 2 years where the values that we all hold dear, freedom and democracy, continue to be threatened. The people of Ukraine have the right to their sovereignty and territorial integrity, and to live free and without fear. Canada's continued commitment and support goes beyond politics. It is about being there for people in their most challenging moments. This House will be voting on the modernized free trade agreement with Ukraine today, and I am urging the honourable members to put politics aside and support Bill C-57. Let us renew our pledge to stand united in supporting Ukraine's resilience and championing the principles that bind us all together as a global community. Thank you.
The honourable member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
If you're not outraged, you're not paying attention. Rick Howe, Nova Scotian broadcasting legend, the voice of Nova Scotia, has passed away at the age of 69. Rick was funny, energetic, outspoken, entertaining, kind, and brutally honest. It was clear that he loved the medium of radio so much, and in turn, Nova Scotians loved him, tuning in for almost 50 years at the same bat time, same bat channel. Rick got his radio start in rural New Brunswick, but it was his gig with CJCH Halifax that truly launched his career. This is where he became the host of The Hotline and became the most recognizable voice in Nova Scotian radio. Before his retirement, he ended his career hosting The Rick Howe Show on 95.7, now known as City News. Rick was also an author of several books. His search for truths and for good local stories shaped his career. To Yvonne and family, thank you for sharing him with us. Rick Howe leaves a legacy in Nova Scotia that we could never forget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of the Liberal NDP costly coalition, Canadians are struggling to pay their rent, buy groceries, and heat their homes. On April 1st, this Liberal NDP government will quadruple the carbon tax, further driving up the cost of living and making the lives of all Canadians more expensive. New data shows that after 8 years, violent crime has increased by 39%, homicides by 43%, gang murders have more than doubled, and violent gun crime has increased year over year. A common-sense Conservative government will ensure that repeat violent offenders remain behind bars while awaiting trial, and we will bring back mandatory jail time for serious violent crimes. Right. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we want to axe the carbon tax, build homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime with jail, not bail. Mr. Speaker, let's bring it home.
Here, here. Bring it home.
Then I have député de London West, the honourable member from London West.
Happy Black History Month, Mr. Speaker. Storytelling is one of the tools used by Black communities to pass down our ancestors' experiences, the struggles, the successes, and the values that are important and worth keeping. So allow me to share the story of 800 Black families that lived in Strathcona, BC in the 1900s, the center of Black families that was later displaced by the City of Vancouver through the patterns of segregation, but today has secured a land trust agreement that allows them to rebuild on what was lost. Or Africville, Nova Scotia, where members of the Black community were displaced in the same manner, and the last home destroyed in 1970, but today this story is shared in the Africville Museum for visitors around the world to learn about past Black history in Nova Scotia. Africville and the Black community in Strathcona are some of the examples of the long history of racism and discrimination in Canada. And so when we celebrate the strides of the Black Canadians, it's important to remember why. So take pride in celebrating the barriers that we are breaking as a government. Martin Luther King said that we must learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools. Black history is Canadian history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Happy Black History Month. The honourable member from Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal government is just not worth the cost. And after 8 years, Canadian businesses are struggling to survive. The latest report from the Office of the Superintendent of Bankruptcy alarmingly revealed that business insolvencies increased by 41.4% in 2023 compared to 2022. It's no surprise Liberal policies have attacked small businesses since they entered office. Small businesses are drowning in debt, red tape, high taxes, high rent, and they are struggling to stay afloat. Statistics Canada continues to report that more businesses are closing their doors than are opening. While the Liberal negligence has made life more expensive, Conservatives will continue to propose common-sense solutions that provide relief to small businesses without driving excessive inflation. Let's bring it home.
The honourable member from Portage Lisgar.
This NDP Liberal government is in denial. We are in a cost of living crisis, yet they have no shame once again hiking the carbon tax on April 1st. They don't care about the 2 million Canadians who regularly use food banks. They don't care about the 50% of families who are $200 away from insolvency. And they really don't care about forcing farmers who feed us to pay thousands of dollars in carbon taxes. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, it has never been more expensive to eat, heat, and put a roof over your head. Right. The worst part is that even the Liberals now acknowledge that their costly carbon tax serves little purpose. By their own admission, they don't track the amount of emissions reduced by the carbon tax, proving once again that this is a tax plan, not an environmental plan. Right. It's time for this costly coalition to rediscover reality. People are hurting. People are struggling, and they cannot afford more tax grabs. Conservatives will keep fighting to axe the tax on everything, for everyone, and for good.
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week is Suicide Prevention Week in Quebec. It's a time to remember those who tragically took their own lives, and especially to remember the importance of being able to quickly access hotlines. This year's campaign encourages people to dare to talk about suicide despite fears or discomfort. Canadians need to be able to quickly access suicide prevention services. They need to be able to trust that they are not alone and that help is available. In Sherbrooke, the GEVI team is always there. If you are thinking about suicide, or if you fear that a loved one is facing suicidal ideation, you can call or text 988 anytime, 24/7, and receive bilingual support. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Before I recognize the next member, I'm going to ask members if they could please keep their conversations down so that the Speaker can clearly hear the statements that the members are making. The Honourable Member from Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith on Vancouver Island is surrounded by marine-sensitive ecosystems, including ancient clam beds, southern residential killer whales, and wild Pacific salmon. As waters continue to warm, our oceans and coastal communities need all the help they can get. Despite this, consecutive Conservative and Liberal governments have left derelict and abandoned vessels to sink, polluting oil, fuel, plastics, and more into our waters. The impacts are detrimental to food security, wildlife, public safety, navigation, and local economies. Still, these vessel graveyards are increasing at a rapid pace. We know that local organizations, First Nations, and more are eager to do the work. They just need a federal partner. It is time that we see this government move forward with a real plan to prevent and remove these vessels from our waters and support my bill C-3444 to finally clean up this mess.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I rise to mention the presence today of our dairy producers, especially those from Quebec, who are on the Hill today to meet with parliamentarians. These dairy producers are proud to offer their excellent products at a stable and reasonable price. That is why they're asking for support for Bill C-282 in order to ensure that supply management will remain stable and sustainable. They hope that the Senate will quickly pass the bill. By defending our supply management system, we will be protecting our human-scale regional agricultural system, as well as our national food security. And that will also enable our producers to invest in R&D and in constantly improve their productivity and the quality of their products while reducing their environmental footprint. Thank you for getting up every day to make sure that we have quality dairy products. We always enjoy your delicious products.
The Honourable Member from Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, car thefts are up 34% across Canada, and a vehicle is stolen every 6 minutes. According to the Liberals government's own news release, auto theft in Toronto is up 300% since 2015, and Statistics Canada data shows auto theft is up 216% across the entire GTA since 2015. And what happened in 2015? this Prime Minister happened. After 8 years in power, this government has not done a single thing to crack down on car theft. In fact, they've made life easier for the criminals who steal the cars from hardworking Canadians and the overseas organized crime syndicates that profit from their actions. Thanks to this Liberal government's catch-and-release policies, these career car thieves face zero repercussions. The Prime Minister has caused this auto theft crisis to happen under his watch. Ports are federal, the RCMP is federal, the CBSA is federal, the Criminal Code is federal. The Prime Minister is responsible for this crisis, and he is just not worth the cost. Only a Conservative government will stop the crime, protect your property, and bring home safety.
The honourable member from Sault Ste. Marie.
Speaker, it gives me great pleasure today to rise to acknowledge 30 naval and officer cadets from the world-renowned Royal Military College of Canada who have come to Ottawa today. The delegation is led by one of my best friends, a veteran of the war in Afghanistan and professor at the RMC, Dr. Donald McFarling. Throughout the day, these fine cadets have met with government and official members. They've met with the Minister of National Defense. They've met with astronauts, and I believe they've also met with you, sir. They came to the capital to gain a deeper appreciation of the role of their representatives and the government that they have sworn to protect. These cadets have made a commitment to serve the country and live by the Royal Military College motto, truth, duty, and valor. They rise early, study hard, and train even harder because in a few short years, many will be sent to foreign shores to represent Canada and enact the decisions that we make in this very House. Speaker, we will owe them all a debt of gratitude. Today, I ask my colleagues to acknowledge these great people.
I would like to remind the member from Sault Ste. Marie, who is an experienced member, of course, that there is not a recognition from the floor of the House of Commons. It comes through the chair after, and make sure that it follows the procedures which have been clearly established in this place. Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The previous common sense Conservative government succeeded in cutting in half the amount of cars stolen, all while bringing down the cost of bureaucracy. This Prime Minister, though, is not worth the cost, nor is he worth the crime, nor is he worth the cost of the crime after 8 years. He has made bureaucracy balloon. Meanwhile, the Canada Border Services Agency are only inspecting 1% of containers. Will he follow my common sense plan to reduce bureaucracy and consultancy fees and to have more Border Services agents and scanners? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, organized crime is involved in car theft in Canada. That's why we gave Ontario $121,000 to fight organized crime and car theft. The Conservative Party, though, voted against giving that money to Ontario. We are fighting money laundering as well. The Conservative Party is going to vote against that. Canadians are wondering why that party leader is defending organized crime rather than fighting car theft. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has made Canada the capital of organized crime and money laundering. And yes, it's true that he is spending a lot more money. The money he's spending is making bureaucracy explode and balloon. And this is for managers who cannot manage what they're responsible for. My common sense plan is to fire consultants and invest in Border Services agents and scanners to properly scan all containers leaving Canada in order to stop car theft. Will he follow my common sense plan? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, here's the reality. When we formed government in 2015, we had to undo the firing of thousands of Border Services agents that the Harper government cut. We had to rehire them. He is always suggesting cuts. Meanwhile, we are investing to fight money laundering, to fight organized crime. The Conservative Party seems to vote against all these initiatives.
The opposition.
What we cut was auto theft. We cut auto theft by 50% under the previous common sense Conservative government. And he's right. We did it at a lower cost to taxpayers. And he's also right that he reversed our reduction in auto theft because it has exploded by 32% since he took office, just as the bureaucracy has exploded. He has not put it into frontline officers. In fact, at the Port of Montreal, there's only 5 of them to inspect 500,000 containers, only 1% of which get inspected. Why won't he cut the high-priced consultants and bureaucrats and get boots on the ground?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It would be more credible what the Leader of the Opposition was saying if he hadn't voted against sending $121 million to the province of Ontario to fight against organized crime and car theft. If he hadn't announced that he's voting against our fight against money laundering. Mr. Speaker, he still has time to change his perspectives and get behind our initiatives to fight organized crime, to fight auto theft, and to stand up for Canadians. He cut thousands of jobs under his previous government from border services. We've invested in them, and we will continue to.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I'll say it softly and slowly so the Prime Minister can understand. We cut auto theft by 50%, by half. Yes, while reducing the cost of the bureaucracy. And yes, we're voting against him putting hundreds of millions of dollars more into high-priced consultants and back-office bureaucrats that don't stop crime. My common sense plan will scan every container going out of the 4 biggest ports and put 75 border agents to do the inspections on the ground. Why can't we have more boots on the ground and fewer bureaucrats in offices?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, again, he talks about boots on the ground, but the government he was part of, that he's taking credit for now, actually cut thousands of jobs of boots on the ground at the Canada Border Services Agency. We've continued to step up to support Canadians. They like to mention C5. It is a bill that kept mandatory minimum penalties for car thefts on the books. They mention C75, which is a bill that raised maximum penalties on car theft. We're going to continue to invest in fighting money laundering, and we hope, and organized crime, and we hope that the Conservatives change their mind and vote with us to crack down on organized crime.
Again, I'm going to ask all members, please, to restrain themselves as they can listen to the questions and to the answers. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He's hiked the cost, he's hiked the crime, he's not worth the cost, and he's not worth the crime after 8 years. He's also not worth the hypocrisy. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been claiming for months that he had no involvement in or knowledge of the invitation of a former Nazi soldier to the visit of the Ukrainian president. Now we know that he personally invited that same individual. He actually said the opposite. And he said that the former speaker had to resign over doing the exact same thing. So will he hold himself to the very same standard and admit that he's not fit for office?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The attacks that the Leader of the Opposition is choosing to make against the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress demonstrates the extent to which this Conservative Party no longer stands with Ukraine. They have an opportunity in just a few minutes, Mr. Speaker, to stand and vote in favor of a free trade deal that Volodymyr Zelensky himself is asking this House to pass, and he is choosing to not stand with Ukraine, not stand with Ukrainians, and not stand with Ukrainian Canadians. Why are they abandoning Ukraine?
Order. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Yesterday, the Bloc Québécois tabled its bill to remove the religious exemption, which allows one to be hateful using religion as an excuse. Violent people have used the excuse of religion recently in order to support a terrorist organization. This time, though, will the Prime Minister vote to eliminate this religious exemption when it comes to hate speech and incitement to violence? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I fully agree with my honourable colleague. I agree that hatred and glorification of violence are totally unacceptable. The Minister of Public Safety is in constant communication with the RCMP. Local law enforcement will not hesitate to take action if necessary. Canada is a country governed by the rule of law and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We, as Canadians, need to stand united against hatred, no matter what form that hatred takes. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. In order for law enforcement to act, they need to be enabled to do so by law. Last time, the Prime Minister denied it, sent the issue back under the rug, said that freedom of expression is an important freedom, as he just did. But this religious exemption, though, we have sought to fight it in a bill to criminalize hate speech. But it's not a crime currently because people can use religion as an excuse. Will the Prime Minister support our initiative? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in Canada, all forms of hatred and glorification of violence are unacceptable. Our law enforcement agencies and our legal system are working very hard to, in fact, eliminate hate speech and glorification of violence. We recognize how important it is to defend the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the rights of all Canadians. We do not stand for hate speech or glorification of violence. That is always unacceptable.
South. The Liberal government, the Prime Minister promised to tax the excess profits of corporate grocery stores if they fail to stabilize grocery prices. Well, they failed to stabilize prices, and the Liberals again broke their promise. The Liberals announced instead another study on food prices. Canadians don't need another study to know that they're being gouged by corporate greed. It turns out we've learned the Liberal housing minister received thousands of dollars in donations from none other than the Sobeys family. Is that why they're protecting their wealthy friends?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, more competition means lower prices, more choice, and more innovative products and services for Canadians. Our government has just passed new legislation that empowers the Competition Bureau to hold grocers accountable and prioritize consumers' interests. The fall economic statement also cracks down on predatory pricing, and I urge all parties to vote in favour of that. Canadians are watching and counting on each and every single one of us in this House of Commons to keep supporting them.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Today, the Liberals bragged about announcing another study of grocery prices. Canadians don't need another study. Canadians need prices to go down. The minister promised to tax excess profits, but the minister broke their promise. The housing minister received thousands of dollars in donations from the Sobeys family. Is the minister breaking the promise in order to make the IGA CEO happy? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, when there is more competition, Canadians have access to lower prices, more choices, and more innovative products and services. Our government just adopted an act so that the Competition Bureau can demand that grocers and grocery chains give them information and protect the interests of consumers. We are fighting against excessive and abusive prices, and I encourage all members of this House to support our legislation. Canadians are watching us. They are counting on the support of every member of Parliament here in this House of Commons.
Hill.
After months of feigned outrage and apologies on behalf of everyone else, a new report by the Globe and Mail shows that the Prime Minister's office invited a Nazi to his diplomatic reception in Toronto. He blamed the Speaker, saying that he acted alone. He's saying he had no idea about any of it. He called for him to take responsibility. He watched him resign, and yesterday he tried to blame the Ukrainian Congress. After all of the embarrassment all over the world, why is he above the rules that he applies to everyone else?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what we're talking about is some name that came from a community organization. Obviously, the Prime Minister had no knowledge of this, but here we know what is happening over here. We are voting today at third reading on the Canada-Ukraine free trade arrangements. Mr. Zelensky stood there and asked us to pass this. Their opposition to this bill is a moral failing of historic proportions in response to an effort to support our friends in Ukraine and repel the Russian invaders.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
What an embarrassment it must be for the House Leader to have to clean up the Prime Minister's mess every day. The invitation had the Prime Minister's name on it. It came from him, and for months he said only the Speaker invited him. It turned out not to be true. His own House Leader said that the invitation merited a Speaker's resignation. The Speaker resigned because of him, and all of them watched him do it. So will the Prime Minister be subject to the rules that he imposes on everyone else?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Again, Mr. Speaker, another small conflagration to mask their larger historical moral failing of not supporting the people and the armed forces of Ukraine and the President of Ukraine, who stood in this very chamber not months ago and asked us to support the Canada-Ukraine free trade arrangements. Then they voted against Operation Unifier and support for our troops that once again supports Ukraine. What is next, Mr. Speaker, and why will they not stop trying to hide their moral failings?
Shameful.
There are several experienced members of this House who do know that their time to speak will be recognized by the chair when they are supposed to speak. Otherwise, I ask you, please, to allow questions and to allow answers to be given so that the Speaker can hear it and so can anybody else who's participating here. The Honourable Member from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that was a shameful answer from that member, Mr. Speaker. Another day, another international embarrassment. After months of denials and throwing the former Speaker under the bus, now we learn that it was the Prime Minister who invited a Nazi to a reception with President Zelensky. He forced the Speaker to resign, to take the fall, so he could avoid responsibility and cling to power. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, he is not worth the cost to Canada's reputation. Why did the Prime Minister invite a Nazi to a reception with the Ukrainian Prime Minister?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The community event was held with the President of Ukraine, to which over 1,000 people were invited. In fact, some Conservatives were invited to that, Mr. Speaker. But we're not talking about any of that today because they care about this. They're pretending to care about this. This is fake outrage. Why? Because today we are voting on trade arrangements with one of our closest allies, the people in the country of Ukraine, who are repelling as we speak and dying against Russian invaders. This is a moral failing of historic proportions, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The Prime Minister just keeps misleading this House. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister told this House on September 27th that he had no idea that a former Nazi would be involved in the events surrounding President Zelensky's visit. But now we know that the Prime Minister had personally invited that Nazi to his private reception in Toronto. He said that the Speaker of the House should resign for inviting a former Nazi to the House of Commons. After 8 years, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's relationship with the truth is pretty skewed. Will the Prime Minister apply that same standard to himself and ask himself to resign? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are talking about this. Why are we talking about this in the House today? It's because they are about to vote against a historic agreement between Canada and Ukraine at a time when both countries want to strengthen each other and strengthen their trade ties. We want to support them to get Russians out of their native land. This is a moral failure from the Conservatives, but they're trying to hide their moral failure when it comes to supporting Ukraine by bringing up this new issue. So will they stop their moral failings and vote in favor?
From Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, there's been a breakdown in law and order in this country. Over the last 8 years, auto thefts are up 34%, violent crime 39%. Canada has become a foreign interference playground for the PRC, for Iran, and for Russia. And behind all of this is organized crime, money laundering, and terrorist financing. In fact, in a U.S. indictment unsealed last week, Iran hired 2 Hells Angels members in British Columbia as assassins. When is this government going to get serious about crime in this country and start protecting Canadian citizens?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
Mr. Speaker, I've got a lot of respect for the member for Wellington Halton Hills, but I ask him to reflect seriously on the vote he's going to cast on the Fall Economic Statement. The Fall Economic Statement deals directly with the money laundering that is fueling organized crime. We know that auto theft and so many other crimes right now are being committed and orchestrated by organized criminals. We have the ability to get tough on their financing structures and break down those organizations. That member hopefully has the rectitude to address that issue and vote against his leader's instructions and vote in favor of the Fall Economic Statement.
The Honourable Member from Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-59 will do little to combat the problem of organized crime and money laundering in this country, which the government's own estimate says are $133 billion a year, equal to 5% of GDP. This government has ignored numerous reports and protected lawyers from money laundering and terrorist financing law and failed to crack down on Canada's big banks and their funneling of money laundering and terrorist financing through our financial system. So when is the government going to subject lawyers to federal law and start cracking down on our big banks and the gobs of money laundering going through our financial system?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
Mr. Speaker, again, I would ask that member to use the reason for which he is known in this chamber and reason and think about the votes that he is being asked to cast and the votes that he has already casted. What am I talking about, Mr. Speaker? We know that from police forces around this country, they are asking for resources. We've dedicated resources to guns and gangs, $121 million last week. Yet that member, under the guidance of his leader, was instructed to vote on an all-night voting session against guns and gangs funding. That is not becoming of that member nor of that caucus.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the 3 Federalist parties voted against requiring bilingualism for commissioners reviewing miscarriages of justice. The Liberal Parliamentary Secretary and the NDP justified abandoning bilingualism because it would hinder the hiring of unilingual francophone commissioners. Oh, come on. Unilingual francophones have never benefited from bilingualism taking a back seat. Believe me, Mr. Speaker, are these parties really trying to tell us that it's impossible to find 9 bilingual and competent jurists among 40 million Canadians? The Honourable Justice Minister and Attorney General of Canada. Mr. Speaker, judges in Canada are incredibly important. The work that they do is extraordinarily important. Requiring bilingualism is a priority, not just for judges in Quebec, but for judges everywhere in Canada. When we took office in 2015, we reviewed the process of appointing judges, and we made bilingualism a priority for us in assessing candidates. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, the parliamentary secretary is clearly not following the minister's instructions. Another excuse for abandoning bilingualism, apparently it's too expensive, it seems. Yesterday, Radio-Canada revealed that it had obtained a copy of a letter from the Privy Council stating that it would take years and cost a lot of money to translate the documents submitted to the Rouleau Commission. Radio-Canada revealed that even the production of an index would be very expensive. So this raises three questions. First, how much is bilingualism worth? Second, how much is Canada prepared to pay for it? And third, above all, have you ever heard anyone here complain about the cost of translating from French into English? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, first, I wish to thank my colleague for his question. I acknowledge that Francophones and Francophiles across the country are feeling frustrated about this. A final report of 2,000 pages may not be able to be translated because the Commission received 200,000 documents. So that's hard to translate, but it doesn't necessarily make the situation acceptable. So we need to learn a lesson from this and do better in the future. The Honourable Member for Pointe-de-L'Île. What we are witnessing here is a trend towards erasing Francophones from Canada. We see it in the justice system, as my colleague pointed out. We also see this in appointments, like the appointment of Governor-General Mary Simon. We are witnessing this also at major events, like the Hockey All-Star Game and the Grey Cup. I appeal to all other parties. If they are incapable of fighting the erasing of Francophones, if they tolerate and even promote excuses to abandon bilingualism and the French language, what choice do they leave Quebecers but to become independent? The Honourable Minister of Employment and Workforce Development. Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Employment and Labour Force Development. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that on this Tuesday, the Bloc's looking for a language-related fight. But you know, Mr. Speaker, when I arrived at the Saint Jean campus in Alberta in 1988, I could not speak French, and now I'm Minister for Languages in both official languages. Because I learned French, and I'm here for French, and I'm the proof that bilingualism is working very well in Canada. Order, please.
I'm certain we all want to hear the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member from Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of soft on crime policies, this Prime Minister has created the auto theft crisis. According to the Liberal government's own news release, in New Brunswick, car thefts have spiked by 120%. It's time to stop the crime. Will the Prime Minister reverse his soft on crime, catch and release policies that have caused the auto theft crisis?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government obviously takes the increase in auto theft extremely seriously. That's why we have invested in a very significant way in the Border Services Agency and the RCMP to work on organized crime. Mr. Speaker, when we formed the government, we found out the Conservatives had cut 1,000 officers from Border Services. That's a lot. And half of the Border Services officers that work on criminal intelligence to interdict the export of, for example, stolen vehicles. Good news, we reversed those cuts. We've invested more, and we're going to continue to do more to deal with this issue.
The Honourable Member from Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the results are in after 8 years. There were 5 agents working at one port, 5 people. This Liberal government has let organized crime run rampant in Canada. The Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the crime. His reckless policies have caused an explosion in car thefts. He's responsible for the ports. He's responsible for the RCMP and the Criminal Code. These are federal responsibilities. Car thefts have spiked 190% in Moncton, 93% in St. John, will this Prime Minister finally reverse his soft-on-crime catch-and-release policies?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure my colleague from Miramichi that what this government will continue to do is crack down on auto theft and organized crime. So they like fancy slogans where they make up little catch and release. He's from Miramichi, New Brunswick, Mr. Speaker. He knows that applies to salmon angling, not serious criminals. So just because he repeats the silly phrase doesn't make it true, Mr. Speaker. Our government will do what's necessary with provincial partners, local police, to crack down on this. We've invested in the CBSA and the RCMP, and we'll continue to do more.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister and this government, car theft has doubled in Montreal. The Canada Border Services Agency is tasked with monitoring our borders, but at the Port of Montreal, there are only 5 CBSA agents to inspect the huge amount of containers going from that port abroad. We want 75 agents hired. That's what the Leader of the Opposition has suggested. Will the Prime Minister listen to these suggestions? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, at our meeting on Thursday with the Montreal Chief of Police and other partners, what we will discuss is how we can better crack down on car theft. I also visited the Port of Montreal with my colleague, the Minister for Transport, a few weeks ago. The good news, Mr. Speaker, is that we saw a lot more than 5 Border Services agents working on this alarming situation. We will continue to increase staff at the Border Services Agency. The Conservatives cut those.
The Honourable Member, yesterday our leader proposed other options to correct the government's errors. More severe convictions, for example, 3 minimum years in prison if you steal a car. By making savings elsewhere, because yes, we can save money elsewhere, it's possible we can buy 24 scanners that would be in Montreal's ports and other ports to control these containers. Will the government listen to the Leader of the Opposition's proposals and bring it to their summit on Thursday so we can finally put an end to car theft in Canada? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to note how interested my colleague is in our summit on Thursday. His leader minimised the meeting by saying it's a bunch of bigwigs who would just chat away in Ottawa. I wouldn't call these kind of people a bunch of bigwigs because they want to be partners with the federal government. Mr. Speaker, on Thursday, we will be having concrete discussions in order to reduce this scourge, significant scourge here in Canada, and we'll continue to invest ever more.
The Honourable Member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Everyone should be treated with dignity and respect. Yet Canadians living with a disability have been deplaned on a catering cart or forced to get on their hands and knees to crawl off a plane. Some of these dehumanizing experiences happened under the watch of Air Canada's CEO, and this Liberal government is doing nothing about it. They continue to give CEOs a free ride, even handing them billions of taxpayers' dollars. Will the Liberals stop protecting rich CEOs and start protecting people with disabilities?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, airlines can do better and have to do better. That's why I convened the team from Air Canada, the CEO and others, to come here and meet me with my colleague a couple of weeks ago. That's fundamental. What we have seen in the papers and through meetings, totally unacceptable. Not only Air Canada, but other companies also, Mr. Speaker. And once again, they have to do better, and they will do better.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver East.
Palestinian Canadian families are desperate to bring their loved ones to safety in Canada. The rollout of the special immigration measure for Gaza is riddled with problems. People have been rejected without any explanation. Some are rejected and later approved with exactly the same application. Now officials are saying the 1,000 cap is almost reached. Yet many have not received the code from IRCC to move on to the next stage. What action is the minister taking to clean up this mess, and will he remove the arbitrary cap without further delay to save lives?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Mr. Speaker, that is precisely what this measure is about. It's about saving lives in the face of a humanitarian catastrophe. We have said time and time again, we will be flexible about the 1,000-person cap. Right now, the challenge is actually getting an initial list of people out that are pre-approved across the Rafah gates. I'm extremely disappointed with local authorities that we have not been able to get this through, but that will not prevent us from trying. It is very difficult to extend these programs when we can't even get people out. I'm frustrated at it. We are in this House. I would use stronger words outside it, but we need to get those people out and into safety. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we started debate on the First Nations Clean Water Act, an important piece of legislation that I look forward to studying at committee in due course. But it seems like every time we want to move forward on reconciliation, Conservatives want to keep us in our colonial past. The very first time a Conservative MP rose on this bill, they accused First Nations of burning down their own water systems. To the Minister of Indigenous Services, how will this legislation make long-term drinking water advisories in First Nations communities a thing of the past?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the member for Cloverdale Langley for caring so much about access to clean water for First Nations, something that we should all care about, Mr. Speaker. It was very disappointing yesterday on the first day of the second reading of this bill that the Conservative member blamed First Nations for their lack of drinking water, and I guess it's easier to do that than to look in the mirror because, Mr. Speaker, in 2015 when we took office there were 105 long-term boil water advisories. Now, 96% of First Nations communities have access to clean water, and we will not rest till we get it done. This bill will help.
The Honourable Member from Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, auto theft is up over 200% in the GTA. Canadians are waking up to their cars being stolen from their driveway, and they're watching them being shipped out to Africa and Dubai. Even the former Liberal Justice Minister had his own government cars stolen. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost, crime, or the chaos. Will this Prime Minister reverse his soft-on-crime, catch-and-release bail policies that have caused this auto theft crisis?
Great question.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, it's very strange. The party opposite only started talking about auto theft after we announced the fact that we're having a summit, a national summit to study auto theft, to bring together all affected parties, and after we realized that it was actually under Prime Minister Harper that boots on the ground were cut. We added 1,000 more troops, CBSA, to staff the border, and we're bringing together auto insurers, we're bringing together local law enforcement, we're bringing together industry, Mr. Speaker, and we will reach a collaborative.
Going to encourage all members, please, to only take the microphone when you have the floor and recognized by the Speaker. I know there are some members who will even be asking questions later on. I'm certain they will want to have that same respect which is returned to them. The Honourable Member from Oxford.
Speaker, let me remind this Prime Minister that he is responsible for the ports, the RCMP, the CBSA, and our criminal code. Canadians are paying $1 billion more in insurance premiums because of skyrocketing auto theft claims. The Prime Minister has caused this auto theft crisis with bills like C-75 and C-5, which allow criminals to be on the streets the same day. Will this government reverse its policies and replace them with our common sense plan of jail and not bail for repeat violent offenders?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I want to stress that slogans and videos are not going to fix this very complex problem. Our Our approach to addressing complex problems is actually to develop a complex solution. And I will say that in Bill C-75, the very piece of legislation that the Leader of the Opposition is asking us to repeal, our government raised the maximum penalty on summary conviction for motor vehicle theft from 18 months to 2 years. So I ask, why does the Leader of the Opposition want to
The honourable member from Edmonton Millwood.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years with this Prime Minister, car thefts have skyrocketed across the country, up 300% in Toronto and up over 100% in other Canadian cities. Car theft now costs the insurance industry over $1 billion a year, Mr. Speaker. That means that every Canadian is spending more every month for their insurance premiums. This Prime Minister has caused this auto theft crisis. His catch and release policies have allowed organized crime to thrive in this country. It's time to stop the crime. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister reverse his catch and release policies?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague from Edmonton Millwood for the question. The good news is on Thursday, representatives of the insurance industry will participate with auto manufacturers, people responsible for rail transportation, the ports, federal border services agents, the RCMP, provincial ministers responsible. Their police chiefs, Mr. Speaker, will be here because we think if we're going to do the work that Canadians expect us to do on this important issue and our government's committed to doing, we need to do it in partnership with all of the people that my colleague referred to. Good news, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we're doing.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals continue to hold meetings, criminals are continuing to steal cars. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal soft on crime policies, our police forces are powerless to stop car thieves. Liberal C-5 allows house arrest for these criminals, and C-75 allows repeat offenders to be released on bail just hours after they were arrested. This Prime Minister has caused this crisis, and he's not worth the cost, Mr. Speaker. When will he reverse his soft on crime policies that has caused this auto theft crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
You're entitled to your own opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts. Bill C-5, which you just mentioned, maintained a mandatory minimum penalty for auto theft. That's what they apparently want to repeal. Bill C-75, which he just mentioned, actually enhanced the maximum penalty for auto theft, moving it from 18 months to 2 years less than 8. That apparently is what they want to repeal. You don't fix this problem by suggesting redundant changes that already exist in the criminal code. You fix this problem by being the adult in the room, convening people, and coming up with a complex solution to a complex problem.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Quebec has paid $470 million to take in asylum seekers for whom the federal government is responsible. If the federal government finds it expensive to pay back, it's because we took in far more people than our fair share. Now, it's the Liberals to do their bit. To date, all they propose is insufficient funding for housing, which seems designed less to relieve the burden on public services in Quebec than to ease the mood of Toronto's mayor and make her happy. Yesterday, the Minister for Finance was due to speak to her Quebec counterpart. Did she tell him that she was reimbursing Quebecers? Finally. The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it would be useful to note that since 2015, we've invested $4.4 billion in Quebec under the Canada-Quebec Agreement. That's not chump change, Mr. Speaker. It's used to welcome immigrants and asylum seekers. Quebec's capacity is well managed by this agreement. $700 million, for example, today, without changes in immigration rates. So there's a lack of intellectual integrity from the Bloc when they say that the federal government isn't investing enough. They're constantly just looking to fight us on any subject they can. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. They don't want to debate. They keep talking about squabbling. Well, the federal government must also share the reception of asylum seekers with the provinces. Every time we talk about this, the minister accuses Quebec of wanting to treat immigrants like cattle. That's a lot of inflammatory rhetoric that doesn't help anyone, especially since a year ago his own government was distributing applicants between provinces. It was sending people to Ontario. If it wasn't treating people like cattle when the Liberals were doing it, well, it's not the case today. When will the minister finally divide up the intake within provinces? The Honourable Minister for Immigration. It's not with that kind of question that we'll find solutions. They're just looking for squabbles once again. Of course, as a government, we are responsible. We are negotiating with the government of Quebec. Do you know who's not there? Around the table, the Bloc Québécois. And the government of Quebec could invite them, but they don't want to invite them. Ask yourself why. We, the two governments, are rectifying the problem.
The honourable member from Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Environment Minister revealed the truth about the carbon tax. I asked how many emissions are directly reduced from the carbon tax in an order paper question. This minister's response was, and I quote, "The government does not measure the annual amount of emissions that are directly reduced by federal carbon pricing." Wow. End quote. These are his words, not mine. Why is the minister forcing Canadians to pay his carbon tax if he doesn't measure the emissions he pretends to reduce?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, what the member is saying is simply not true. Just before Christmas, we put out a study by Environment and Climate Change Canada that shows that carbon pricing will be responsible for between 20 and 30% of our greenhouse gas emissions between 2019 and 2030, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of carbon pricing and climate change, we have no lessons to take from the Conservative Party, whose official position is still today, as Alberta is suffering from droughts, as we're seeing unforeseen storms in eastern Canada, atmospheric rivers in BC, their position is still that climate change simply does not exist.
The honourable member from Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, shame on the Liberals for telling Canadians that their costly carbon tax is reducing emissions. It's a complete scam. Wow. The minister pretends that his carbon tax reduces emissions, but now we know that the Liberals do not measure the results of their carbon tax. No measurement, no results. No wonder emissions went up after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government. Why did the Environment Minister mislead Canadians about his carbon tax scam?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, the falsehoods that we hear from the Conservative Party on the issue of climate change and carbon pricing is unseen before in the history of this country. So first, they believe that climate change doesn't exist. That's simply not true, Mr. Speaker. They say that our plan isn't working. Our plan has allowed us to reduce...
The honourable member, colleagues, I'm having difficulty hearing the minister respond to the question. I'm going to ask him to start from the top. Please, can you please withhold your comments so that the speaker can hear it? The honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You want to know the truth? Climate change is real. That's the truth. You want to know the truth? Climate change is impacting Canadians all over the country, including farmers from coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. You want to know the truth about climate change? It's costing Canadians billions of dollars. That's the truth about climate change. Our plan is working. We are reducing emissions. We're helping Canadians with affordability. That's the truth, Mr. Speaker. Let's speak the truth.
It's not even Wednesday, and we seem to be all amped up.
That's the truth of it.
The honourable member says, wait until summer. Truer words have never been spoken. The honourable member from Dauphin River, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, if the Liberals do not measure the results of their carbon tax, there are no results. The Liberals have no shame in punishing Canadians without anything to show for it. Here's something we can measure, though. After 8 years of this Liberal government, gas is up, groceries are up, home heating is up because of their failed carbon tax. Now that the Environment Minister has exposed his own carbon tax scam, will he finally axe the tax?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's pretty hard to take these Conservatives seriously on the cost of groceries when their senior political advisor, the senior advisor to their leader, is actually a lobbyist for Loblaws. And now it turns out that the deputy leader used to work for Walmart. So these Conservatives are opposing our historic reforms to the Competition Act, which will bring down the cost of groceries. Is that because they're taking dictation from Walmart and Loblaws and not working for Canadians?
I would think.
The Honourable Member from Sudbury.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the security of our children is essential. Too often, children are affected by war. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has cost thousands of lives and continues to threaten the stability of children's lives. At the cusp of the second anniversary of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, can the Minister for Foreign Affairs let us know what Canada is doing for Ukraine's children? The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've just come back from Ukraine. There are thousands of Ukrainian children who have been kidnapped and brought to Russia far from their loved ones. This is as bad as it can get. That's why we started an international coalition to bring Ukrainian children home. We will be working throughout our diplomatic network to pressure various countries to also put pressure on the Kremlin. Every child that gets home will be a victory. There's an important vote in this House. The Conservatives are faced with a historic failure. We must all support Ukraine and its children. The Honourable Member for Louise Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of Liberal government, there is one thing that is as true as it can get. Canadians are paying more taxes. The Liberal carbon tax is the cornerstone in the Liberal approach against climate change. But is it truly effective? That's why my colleague from Manitoba sent in a question in writing, and the Minister stated the government does not measure the annual amount of emissions directly reduced by federal carbon pricing. Why tax when you can't even measure effectiveness, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I said it in English, and I'm overjoyed to say it in French as well. Carbon pricing. For that, we have put forward numbers. And from now to 2030, there will be a 20 to 30% reduction in greenhouse gases. We've already reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 30 million tonnes. There's still a lot of work to do because for 10 years the Conservatives did absolutely nothing in fighting pollution and climate change. Thanks to our programmes, thanks to our actions and the actions of Canadians, we finally are starting to see results. The last thing we need is the Conservatives coming back and destroying everything. The Honourable Member for Louise Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hear who I have before me. Is it a Minister for Climate Change who says, yes, 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 it's on its way? Or the Minister of the Environment that said we cannot evaluate the effectiveness? Who's before us? Is it the Minister for the Environment who, when he came to power, said that was in a situation where Canada was 58th in greenhouse gas emissions, but now we are 62nd when it comes to efficiency with climate change? Why do the Liberals continue to tax without being able to evaluate what these taxes are up to? I would like just to remind all members that they need to ask their questions through the Speaker. The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague is wrong. Every year we publish an annual report on greenhouse gas emissions. It's like Christmas, it's every year. But this is in April. I would be happy to organise for all Conservative members a meeting all of them who are interested in climate change, I know there are not many, I'd love to have them in a meeting to talk about climate change and how we can support Canadians in order to transition towards a greener future.
De l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. J'invite tous les députés.
I ask all members to listen to their whip, who is advising all members to show decorum.
From Souris Moose Mountain.
Brandon Souris, Mr. Speaker. After 8 long years of this Liberal Prime Minister, many Westmen meet as the price of gas, groceries, and heat continue to rise because.
I would like to apologize to the member from Brandon Souris, and I'll invite the member to please start again from the top.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after 8 long years of this Liberal Prime Minister, many Westman families are struggling to make ends meet as the price of gas, groceries, and heat continue to rise because of this Prime Minister's carbon tax. In Brandon, the Samaritan House Food Bank gave out nearly 36,000 hampers last year, a dramatic increase of 12,000, 50% above their normal annual average. For Canadian families facing hardship, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. Will the Liberals give people a break and stop their April 1st carbon tax hike?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this fall we put forward a comprehensive economic plan that included generational changes to Canada's competition law that will bring down grocery prices. The Conservative leader described that plan as, quote, a disgusting scheme. His actions make a lot more sense now that we've learned that he is advised by a Loblaws lobbyist and that his deputy leader used to work for Walmart. The Conservative leader talks a lot about powerful paychecks. Who is paying his advisors?
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today members of this chamber will have the opportunity yet again to advance the modernized Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. February 24th will mark 2 years since Russia's brutal, inhumane, and cruel invasion of Ukraine. Ukrainians both at home and across the Canadian diaspora have demonstrated an unwavering and inspiring will to persevere. I have seen this tenacity firsthand, Mr. Speaker, in my home riding of Winnipeg South Centre. Can the Minister of International Trade expand on the critical importance of this legislation, a piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, that President Zelensky himself has urged us to enact? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
I want to thank the member for Winnipeg South Centre. I was with him and meeting with those very excellent and wonderful Ukrainian Canadians. And to those Ukrainian Canadians in Manitoba, in Saskatchewan, in British Columbia, in Alberta, here in Ontario, and indeed across the country, I want to say to them, I hear you, we hear you. This government is going to vote today in favor of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Most of the House is going to do that. I want to ask my Conservative colleagues, I appeal to them, support Ukraine today, vote for this Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement today.
The Honourable Member from Timmins, James Bay.
Jared Gerard was a beautiful young Cree artist. He died this past weekend in a horrific house fire in Peawanuck. A young woman is also dead, 3 others in hospital fighting for their lives. This government knew Peawanuck was at risk, and yet the minister nickel and dime the community over funding for a fire hall. A fire hall, that's basic stuff. People in Treaty 9 are tired of trauma and the broken promises. We need a full, comprehensive plan for fire safety in the North. No more fire deaths. Is the minister up for the job? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I've been working with Weenusk First Nation since last year when there was yet another tragic death in that community due to house fire. In fact, last March, we airlifted in the fire truck that would help them respond. I agree that they do need a fire hall as well, and our department's working with the community to make sure that we can accelerate the work of the design, make it possible to get the equipment and the supplies there quickly, and I look forward to meeting with this member after this afternoon to talk more about this.
Honourable Member from Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, the Haida have stewarded the lands and waters of Haida Gwaii for millennia, and today their leaders continue the long journey towards restoring their inherent right of self-government. Last year, they secured legislation in British Columbia that officially recognized the Council of Haida Nation as their government at long last. Now, this is a significant step away from the colonial binds of the Indian Act, consistent with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. My question, will Canada also recognize the Council of the Haida Nation as the government of the Haida?
Hear, 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 hear. The Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
I want to thank the member from Skeena, Bulkley Valley, for his important question and his advocacy for the Council of the Haida Nation. Mr. Speaker, for 50 years, the Haida Nation have been on a journey towards self-governance. This recognition is long overdue and rightfully owed. Later today, I will have the opportunity to meet with the President of the Haida Nation, Gagwe Jason Aslap, to further his important work. We will continue working to advance shared priorities and strengthen our nation-to-nation relationship, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Comme il est 15h16, la Chambre...
It being 3:16, the House will now proceed to the deferred recorded division. On the motion at the third reading stage of Bill C-57, call in the members. The question is as follows.
Seconded by Ms. Anand, moved that Bill C-57, an act to implement the 2023 free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine, be now read a third time and do pass. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Jagger.
Ms. Jagger.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mr. Dollywell.
Mr. Dollywell.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Ms. de Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr.
Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakino.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mrs. Latanzio.
Mr. Tanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. John. Pardon me, Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Collins.
Miss Collins
Victoria. Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Cirillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Bouliris.
Mr. Bouliris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Oh, pardon me. Back to Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Miss Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 214 214, nays contre 116 116.
I declare the motion adopted. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recording divisions, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, resuming consideration of an opposition motion regarding auto theft, standing in the name of Mr. Upal.
If I can invite all members to please take their conversations outside so we can continue with the debate on orders of the day. Erica. I recognize the honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's great to rise in this House after question period and see so many of my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start off my remarks by saying, obviously, the vote that just took place here in the House of Commons in support of our friends and allies in Ukraine, Ukrainian people, Ukrainian government. I'm very proud to have voted yes on the free trade agreement. We should all be proud as members of Parliament that voted yes and supported, and we will continue to support the brave men and women fighting against the unjustified, tyrannical Russian government that invaded Ukraine. And we will continue to be there, much like the European Union was there for them this week in their 54 billion euro aid package. We will continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukrainian people in Ukraine and the over 1.5 million Ukrainian Canadians that call Canada home. God bless them all. Madam Speaker, I take the floor to discuss the important issue of auto theft, something that the Government of Canada is deeply concerned about. Our government is addressing the issue with over $120 million in additional funding announced last week in the region of York, cracking down on repeat violent offenders through C-48, and attacking organized crime through anti-money laundering measures. In addition, the government is playing a key role. Madam, I'd like to stop because there's so many conversations taking place at this moment.
The honourable member is quite correct. Can I ask for some order, please, so that we can actually hear what the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge is saying? The honourable member.
Madam President, I think it applies to on our side of the House on that one there. The government is playing a key role in bringing together partners and stakeholders from across Canada to consider new and meaningful solutions. No one level of government, nor one agency organization can expect to effectively address this issue on their own. Later this week, the Minister of Public Safety will host a national summit, this Thursday in fact, on auto theft. He'll be joined by the Ministers of Justice, Transport, Innovation, Science and Industry, and the President of the Treasury Board, along with numerous provincial counterparts, law enforcement, and leaders of industry to discuss and ensure a coordinated response to this issue. Madam Speaker, we need all levels of government, federal, provincial, regional, and municipal, as well as partners in industry, the auto manufacturers, and policing, to work together in a coordinated and focused way. Madam the President, I was at York Region Police Headquarters last week with the Premier of Ontario, with Chief McSween, the Police Chief of York Region, and also the presiding President of the Ontario Police Chiefs Association, with ministers from Justice and Public Safety to make this announcement to invest $121 million targeting guns and gangs and, of course, auto theft. Very important that we continue the work and support our frontline officers, which our government has done since day one, instead of and versus the cuts that the prior administration brought in across the board, whether it was border security or directed funding. That is exactly the approach that the federal government is leading on, and I'm very confident this is the approach that will result in meaningful and effective action to address this pernicious activity. Madam Speaker, the motion before us proposes we change the law. I expect that this work will comprehensively examine our existing laws, from the investigative tools that police use to the scope of the existing offences and whether they clearly denounce the many ways in which auto theft occurs, including through the use of violence and carjackings, to the links between auto theft and organized crime. But it is important to remember that our criminal laws in this space, Madam the President, are quite broad and far-reaching. Take organized crime, for example. We know that the face of auto theft today in Canada involves organized crime. Madame the President, 251 vehicles were taken from the GTA, put on containers on a ship, and brought to the southern port in southern Italy, in Calabria, with the vehicles to be destined to the Middle East and Africa. Madame the President, that only happens through transnational organized crime working to do so. We will stamp this activity up. The game is over for these folks. The easy money is done, and we're going to be coming after them. We know that the face of auto theft today in Canada again involves organized crime. We see repeated stories of cars being stolen in places like Ontario and Quebec and in my city of Vaughan, within a matter of days being placed on cargo containers and shipped overseas, where they are received and sold and are found in destinations in Africa and the Middle East. Canada's organized crime offences operate independently of underlying criminal conduct, but also work in tandem with it. This means, for example, that a person charged with our criminal organization offences, independently of them being charged with any other underlying offence. To illustrate, a person may be charged with participating in the activities of a criminal organization for scoping potential cars to steal, or a person can be charged with committing an indictable offence for the benefit of, at the direction of, or in the association with the criminal organization. In other words, for stealing the car for the benefit of the criminal organization. As I mentioned, Madame the President, organized crime laws work in tandem with other criminal offences. This means that in addition to being charged with an organized crime offence, the person can also be charged with an underlying criminal conduct, the actual theft. In cases where convictions are secured for both, the Criminal Code requires that the sentences imposed be served consecutively, back to back, Madame la Présidente. The Criminal Code also makes clear that a conditional sentence is not possible in cases where an auto theft is prosecuted on indictment and linked to organized crime. So, Madam Speaker, it is important for all parliamentarians to recognize that we do have a rich legal framework in place that already provides our police forces with strong tools. If more is to be done, I'm confident that the work led by the Minister of Justice and his department will identify it. I started my remarks talking about the leadership the federal government is showing in this space. Leadership in pursuing a strategy that will lead to a success and meaningful action to prevent and respond to the rise in auto theft. I strongly support this approach that is far more likely to produce the results Canadians expect. In fact, Madame la Présidente, through the first part of 2024, auto thefts in the GTA are down, and specifically in York Region, by over 20%. We are seeing a decline in auto thefts. We're on the right direction. It is a comprehensive approach that starts with prevention, focuses on industry-specific enhancements, on operational improvements, and of course, in our legal responses. None of these actions can work on its own to address the complex reality of auto theft. It seems to me that this focus of this motion fails to appreciate this, Madame la Présidente. It's not about just throwing away the key and locking people up for years on years and determining laws to be unconstitutional. It's about providing a holistic, all-of-government approach, working with industry and insurance to come up with the proper solutions, which they are, Madame la Présidente. Currently, if you purchase a vehicle such as a Range Rover, the insurance company will make you have a tracker in your system, in your car, be placed there before you will be insured, and this has been lead to over a 75% reduction in auto thefts. Again, Madame la Présidente, leadership is about taking action. It's about working collaboratively. Just last week, I joined the Federal Ministers of Public Safety and Justice with the Premier of Ontario and the provincial counterparts to announce a new investment of $121 million to prevent gun, gang, and gang violence, including as it relates to auto theft. This is exactly what Canadians expect. This is exactly what the residents of York Region expect, and this is exactly what the residents of my riding expect. Governments working together to implement real solutions to address these important issues, and we're already seeing a double-digit decline in auto theft in the region of York. The Conservatives are offering nothing but unserious slogans that reduce complex criminal issues to childish political games. Their so-called plan includes measures that already exist in the Criminal Code, such as mandatory minimum penalty for repeat auto thieves. Their suggestions are not rooted in evidence or research, but are classic tough-on-crime conservative scare tactics that do not keep communities safe. We will continue to focus on solutions while they continue to try to scare Canadians. The government will continue to work with its partners to ensure that all necessary action can be taken to better address auto theft. I call on all parliamentarians to similarly work in the spirit of collaboration to identify real solutions for the benefit of us all. Madame la Présidente, as I finish in these few seconds or a minute or so left, it is imperative that as parliamentarians, our number one responsibility is to keep our communities safe, and to make sure our residents feel safe in our communities, including the residents that I'm proud to represent of Vaughan Woodbridge. We know in 2022 and 2023, criminals understood that they can make a lot of money stealing fancy vehicles and shipping them overseas post-COVID. We will put a stop to that. We are putting a stop to that. But how do you do that? You do that by working with the insurance companies. You do that by working with the auto manufacturers, and I'm proud to lead the Liberal Auto Caucus in dealing with the auto manufacturers, and I invite all Canadians and all people of Ontario to visit the auto show in the coming days, and the new vehicles are there, and the new technology. Working with our provincial counterparts and the Premier of Ontario to make those key announcements and key investments in our justice system. The Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Justice overlooking where the laws are, where we need to improve actions, to add resources to our ports, and so forth, Madam the President. And finally, Madam Speaker, the existing laws are in place. There are mandatory minimums for auto thefts that have been there for years prior to our government and that continue to be there. Of course, we need to ensure that our residents are kept safe. We need to make sure that they feel safe in their communities, and we have taken action. Through the first part of this year so far, car thefts are down over 20% in the region of York. We will see further declines as the years go by. And for those folks, those criminals out there, we know who you are. We're going to come get you, and our police resources will be able to do so.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. And after 8 years of this Liberal government, we are continually left with the same rhetoric. All talk, no results. Sure. Here's the problem, Madam Speaker. Car thefts are rising, and now they say, oh, we're just going to have a summit. And then they try to connect the dots with organized crime. Well, I will inform with respect my colleague of this. Proving that organized crime involved, the Crown must do that beyond a reasonable doubt. It is an incredible hurdle to achieve, and these Liberals make it sound like no big deal, just like house arrest is no big deal. Madam Speaker, this is a vehicle epidemic that has been caused by these Liberals. When will they wake up and finally deal with the problem, rather than having more meetings?
Yeah. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam the President, and I will say to the honourable member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou, who our families have known each other for over six decades now in this beautiful country that we are in. And I do appreciate the honourable member's question. The issue of auto thefts is a very important issue, a very severe issue for Canadians, for people and residents of my riding. We are undertaking action. We have invested the resources. We will hold a National Auto Summit this Thursday. I've spoken to many of the participants. I look forward to welcoming Chief of Police from York Region, Chief McSween here, who is coming up. Had many conversations with the Deputy Chiefs from York Region over the last several months, not the several weeks, several months. We were there last week with the Premier of Ontario investing funds. And as for organized crime, the learned member knows very, very, very well. Canada has tough laws on organized crime.
Opportunities for other questions. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague for his speech. He showed full concentration throughout his speech, given how much noise was happening elsewhere in the House. This is a Conservative motion, and so the least modicum of respect would be for Conservatives to listen what other members have to say on their own opposition motion. That being said, Madam Speaker, the motion proposed by the Conservatives isn't completely logical. We are generally for the principle of the motion, but there are certain distortions of facts therein. There's something that always concerned me, and that is the fact that goods come and go at ports and our borders, but especially in our ports, but there's always a reputation associated with transport that goes through Canadian ports. The reputation is that it's a bit shady, a bit sketchy, and easy to get things in and out of the country. And we see that the percentage of containers that are actually checked at our ports, inbound and outbound, is minimal. So I wonder if my colleague doesn't agree with what the Conservatives said and proposed, checking a greater number of loads leaving the Port of Montreal, for example. It wouldn't be too difficult to do to try and counter the theft of cars. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. It's very important. I do agree with what he said.
Speaker, traditionally and historically, under any level of any government administration in Canada, we do a really good job of checking inbound cargo coming into Canada. We need to do a better job of checking outbound cargo. That has been traditionally the mainstay and the way CBSA is operated. With that, we need to provide more resources to the CBSA officers to ensure they have the tools while we balance the efficiency of our reports to get containers in and out. That is the economic argument. We also have a security provision that we need to ensure that we are checking and maintaining that enough containers are being checked. And also, if individuals have put the tags in their vehicles, we will know where those vehicles are and we can get them.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was wondering if my colleague across the way could put today's Conservative motion in the context of two things. First of all, the massive cuts to the Canada Border Services Agency in 2012 by the previous Harper government, and the December votes at the supplementary estimates where the Conservatives voted against important line item spending for both the RCMP and the Canada Border Services Agency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A very brief answer from the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
It points to a certain level of hypocrisy, Madame la Présidente. When the Conservatives were in power, they did cut over $400 or $500 million for CBSA frontline officers. Recently, on the supplementary estimates, they voted against funding for our law enforcement agencies, the brave men and women that keep our communities safe, whether it's in my hometown of Prince Rupert, where I grew up, where the Arizona RCMP detachment, or across this country. We see again and again the Conservatives saying no to helping our frontline officers do their job day in, day out. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. Oh, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in a point of order.
I'm going to say, it was mentioned from the member opposite, and I'm going to say it too. It's really hard to be listening to the debate right now with the level of noise from the Conservative bench. It's like a coffee chat over there while we're trying to do some important work. I would ask if they could please listen.
I take notice, and I did call to order twice during the honourable member's speech, and I do remind members to be respectful of one another. One is speaking, the honourable leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, he's just not worth the cost. He's just not worth the crime. He's not worth the cost of crime. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, everything's more expensive, work doesn't pay as well as it did, the cost of housing has doubled, and crime, chaos, drugs and disorder are spiraling out of control. Just an example, a CTV article from today said as follows. I will translate as I read it from English. A young man, 26 years of age, is facing police allegations in Brantford. The police states that he was arrested for having stolen a car at 11 p.m., but he was freed almost automatically on bail, and that morning he was arrested again at 4:30 for another theft. He has a bail hearing coming up. He will probably be released a second time so that he can steal another car in under 24 hours, no doubt. Now, we hear that kind of story after 8 years of this Prime Minister because C-75 allows for the automatic freeing of chronic auto thieves. The government's bail reform that they tabled does not affect auto theft. And so these same criminals can steal and steal and steal again, hundreds of times, even if they get caught. And when they are caught and convicted, it's not a problem because this bill allows them to fulfill their sentence in watching Netflix or playing video games while they wait for the next opportunity to steal a car. That's why after 8 years of this Prime Minister, we have seen a 300% increase in auto theft in Toronto, 100% in Ottawa and in Montreal, and 100% in New Brunswick. We have here a government that is freeing multi-recidivists that then terrorize our streets. Even worse, they help these thieves to export their stolen goods abroad because ports are completely open. It's open season for them. The Prime Minister has apparently spent billions of dollars on bureaucracy. But the result is as follows. In the Port of Montreal, there are only 5 CBSA officers that inspect more than 500,000 containers. That's less than 1% of containers that are being inspected. They have one scanner that almost doesn't work. So we understand why theft has increased so significantly. And even after increases, we see that the number of containers, of stopped containers, is the same as 8 years ago. So an increase in theft, an increase in illegal exports, but no increase in managing to catch containers. When we were in government, we reduced auto theft by 50%. A huge decrease, and I'm proud of that. And the Prime Minister likes to highlight the fact that we did it by cutting costs. But it's true. We cut costs and we cut auto theft. That's a win-win for everyone. Like the member for Charles-Bourg-Saint-Charles would say, with whom I share my time for this speech, today I continued to offer a good plan. 3 years of prison if you steal 3 cars. We will eliminate home incarceration. We will implement more severe penalties for thefts linked to organized crime. Finally, we will strengthen our ports. We will do so as follows: hiring 75 new CBSA officers who will carry out inspections at Canada's 4 biggest ports: Vancouver, Halifax, and Montreal, of course, and St. Rupert. They will be able to use new scanning and detection systems, new scanners that will be able to check inside containers to see if there are stolen goods, scanners that will be able to examine 1 million containers a year, and there will be 24 of them. How will we pay this? With a logical approach, a dollar-for-dollar approach. For every dollar we invest, we will cut $1 elsewhere. We will cut $165 million in external consultants in management. We will eliminate consultants and invest the money in boots on the ground and scanners in our ports. It's a simple idea. It's a simple concept, Madam Speaker. We have a great plan to hinder and hamper auto theft by strengthening our ports and by making sure that thieves stay behind bars. That is what we want to do.
Madam Speaker, after 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. After 8 years, he's not worth the crime. After 8 years, he's not worth the cost of crime. Crime is costly because after 8 years of this Prime Minister, we're paying $1 billion in higher insurance premiums to pay for the stolen cars. That adds, in Ontario, $120 to the insurance bill of every family that has a car. Let me tell you the story that was in the CTV on December the 27th. A 26-year-old man faces a slew of charges after police arrested him twice in less than 6 hours for alleged crimes in Brantford and Innisfil. Police say that he was caught stealing a car at 11 p.m. on Sunday night. They arrested and released him, and then he was arrested at 4:30 a.m. the very next morning, 5 hours after his last crime. Unreal. This is the new normal. After 8 years of the Prime Minister and his bill Catch and Release Bill C-75 that forced police to arrest the same 40 offenders 6,000 times in Vancouver, and that contributed to a 300% increase in auto theft in Toronto, 100% in Ottawa and Montreal, over 100% in New Brunswick, crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder. And if these repeat career car thefts are actually convicted, they don't have to worry about that either, because under the Prime Minister's Bill C-5, which has the full support of the NDP, they have house arrest, meaning they can watch Netflix, or they could play a game of Grand Theft Auto. Exactly. In their living room, and then they can get up whenever they say they need a few more bucks to fill their pockets. They open the front door, they walk out on the street, and they steal another car. Yep. And that car then goes to the port and it's gone. Our common sense plan is very straightforward. We're going to get rid of house arrest. We're going to for career car thefts. We're going to bring jail and not bail for people who have long rap sheets. We're going to bring in a mandatory 3 years jail for 3 cars stolen. We're going to increase penalties if the stolen car was related to organized crime. Then we're going to reinforce our ports. I'm going to cut $165 million that we're now giving to management consultants, because if the managers over at CBSA can't manage, they shouldn't be managing. They should be fired, right? So we'll fire the management consultants, and we'll put that money, $135 million of it, into hiring 75 border agents who will use 24 new scanners that are able to scan 1 million shipping containers every single year at our 4 biggest ports, so that if a stolen car is in there and there's a phony claim on the manifest, the scanner will show it. Or if someone calls saying, look out for my stolen car, the scanner will catch it. The box can be put aside, the car can be put back in the hands of the rightful owner. In other words, our common sense plan is to put boots on the ground, to scan the boxes, to put the career car thieves in jail. Our common sense plan is to stop the crime and bring home safe streets. It's the common sense of the common people united for our common home. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. A few days ago, this wasn't even an issue for the Leader of the Conservative Party. But less than an hour ago, Madam Speaker, what we witnessed was the Conservative Party of Canada vote against speaking as one voice in favor of the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. Madam Speaker, I believe that the Conservative Party has done a great disservice to Ukraine and the whole idea of Ukraine solidarity that's taken form around the world. I would like to understand, I and so many other Canadians would like to understand the real reason why it is that the Conservative leader of today voted against the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. How does he justify his actions today?
I have to remind the Honourable Member the relevance in terms of the speech that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition made. I'll let the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He knows it's not relevant, and he doesn't care, because he doesn't care about Ukraine. He cares about using Ukrainians to distract from the car theft crisis that his boss, the Prime Minister, has caused. That's right. The Prime Minister could not care less about Ukraine or any of the other distractions he brings up. He does it because he knows he can't run on his miserable track record of doubling the cost of housing, sending a record-smashing 2 million people to food banks, quadrupling the carbon tax, leading to a 300% car theft increase in just 8 years in Toronto, and giving Halifax 30 homeless encampments. This kind of chaos and misery is a record no one won.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I said it earlier, Madam Speaker. The Bloc Québécois agrees with a lot of this motion. I find it rather interesting because it seems to be a common preoccupation between the Conservatives and the Liberals. The Liberals are organising a summit on auto theft, which is a scourge, of course. We've seen it with the statistics that have been published over the last few weeks. It's alarming, and we must act. And then we have the Conservatives, who are using it as an opposition day motion. It's nice to see that there is a bit of agreement on subjects we are debating today, but the Conservatives are putting forward solutions. And there is a summit on Thursday. So I have a question for the Leader of the Opposition. Does he intend to bring these ideas to the summit organised by the Liberals on Thursday so that everyone can hear them? Is he going to the summit? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition? Yes, I'm going. I wasn't invited, but I will be going. And I will be sharing my good ideas there. After 8 years, I hope that they'll finally listen to us. I was part of the government that managed to reduce auto theft by 50% whilst reducing the cost of bureaucracy in the CBSA. The Bloc voted for C5 to allow house arrest. The Bloc voted for C75 for the automatic release of auto thief recidivists. And they support wasting money when it comes to attacking our sports hunters, which removes bite in our CBSA officers. The Bloc Québécois is completely illogical when it comes to fighting for Quebecers and Quebecers of this country.
To you, the NDP, I think, are quite well known for trying to work with all parties to get things done. And we did try to work with your Conservative Party on this motion. Why did the Conservatives vote against our amendments to, for example, add that requiring auto manufacturers to improve security features in the cars they sell, and secondly, to put in place tough new measures to crack down on organized crime and money laundering linked to auto thefts?
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that member voted against her constituents by supporting the Prime Minister's ban on law-abiding, licensed, trained and tested firearms owners. She voted with her party to attack First Nations hunters and other legitimate law-abiding firearms owners instead of going after the real criminals. So she, like the Prime Minister, would take money away from border security and use it to harass licensed law-abiding firearms owners in her own riding. That is a shameful record of the NDP. Only the common sense Conservatives will respect and honor our hunters, our anglers, and our sport shooters and go after real criminals.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles.
Mes excuses, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find the unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House during the debate pursuant to Standing Order 66 on motion number 49 to concur in the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair, and at the conclusion of the time provided for debate or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the motions be deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred pursuant to Standing Order 66. Thank you.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté. Reprise du débat.
Carried. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak about our opposition motion and a serious topic. Auto theft is a serious issue. I don't know if you know this, Madam Speaker, but Canada is first in the whole world in terms of exports of stolen cars. That's not a good position to occupy. Car thefts are a serious issue. Since this Prime Minister and this government have been in power, auto thefts have gone up by 34%, but in Toronto by 300%, Montreal more than 100%, more than 100% in the Ottawa-Gatineau region, 120% in New Brunswick. And why do we have numbers like this? Well, of course, the cost of calls has gone up because of inflation. There's been, for example, a 20% increase in car prices year over year. So it's not like it used to be. Cars on average may be worth $45,000, and good cars may be up to $60,000 or $70,000. So now these cars can be resold for more than $100,000 abroad. This is a very attractive market for organized crime. And of course, this is stressful for people because when people wake up and they want to use their car, they wonder if it's going to be stolen over the course of the day. It's not a good way to live. And moreover, these thefts have an impact on insurance companies, which last year shelled out $1 billion to compensate car owners, which means that the insurance prices then go up because the insurance companies need to recoup those costs. So these insurance premiums go up. And this is in addition to the increase in the cost of living. And this is all because no one is doing anything about car thefts. And it's very clear. It's not rocket science. Like, we know what we need to do to reduce car theft. There are simple solutions. We're not criticizing the government for no reason here. You all heard the leader of the opposition, and for days he's been bringing forward concrete solutions to fix this problem. First of all, Bill C5. From the outset, we criticized it. We did everything we could to say that it wouldn't work. And this is a concrete example of that. People who are convicted, but who instead of ending up in prison like they should be, they stay home. And those people go right back out and start offending again. In addition, with minimum sentences under C5, the Liberals got up and said that we, the Conservatives, are wrong. We're not wrong. With auto theft, the sentence is 6 months. But we're simply saying that when the same person is accused of 3 thefts, well, they should have a minimum sentence of 3 years. It's just common sense. Average Canadians understand this. They don't think that people should be able to steal over and over, just keep stealing cars and not be punished beyond having to stay home and watch Netflix. That's why we're asking the government to change what was done under C5. Then there's Bill C75 that the Liberals brought in. Under that legislation, it's a catch and release system. People are arrested and then released within a single day. They're processed, it takes a few hours. They're released and they commit more crimes. It's a vicious cycle. Now, we know that this is only some people, a small number of people. But still, we're seeing incredible numbers. For example, in Vancouver, let me be sure I'm citing the right number. In Vancouver, 40 people were arrested 6,000 times in a year. That's 150 times per person. That's a small number of people who are committing a huge amount of crimes. So we want to ensure that these people aren't constantly being released so that they can reoffend. C75 is an example of this bad policy, and with car thieves, like other offenders, they know that with policies like this Liberal policy, they can just commit a crime, then just swan by the police station and go right back out and start reoffending. So, of course, they're not afraid. They know they can just keep offending. Then additionally, in places like the Port of Montreal, there's technical issues. At the Port of Montreal, there are 590,000 containers leaving the port every year, but they only have 5 agents and 1 scanner. I visited the Port of Montreal, and I saw that scanner, but it doesn't always work. It's not very efficient. We need cutting-edge equipment to enable the work to be done properly. So coming back to our Liberal friends, what have they been doing? Well, the Prime Minister wasted $15 million on consultants for the CBSA. He also wasted $54 million on the useless ArriveCAN application. In fact, there's an RCMP investigation about that contract. And didn't spend $117 million that was voted on by Parliament. It's like the aid to Ukraine. We heard about that earlier. What happened to the large amount of money that was voted on and that was announced with pomp and circumstance to buy air defense systems for Ukraine? What about the $83 million for earth-to-air missiles that are stuck in storehouses? We, the Conservatives, have been asking the government to send this equipment. It's an emergency, but no, they're asleep at the switch on the other side. So it's all very well for them to hurl accusations at us, but we're here to talk about the fact that they're not taking actions that are urgent. So, this government should at least fix part of C5, because many different crimes are in C5. I tabled Bill C-325 to fix Bill C-5, which was rejected by the Liberals and the NDP, but I'd like to thank my friends in the Bloc Québécois who understood that they should support it. But here we're asking specifically on auto theft to do something. We can change the law in order to properly put criminals behind bars and to discourage people who are thinking of stealing cars, because that's part of it. We need to create disincentives so people don't decide to start stealing cars. As I said earlier, cars are worth so much now, but the thieves don't actually get a lot of that money. So that's the weak link where we need to discourage them and make them realize that if they decide to start a criminal career, they're going to be spending time inside. That might discourage them. Now, on the Conservative side here, when we come to power, if the Liberals haven't done it before, we will put an end to home arrests, Netflix sentences. We will add an aggravating circumstance when an auto theft is committed for the profit of organized crime. That's important because we need to stop encouraging organized crime. We will repeal provisions of C-75 to ensure that repeat offenders are not released on bail. We will put an end to useless consultants at the CBSA, and we'll use that money to buy the correct equipment for federal ports. We will also invest in cutting-edge technology to buy the appropriate scanning equipment in the ports of Vancouver, Prince Rupert, Montreal, and Halifax. There are 12 terminals in total in these ports. These containers, these terminals, all need their own scanners and operators. The total cost will be $55 million and $7.2 million in maintenance fee every year. Speaking of spending, our leader has made some very concrete proposals recently. He has clearly stated that there will be investments, but that does take money, and we will cut in useless spending. We will reinvest that money to protect Canadians and to ensure that we put an end to these auto thefts and to the export of stolen vehicles.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for St. John Brotsea.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for his speech this afternoon. Madam Speaker, I had a meeting recently in my riding of St. John Rothsay with some CBSA officers, and I was shocked to actually learn that in 2011, 2012, The party opposite cut almost 1,100 jobs. That'd be like the mayor of St. John cutting hundreds of jobs out of the police force and then wondering why crime went up. And another thing, Madam Speaker, they were going to cut another 400 jobs if they had been re-elected in 2015. So, Madam Speaker, as of 22-23, we've restored every single job cut by the Conservatives and have added an additional 884, getting more boots on the ground to protect our borders. So I'm just wondering, Madam Speaker, if the member opposite could explain why the cuts, and does he not understand that those cuts resulted in the situation we have today? Thank you.
The
Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Well, this seems to be a popular question today, and I'll answer the question. Why, under the Conservatives, did auto theft go down by 50%? There were no problems at the border. We didn't need to devote CBSA resources to Roxham Road after the Prime Minister invited everyone to just come in. We improved the situation. The Liberals made it worse by reducing sentences, by letting criminals think that they could do whatever they want, by inviting people to come to Canada through Roxham Road. Of course, that requires more resources. We're just coming back to common sense. We want to make the criminal code solid. We want to make people decide not to start a criminal career because they know they'd go to prison, and so on. But we simply want to repair the problems created by this government. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-l'Île. Thank you. We agree with the principle here. We are very upset about the increase in auto thefts at the Port of Montreal, but we think that the Conservatives are taking shortcuts that twist reality. For example, they're saying that C5 is responsible for the increase in auto theft since 2015. That's clearly false, because C5 was implemented at the end of 2022, and 2022 was a record year for auto theft. And they say they don't agree with a minimum sentence of 6 months for a third infraction, a third offense, but they're the ones that brought that in with Section 333.1, which was added by the Conservatives in Bill S9 in 2010. But what we do agree on is that the CBSA, the Port of Montreal, don't have the resources they need to do the work properly. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And I would say that about C5, initially, the Bloc Québécois voted for it, as I said in my speech, but then ultimately they realized that it was a problem and they supported my private member's bill, and I'd like to thank them again for that. Now, as the leader of the opposition said this morning in Montreal, I was with him to go to the Port of Montreal. We made a very clear announcement with clear numbers to talk about how we can support the port and the CBSA to properly scan containers, and also save money by cutting useless spending on consultants or something like ArriveCan.
Malahat Langford. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it seems upon observation of the Conservative Party these days that they are guided in their policy by two principles. One, it has to rhyme. That's why we see the words tax and axe and bail and jail. And two, it has to fit on a bumper sticker. I mean, this is a fundamentally unserious way of dealing with a very serious issue. And I'll give you a clear example. My colleague asked a question to the Leader of the Opposition. And instead of answering her directly, he switched tactics and attacked her because this is an unserious party. So my question to the Honourable Member, through you, Madam Speaker, is we tried a very reasonable amendment to this, and I wonder why the Conservatives don't think it's a requirement, we should have a requirement that manufacturers improve the security on the vehicles they manufacture, and why we shouldn't have measures in place to crack down on organized crime and money laundering that is key to auto theft. Why will the Conservatives not agree to that very reasonable amendment to their motion?
Great question.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Honestly, I'm not sure what he's talking about. I haven't followed that amendment, so I don't just want to answer without knowing about the topic. If I had the answer, I would give it to him, but I don't.
Before we resume debate, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, Public Services and Procurement. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre, Carbon Pricing. The Honourable Member for Kenora, Indigenous Affairs. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll take this opportunity to inform you also that I'll be sharing my time with the member for St. Catharines. Madam Speaker, we are discussing an important matter today. It's interesting that the Conservatives have decided to bring it up in this way through an opposition motion rather than putting serious and constructive measures on the table, either at committee or in other places. But be that as it may, we are discussing it, and I agree. I agree with the fact that car theft is an issue in this country, something that needs to be taken very seriously, and we're acting in that vein. I'll mention a little bit later about the National Summit that is upcoming. I think this is a very good way and an example of cooperation and meets the moment in that regard. But what we also see, Madam Speaker, is a need for us to listen to Canadians and understand where they're coming from on this issue. There is a natural connection, a very logical understanding that says that government has a fundamental responsibility to be there for people, to protect them against many things, and that includes securing their property. And when theft happens, there's a violation of that trust. And so anytime that takes place in our communities, and I've talked to constituents who have unfortunately experienced this, governments have to answer. Now, it's not only the federal government that has to answer, but all levels of government have to come together. And I hope to see more of that in the coming days, months, and beyond as we talk more about this issue. We do rely, though, at the federal level on the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. They work to counter organized crimes. They work with international and domestic partners in this, of course. And if they are the police of jurisdiction, we know that the police, that the RCMP rather, do have this role through different parts of the country. And where car theft takes place, they're the ones on the ground, the police force, investigating those thefts. Fundamentally also they play, and this is something that's not terribly understood by the wider public, but it is true that they have a key role in information sharing. Gathering that vital data with respect to auto theft and sharing it with local police so that investigations can take place and that outcomes to theft can be beneficial and obviously benefit the victim of crime. We have the CBSA, the Canadian Border Services Agency, that works at our border to do many things, but with respect to auto theft, intercept shipments that may contain stolen cars. That's fundamental work. I thank the RCMP and the CBSA and its officials, its servants, public servants rather, for carrying it out. Where I find difficulty, Madam Speaker, and I alluded to this in the opening remarks that I made, but I'll repeat it here. What I find difficult is the hypocrisy of the Conservative approach. They are well within their right to raise an opposition motion of this kind, but they do so with a record. When they were in government, Madam Speaker, they made enormous cuts that the member for St. John's Rothsay brought up just now, but cuts that devastated the CBSA, cuts that we're still feeling the effects of. 1,000 public servants cut from the CBSA, and what they've made clear, Madam Speaker, is that they would introduce further cuts. In fact, if elected again, they've made clear that they want to cut another 400 jobs. They want to go back to that failed promise of theirs in the lead up to the 2015 election that would have seen 400 public servants leave the CBSA. I'm not sure how that makes the country more safe. Everybody has a role to play here. Every level of government has a role to play. At the federal level, we do rely on the CBSA. And when cuts take place, obviously the country is less safe. That's why it was so important for the federal government to restore those jobs that were lost. They do want to introduce other cuts as well, Madam Speaker. You'll indulge me here for a moment, but it's not out of place for me to say that in keeping with their approach to rushing to a balanced budget, it's important to ask them what else would they cut. They want to cut the CBSA, they want to cut funding to the RCMP, no doubt, pensions, employment insurance, funding for dental care and child care. All of this comes together, Madam Speaker, so it's part of a pattern, an unfortunate pattern that puts austerity at the very heart of the Conservative agenda. I think we have to be nonpartisan on these issues, Madam Speaker. I certainly believe that, and I'll continue to believe that, but I think I can be forgiven for saying that in this debate, there is a place for us to look at the record of the Conservative Party when they were in government to understand the sincerity of their current approach and the sincerity that they have, or do not have, frankly, when dealing with this very important issue that every member of Parliament is affected by because our constituents are affected by it. I won't stand here and say that I haven't heard about this issue in my community. Of course I have. And that's why the government's approach to convene an effort at cooperation, the summit is an example of that, is quite important. I mentioned the RCMP already, but I think I'll repeat that, Madam Speaker, because along with discussions of auto theft come, yes, at the federal level, certainly a natural focus on the CBSA, but also the RCMP. They cut funding to the RCMP. And they never like to own up to that, but I think it's very, very important to understand that the party across the way, the party that has presented this opposition motion, the party that so often wraps itself in the flag and a discourse of law and order, in fact, acted counter to law and order, and therefore counter to the needs, interests, and concerns of Canadians. What this Liberal government did was, in fact, when coming into office in 2015, supporting the CBSA, restoring those jobs that were lost, as I said, and also supporting the work of the RCMP, and will continue to do so. Police play a vital role in our communities where the RCMP is the police of jurisdiction. Obviously, that has even more impact with respect to what we can say at the federal level about the importance of the organization. But it's also important to recognize, as I said before, Madam Speaker, the need to summon together different parties, the federal government, provincial governments, municipal governments, the RCMP, the CBSA, the private sector, of course. This is also fundamental because the private sector does have a role to play in all of this. I heard my colleague across the way in the NDP raise a good question about the obligations that could exist on the part of the auto companies to help in all of this. I think it's a question that's quite relevant. I didn't hear my colleague opposite in the Conservative Party actually answer the question, but I think that's something that does merit further consideration. What further role can the private sector play in this? It's not just about government responding. In fact, if we're going to see a meaningful and effective outcome in all of this, the private sector will have to be front and center in not only the discussions, but certainly the action to follow. And I do very much hope, Madam Speaker, and with this I'll close, that we do see action come out of what is a pan-Canadian approach. This is the summit that will be taking place in just a few days. I know there's great interest in this right across the country. I saw that the federal government combined with the provincial government in Ontario to move ahead with the summit, or to certainly announce it. And what do we see? We see a serious discussion materializing at the federal, provincial, and municipal levels following this development. And I will be watching, as will other MPs. We have more work to do, but I look forward to it evolving and taking part wherever I can to help the government and therefore Canadians, my constituents, in responding to this critical issue at this time. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and I commend him for the fact he just didn't read a speech that may or may not have been prepared by someone else. So I do commend him for that. Now, Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, we have crime that's essentially, for all intents and purposes, out of control. And what we've seen from this government is a lack of leadership, and here's why. We are always, as a country, responding to problems. And here we have another time this government is responding. There has been zero proactivity when it comes to crime, when it comes to people on bail. We wait till bad things happen, then we react. Auto theft, we wait till bad things happen, and then we react. Here we are again, a summit after auto theft is up over 34%. Isn't this just emblematic of a government that is tired after 8 years and lost the plot?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, first of all, I'll just say to my honourable colleague that I did prepare the speech myself. I'm not sure if his notes came from the opposition leader's office, but I did see that he spoke off the cuff, and therefore I'm going to make the assumption, Madam Speaker, I'll be charitable, that he came up with a question, and as a former prosecutor. I certainly hope that he did. In fact, I'll go back to this. He was a prosecutor and certainly would have seen the effects of the Conservative Party's cuts with respect to the CBSA, with respect to the RCMP, but also the many social cuts that they made. Cuts to various programs that youth would rely on, Madam Speaker. I think that's relevant in the discussion too. A party, again, and I'll repeat it, that wraps itself in the flag, that wraps itself in a discourse of law and order, but that does not present any serious solution to what is, admittedly, a serious issue, a serious problem in this country, is not to be taken seriously at all.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, we're in a situation where one is blaming the other and the other is blaming the first one, and one says, my solution's better, and the other says, no, my solution's better. Let's take a moment here. And of course, it'll be our fault, too, at some point. Now, that said, preventative action is always positive. Were mistakes committed in the past? Yes. For instance, by taking away elements of prevention. So some prevention tools were taken away and could be positive. It would be positive to add more CBSA agents. So we can do so right now. We shouldn't have a meeting or a summit with discussions and consultations. We should hire. We're aware of some solutions. We can take action. Why not take action with the solutions we're already aware of? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question. This is interesting. Our colleague said the colleague asked me why we should meet now, why the government is taking that approach of a meeting. It's interesting that a Bloc member should ask that question, because the Bloc in this House, they always talk about the importance of cooperation and teamwork. For example, cooperation between the federal government and the provincial government, and especially the provincial government of Quebec, and also cooperation with municipal governments everywhere in Canada. The member asked a question about why we can't take action right now.
I think that we have to engage all levels that are involved in the issue in order to come to a solution.
Here. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Langford, for Cowichan, Langford, Malahat. Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to touch on an issue that was brought up by the member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. You know, he was talking about being proactive versus reactive. I guess my issue is that, you know, most of this motion deals with the criminal code, which is fundamentally a very reactive piece of legislation in that it is brought to bear after the fact. I have a greater interest in being more proactive, in heading off the problem before it becomes too large of an issue. And so we know that people don't just wake up one day and decide to go and steal a car. There's a lot of different circumstances, a lot of provisions in the criminal code that allow judges to mete out the appropriate sentence based on the individual crime. What I'm interested in, Madam Speaker, through you to my honourable colleague, is what could the government be doing more of proactively to prevent the crime from happening in the first place, rather than relying solely on a reactive element like the criminal code?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 20 seconds or less.
Madam Speaker, I have a lot of respect for the colleague because he always offers constructive ideas and has something important to say every time he speaks. I know that he has spoken in the past about the importance of making sure that we're investing in youth programs as a preventative measure. I think that has a place in this conversation, but I also take very seriously that criminals should be punished for the crimes that they commit, and therefore I follow with great interest what the summit will produce on that score. The government did move ahead with legislation that did advance that. I want to see more on that. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I only hope that I can speak half as well as the other Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. It's my goal. It's my goal. It's aspirational. It's aspirational. It's a very high bar, but I will do my best. We all know auto theft is impacting more and more Canadians. In doing so, it's undermining public confidence and feelings of safety. A serious conversation is best needed to address this issue, as we owe it to our constituents to ensure we are proposing a meaningful impact for solutions in this area. This is why I was disappointed yesterday to see unserious proposals coming from the Leader of the Opposition. His alleged reforms are to do things that are already being done and will have no practical effect. We know that criminal law is not always the best solution here. We are focused on improving enforcement and working with manufacturers to increase security for vehicles. This Thursday, we're bringing together federal, provincial, and municipal governments, law enforcement industry to discuss how we can combat auto theft. The Conservatives, and I think the Bloc just momentarily, are saying this is empty gestures. But it's an understanding of the complexity of this issue. The Conservatives think that magically we'll change the criminal code and this will disappear. And they've even said they'll repeal some of the provisions that we've brought forward, which I believe has been to actually increase sentencing for auto theft, which again shows how unserious and slogan-based this Conservative Party is. But bringing together all people at the table. The face of auto theft varies from place to place in Canada, and what we know about auto theft is different than it may have been 30 or even 10 years ago. According to available data, Ontario, Quebec, and Alberta are the jurisdictions most impacted by auto theft, but the circumstances facing these jurisdictions differ. For instance, Alberta vehicles are being stolen for parts or resale domestically after having their VIN numbers replaced. In Ontario and Quebec, we know that certain cars are targeted for theft so they can be shipped to overseas markets in Africa, the Middle East. This activity is lining the pockets of transnational organized crime. And make no mistake, transnational organized crime activity is big business. I was astounded to read about the scale. Even in data reported by the United Nations Office on Drugs, crime from 2009, it was estimated that $870 billion annually was being generated by the transnational organized crime. We can all imagine that number is much larger today. That number is staggering and far exceeds the GDP of most countries around the world. We need to think about what that means. Money in the hands of organized crime, including money generated by auto theft, be used to facilitate other criminal activity, like drug trafficking, people trafficking, and migrant smuggling. That's why in the fall economic statement, we proposed a number of measures to combat money laundering in Canada. These measures target organized crime in Canada, in turn will have an effect on combating auto theft. However, the Conservatives are opposing legislation, slowing it down at every turn. Even in the committee I sit on, Madam Speaker, Committee of Public Safety, the Conservatives are filibustering legislation actually to deal with a cybercrime and cyber activity to prevent us from getting to a study on auto theft. They talk a good game. Again, Madam Speaker, it's slogan, slogan, slogan. Get angry and pound the table. But when it comes to actually doing something, listening to experts, Conservatives are nowhere to be found. And even filibustering legislation, which I think they support, and the odd time we get to hear from a witness, cyber activity is funding these same types of criminals. But again, when it comes down to actually taking action on crime and protecting Canadians, it's crickets from the Conservative caucus. Well, maybe crickets isn't the proper word since it's lengthy filibusters. But I think the analogy still holds, Madam Speaker. It's truly unfortunate to see all of this legislation being slowed down. It's unfortunate to see them voting against funding police. We knew when they were in power, they cut the RCMP, they cut 1,000 officers to CBSA, and struggling to get back at it. It takes years, it takes time, and the Leader of the Opposition even the other day boasted about more cuts coming. They can do more with less. And I don't think that's what Canadians want to hear, that the Conservative Party is going to once again, like they historically have done, cut police. That's not what Canadians want to see in a time of where there's a situation that needs to be addressed. That's what the Conservatives are offering. That's right. They'll change the criminal code in the hopes that it will do something and cut frontline policing and vote against it at every turn. They're showing us, Madam Speaker, what they're going to do voting against it. It's also interesting at the Public Safety Committee to hear Conservative members beat the drum on American-style criminal law, which, great, that's a great thing for them to bring forward, but whenever I ask time after time, can they point to me to a place that has enacted these types of laws in the United States that has made those communities safer? It's great to tell their constituents, we're going to bring these things in, but you can see the laboratory down south. You can look right across the border and see that it hasn't worked. Again, empty rhetoric that's not going to do anything. Our government is committed to the work of public safety. As I mentioned, this Thursday, ministers responsible from across Canada will join federal counterparts and leaders of law enforcement to consider the impacts of auto theft here in Canada and identify the ways to work together. The federal government is showing leadership in this space by convening this urgent meeting. As the Minister of Public Safety has already said, collaboration is the key to identifying solutions. And the Bloc and the Conservatives can disagree. And we should take action without listening to the experts, without understanding the complexity of crime, that there is a place for the federal government. It needs to be there. But there needs to be a place for the provinces, which oversee policing, same with municipalities, to work together. We're there. We had a big announcement with the Premier of the province of Ontario in terms of money for guns and gangs, and to go after organized crime. But again, federal government's taking action. What does the Conservative Party Canada do? Vote against that money. And it's, again, truly shocking, Madam Speaker. I've said it before that the sole component of the Conservative Party environmental plan is recycling slogans. And it really is in full gear when they talk about criminal justice. But there's nothing to back it up. And it's just empty words. And when it comes time to answer questions on things, they're nowhere to be found. They are a completely unserious party on this particular issue. I'd like to take note that we already have an extremely robust criminal law framework to address auto theft. This legal framework includes specific offenses that target auto theft and related activity, including things like tampering with vehicle identification number, possessing items used to break into a vehicle, or using computer systems to intercept car fob signals in order to steal a vehicle. In fact, our government in 2019 raised the maximum penalty on summary conviction for theft of motor vehicles to 2 years, from when the previous government had it at, I believe, 18 months. Would members like to know what this legislation the government did with? Would members like to know what the legislation the government did this with? It was Bill C-75, the very legislation the Conservative Party leader is proposing to repeal. I'm surprised he wants to lower penalties for those who steal motor vehicles. Again, empty slogans. His plans are unserious. The Conservative Party is unserious when it comes to public safety. The Criminal Code prohibits possession of stolen cars for the purpose of illegally exporting them. Sentencing courts have the ability to impose significant penalties in cases where organized crime is involved. Sentencing courts must impose penalties that reflect the seriousness of offenses and the responsibility of the offender. Sentencing courts cannot impose conditional sentences for auto theft when prosecuted on indictment or committed for organized crime. This again flies in the face of the empty promises from the leader of the opposition. Serious criminals cannot and should not get house arrest. This is what the law says. And again, we hear some heckling that that's incorrect, but that's the fact. That's what's in the legislation that they, with their slogans, say they're going to repeal to make it actually easier for criminals to get away with things. They want to lower the sentences, and they're laughing. The member for Kamloops is laughing, Madam Speaker, while she's heckling. And he thinks this is a funny joke, which is what he just said. It's truly disappointing. An unserious party, Madam Speaker, the Conservative Party of Canada. We're going to get action done we're taking action on this file.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Pleasure to rise on behalf of members from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. And I'll say this much. Sometimes people say really funny things, and my colleague just said something very funny. Perhaps it was because the speech just wasn't that compelling. Now, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, this member has spoken all about what they've done about auto theft. I'll remind him that Bill C-75 didn't just raise the sentence as though he's saying we are targeting auto theft. It was actually 2 years less a day that it raised it on summary conviction. It raised every summary conviction here on 2 years less a day. So this to 2 years less a day. So this government is going to sit here and say, we are targeting this time after time after time. There is an epidemic here. And I want to know this. Will this member admit fundamentally what police and citizens across the country are telling us? That there's a problem.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I can't believe the honourable member is criticizing us for increasing the summary conviction penalty across the board in the criminal code. That is their criticism, and that he wants to repeal. They call us soft on crime, Madam Speaker. The member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou, I'm surprised as a former prosecutor, would stand in this House and talk about making it easier on criminals. You can't make it up, Madam Speaker, but he just gets up. He should go back to listening to his colleague and laughing in this place, because that was just a joke, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I?
Would the Honourable Members please let the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou ask her question?
Merci.
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, it's always possible to chew while walking, doing two things at once. So I just want to be well understood. Consultation, coordination are essential for something as serious as auto theft and criminality in general. That being said, in the past, preventative measures have been removed. Preventative measures that have never been brought back. So we can think about bringing back preventative measures whilst talking and coordinating and consulting. Why are our colleagues not able to do two things at once?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that and appreciate the comment. And I do think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. Perhaps myself not always so well, but the government is addressing these things. The government is focused on poverty. It is focused on gangs. It is focused on finding activities for young people and funding those programs. We can do multiple things. Amending the criminal code, though the member for Kamloops wants to repeal stronger sentences against criminals, we want that to stand. We can do multiple things at the same time. That government is taking this seriously, working with provincial leaders, working with the province of Quebec to work to find a solution to this crisis. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
As I listen to the interventions and I think back to the effectiveness of the NDP in this 44th Parliament, I think about, for example, what the MP for Vancouver East and I have done in securing $4 billion over 7 years for urban, rural, northern housing. I think about the Member of Parliament for Winnipeg Centre, who got unanimous consent that agreed in all of Parliament that residential schools are a form of genocide. Having said that, I am struck by the fact that there are 24 Liberal MPs that represent Toronto and the general area of Toronto alone. So what I'm asking is, why aren't they, or why have they failed to take action on stopping criminals from stealing cars?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Nunavut for her concern in Southern Ontario. The members of Toronto Caucus have been very vocal and again have been behind many of the items and legislation that this government has brought forward. I know the Conservative Party again wants to repeal tougher sentences for those who steal cars. But at the end of the day, this is something that I know Toronto members have stood strongly on. Myself, as a member from Southern Ontario, has stood strongly on. Perhaps the member from Nunavut should consult with members from the 416 before asking such questions.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brantford Brock.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Crawford, yes. Battlefield Crawford, yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, but I rise on this point of order because the member from Nunavut, who is entitled to the same rights and privileges that we all are in this place, certainly was just insulted by the previous speaker, parliamentary secretary from the Liberal Party. I believe that, Madam Speaker, you should apologize for demeaning her and her right to intervene in this place.
If the honourable member for Nunavut wants to raise a point of order, it is her right. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to rise indeed on that same point of order because I am quite offended by the fact that I'm being told that I might not be smart enough or not have the level of information that I need to be able to ask smart questions. I did point out about the effectiveness of what the NDP have done and made a difference between what the Liberals haven't done, and he did not answer my question in this manner.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has for the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard the Parliamentary Secretary speak on many questions and answer many questions, and I can assure the member that there was in no way an attempt to be personal on the question or to be...
Okay, we're getting on debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Just to clarify, Madam Speaker, my answer, I did directly answer the question when she said Toronto members were doing nothing about this. And I stood up for Toronto members, and that's insulting to them, Madam Speaker. It is debate. I just responded that she should speak to Toronto members about their action. If she took that as offense, I do apologize.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I find it difficult to accept that apology because I don't think it's a sincere one.
I don't think we can dispute the sincerity of members' sentiments when they express an apology, and I believe the honourable member did. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brantford Brent.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to advise the House I'll be splitting my time with the member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Madam Speaker, imagine waking up in your own home, your castle, where you should feel safe at all times. You're pouring your morning cup of coffee, you're looking out your window, staring at your driveway, only to realize your prized possession, your family vehicle that you parked there last night, is now gone. Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, this has become a situation all too common for Canadians. We've heard other stories of victims being robbed in parking lots in front of their homes, some held at gunpoint in broad daylight. You remember the story of the Toronto Maple Leafs' Mitch Marner being held up at gunpoint to steal his vehicle. Others having criminals break into their homes, searching for keys to their vehicles. According to the Insurance Bureau of Canada, on average, more than 200 vehicles are stolen every day, meaning a car is stolen almost every 6 minutes in Canada. Now just imagine now, I can't do the quick math, but the number of vehicles stolen at the start of this debate. And during my 10 minutes and maybe 5 minutes of Q&A, another 3 vehicles are stolen. This is the result of the failed approaches to the Prime Minister's soft on crime agenda. How did we get here? Well, we get here from a number of important decisions made by the Prime Minister and his government, starting with C-75, which allows repeat offenders to get bail often within hours of their initial arrest and often to reoffend multiple times, sometimes within the same day, leaving police powerless to stop car thieves. And then, after criminals are convicted, the Prime Minister's reckless Bill C-5 allowed them to serve their sentences from the comfort of their own homes. Even though we all know that those who serve conditional sentences are not monitored on a regular basis, so these repeat car offenders, while serving their sentence at home, are out on the streets creating more havoc, stealing more cars. I've said this many times in the House. Criminals in this country are laughing at this government. They love the soft on crime approach. We all know Canada is now a haven for car thieves, for organized crime to thrive, for money laundering and human trafficking. That is the legacy that this Prime Minister is leaving for Canadians. After 8 years of his soft on crime policies, this Prime Minister has created an auto theft crisis in Canada. Auto theft in the GTA alone is up 300% since he took government. Additionally, stats tell us that since he formed government, auto theft is up 190% in Moncton, 122% in Ottawa-Gatineau, over 106% in Montreal, and over 60% in Winnipeg. Madam Speaker, it's the responsibility of the federal government to reduce auto theft, as the primary prevention tools, including the Criminal Code, the RCMP, the CBSA, and our port systems, are all under the federal government's jurisdiction. However, as a result of the mismanagement of these prevention tools, organized crime has taken over our ports, turning them into parking lots for stolen vehicles, which are then deported overseas. The Port of Montreal, a major hub for stolen vehicles to be shipped out of Canada, only has 5 CBSA agents to inspect over 580,000 containers that leave the port each year. According to Le Journal de Montréal, one law enforcement agent said the CBSA has no resources to check containers. They check less than 1%, making it clear that the increase in auto theft is directly related to Liberal mismanagement and is costing Canadians far too much. In places like Ontario, insurance companies are set to increase premiums by 25% this year. As reported by Equite, it is estimated that $1 billion in vehicle theft claims were paid out in the year 2022 alone, and these costs are being passed down to drivers. Now, what is the Liberal plan? Well, we've been hearing about this great summit where all the stakeholders are going to gather and they're going to talk about the problem, they're going to talk about solutions, and you know what, Madam Speaker? Maybe another year or 2 years from now, we might see solutions. As per our Foreign Affairs Minister, as she proudly announced to the whole world, Canada is known for convening. That's all we hear with this government. Meetings after meetings, summits after summits, and no action. Now, to stop the increase in crime rates and reduce auto theft, Conservatives are calling on the government today to immediately reverse the changes to the Liberal government's soft on crime Bill C-5 that allows for cars-stealing criminals to be on house arrest instead of jail. We want to strengthen the Criminal Code provisions to ensure repeat car-stealing criminals remain in jail, giving effect to the principles of both general and specific deterrence in the Criminal Code, and provide the Canadian Border Service Agency and our ports with the resources they need to prevent stolen cars from leaving the country. I asked the Vice President of Inspections at CBSA today in committee, how can you explain only 5 agents? Well, we don't have the resources. We don't have the funding. And if we had to inspect every container, he told me, our trade system would completely shut down. That is small comfort to victims of auto theft crime in this country, and it's a pleasing announcement to the thieves that are out there, because not only are our cars being shipped abroad, we are accepting container after container from countries in Asia packed loaded with deadly drugs such as carfentanil and fentanyl that's poisoning our Canadians. Now, as a member for Brantford Brant, I can speak to these issues personally, as my community has had over 600 vehicles stolen between the years of 2022 and 2023 alone, for a population of just under 100,000 people, Madam Speaker. But sadly, they don't have the necessary funds to put into fighting car theft. We heard from the Minister of Justice, the Attorney General, numerous times. The Justice Minister can speak all he wants about how he and his Liberal colleagues are hitting organized crime where it hurts. Quote, fighting the fight against crime and working with police, provinces, and ports. But the facts are the facts. You can't change the facts. They are telling that over 80,000 vehicles were stolen in Canada in the past year alone. The Minister and his Liberal colleagues have consistently taken a dismissive stance on pressing issues. Just last summer, they brushed off concerns about rising crime rates, suggesting Canadians were imagining the problem. Now, what is our solution? The Prime Minister's reckless policies have caused an explosion of car thefts, made our communities dangerous, and the only action to fix this mess he creates is to hold a summit. We don't need another summit. We need a common sense plan to stop the theft and the crime. Solution is simple. It's the first plank of our Conservative plan to hit the brakes on car theft. To combat this Liberal oversight, Conservatives will go after the real criminals by restoring jail, not bail, increasing mandatory jail time, ending house arrest for car thieves, while also increasing sentences for gang-associated car thieves. This is a pressing and urgent matter that public safety has a mandate to review thoroughly. Canadians can't wait for the summit to produce results. It's time for the government to move beyond conferences, meetings, announcements, press conferences, and join Conservatives and show up for Canadians. I call on all members of the House to support our motion, help us put the brakes on auto theft once and for all, protect our communities, and bring home safer streets for all Canadians. Madam Speaker, that's just common sense.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for his speech. But, Madam Speaker, I just have to point out the unbelievable hypocrisy. I mean, the member opposite talks about lack of resources while they cut 1,100 jobs out of CBSA. They talk about lack of resources when they were going to cut another 400 more. And, Madam Speaker, it has to be read in again. They talk about lack of resources while voting against $1.5 billion in funding for CBSA, $1.44 for operating, $197 million for capital expenditures. They voted against $2.7 billion for the RCMP. It's again, like I said earlier, it's like a municipality cutting their budget on police and then lamenting why crime has gone up. So I wonder, my question to the member opposite is, how does he explain their votes against funding for CBSA and RCMP? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brants.
You know, listening, I thank my colleague for the question, and listening to that very carefully, one would almost think that this Liberal government has been in power for maybe 1 to 2 years, and that they can reflect on the previous administration, the previous Conservative administration. When are they going to move beyond blaming all the ills of this country on Prime Minister Harper? Why don't they go back to Brian Mulroney years? They've had 8 years to fix this mess. 8 years. They increased the public service by 40%, and they do not a damn thing to increase confidence among Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. This is an issue that is indeed very concerning. I agree with him that the Liberals haven't done enough since 2015. And my colleague in the Bloc, the colleague for Avignon, la ministre Madame Matapédia, raised this issue last year. But it is a bit ironic to hear the Conservatives claiming to be so concerned about the amount of staff at the CBSA, because a report about this problem from 2015 and earlier Well, at the time, the government was Conservative. And at the time, I recall that people at the CBSA were criticizing the Conservatives for the cuts there. So I just don't understand that. I'd like to hear from my colleague about those cuts that we see the effects of, unfortunately, now.
I thank my colleague for the question, but I think the time has come to stop putting blame on old Conservative policies or what the Conservatives could have done or should have done. This government has 8 years under their belt, and they've got nothing to show for it but heartache, hardship, and now this national, worldwide reputation. Come to Canada. We have got a thriving criminal market for you to take advantage of.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to ask my honourable colleague for Brantford Brant, because in diving into the world of auto crime today, found, of course, that the rate of theft of automobiles has also increased dramatically in the United States. I don't think our Prime Minister is responsible for that, but I'm looking at it here in Canada and thinking how much I'll share an anecdote. The most shocking car theft in my life was when I was in church and somebody went into the minister's office, figured they could open the desk, they picked a key up, they didn't know what her car was, they went outside, went beep beep, and stole her car. I'm wondering if the honourable member knows, relatively speaking, and I think he knows more about it, car thefts and this issue of technological change, how much of the big increase in car thefts in Canada and the US has to do with the ability to use technologies. Thieves can sit at the end of a driveway and actually scoop remotely the electronic signals to a computerized on-off button kind of car. How much of our car theft increase is because it's just simpler to steal cars because of technological change?
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
I thank the member for that excellent question, and that is definitely a real concern, and it really accounts for a lot of the car thefts that we are seeing. Criminals are very computer and technology savvy. There are ways that Canadians can mitigate against these procedures, and I know that my local police service is educating the public on steps that they can take. For instance, don't leave your vehicle in the driveway. If you have a garage, park it in the garage. As far as your key fob is concerned, make sure that it's not readily accessible just outside your front door. Enclose it in a shoebox or something, and perhaps put it in the closet. I know these are measures that probably will require people to adjust their daily habits, but these are ways that will block the infrared signal from allowing these criminals, these savvy criminals, for capturing the data and then simply walking up with a second-hand made remote.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. And unlike some members from the Liberal Party, and particularly the member from St. Catharines, I don't think we should be here doing cartwheels about the fact that this Liberal government has essentially been asleep at the switch and is now finally convening a meeting. At the end of the day, this is a government that has failed, and that's why we as Conservatives have 4 very clear priorities. 1, to axe the tax. 2, to build the homes. 3, to fix the budget. And 4, to stop the crime. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, we require common sense. And where's the first place to start? Let's look at where we are now. Again, the member from St. Catharines will tell you, oh, look at this, we have no problems. There's no real big issues here. We as Liberals have been responsible. That's what I took from his speech, that they've been eminently responsible. Well, tell that to all the people who are now suffering from car theft. Madam Speaker, I could say this. There were people who historically would not have even sought their release on bail, based on a bail system that we as Conservatives may have even criticized as being too lenient. And now, those people are released in what I would call a pro forma way. And that's why, Madam Speaker, I am excited to rise on what our common sense plan is. Why, Madam Speaker? This is a Liberal government that loves to say, we're going to do this. We're gonna tackle, I believe somebody said today, we're gonna crack down on auto theft. When have we heard that before? The member from St. Catharines expects us to believe that we're gonna, just like they said that they were gonna make it easier for people in the middle class and those entering the middle class. We're gonna balance the budget after a series of what? Deficits. We're gonna run small deficits. Just trust us. And after 8 years, the trust has evaporated. We can no longer trust that these Liberals are going to address problems when it comes to crime. Now, people have talked about importing American-style justice, and certainly I wouldn't advocate for that. There have been varying degrees of consequences. At the same time, I wouldn't also advocate for the leniency that we're seeing. The member from St. Catharines can misrepresent my words when it comes to the fact that the Bill C-75 raised summary offenses from 6 months to 2 years less a day. We could do cartwheels about that. That's actually something that I believe was enhanced that was done based on the Jordan principle and based on system actors when we didn't want to proceed by indictment and yet wanted a greater sentence than 6 months. Nobody here on this side has ever said we will repeal those sentences, and yet the Liberals will stand up repeatedly, time after time. They'll stand here and say, we have a minimum sentence. Bail is working. How many times have we heard that? The bail system is working. Well, Madam Speaker, I think that all one needs to do is walk down the street, and what they will see are circumstances that are largely inhumane for a lot of people. And that doesn't just have to do with bail. That has a lot to do with substances, and in large part, what this Liberal government has done when it comes to substance abuse. Madam Speaker, this is a government that at the end of the day loves to convene. But convening doesn't get results. Where were they 4 years ago when it was clear that bail was becoming a problem? Where were they when key decisions from the Supreme Court of Canada came down? Typically, Parliament used to respond to those decisions. The Liberals said, no, we're comfortable. We'll just let them be. And then you had a series of decisions that Parliament didn't respond to. And that was a deliberate choice, a value judgment based on these Liberals that said, essentially, in my view, we just don't care. Just like they don't care and haven't cared about housing, like they haven't cared about inflation, and now how they haven't cared about auto theft. This is a government, frankly, that doesn't have its head in the game when it comes to crime. It doesn't have its head in the game when it comes to just about anything. We have a prime minister who stayed with friends for an $84,000 vacation. His response, not to apologize to Canadians, no, he could never admit fault on his own behalf. What was his response, Madam Speaker? Like many Canadians, I stayed with family and friends. Madam Speaker, I'm going to get to some of the things that were said yesterday by the Justice Minister. And it's interesting because the Liberals, again, like members from the member from St. Catharines, I know he's a lawyer, perhaps he went to the Faculty of Law at American Samoa. I say that in jest. Madam Speaker, on proceeding by indictment, there is a maximum term.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on a point of order.
Speaker, I don't know. I didn't, during my speech, I debated the ideas that the honourable member brought forward, but I didn't, as he's heckling, trying to shout me down, Mr. Speaker, I debated the ideas and questioned the stances he took with respect to policy. I didn't question his education in terms of his qualifications as a lawyer or a prosecutor. And I personally abide by the rules of professional misconduct and don't in the province of Ontario, and I'm sure it's very similar in BC, to not attack other lawyers on the basis of their qualifications, and hopes that he'll abide by the same thing.
Well noted, and I do remind the honourable member that, yes, although the honourable member did say in jest, it is not quite the appropriate comment to make.
Well, Madam Speaker.
Not a laugh.
If only people in this place would look in the mirror when they make comments like that, Madam Speaker. It's unfortunate. Mr.
The honourable member did understand what I said?
I did understand, and with respect, I will move on because I have fairly strong feelings on this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I think I asked the honourable member to first realize that it's not something we do to question someone else's education. And yes, the member did say that it was in jest, but it's still on the record. So
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I would advise the honourable member to just retract what he said.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so be it. Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I look at this and I look at section 333.1 and I see here a maximum sentence of 6 months in jail on a mandatory minimum of, that's a mandatory minimum 6 months in jail after 3 convictions. So again, the Liberals will do cartwheels over this. We have a mandatory minimum. Conservatives don't realize we have a mandatory minimum. Conservatives love mandatory minimums. A minimum of 6 months in jail when preceded by indictment. Okay? With all due respect to members, like the member from St. Catharines here, how often will that be invoked? How often does somebody obtain the maximum sentence when anybody proceeds by summary or by indictment? So let's reflect on what the Honourable Minister said yesterday. This is what he said first, quote, and I'm not going to take his full quotes here. First, mandatory minimums for auto theft for repeat offenses already exist in the criminal code, so he's not changing something that already exists. Second, an aggravating factor for an auto theft occurs with organized crime is already on the books too, section 718.2 of the criminal code. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I've never once, in working in the justice system for years, actually seen that provision employed. There's a reason why organized crime is so successful, because it's organized. People don't wake up and go, you know what, I was caught for auto theft. You're right. There was a gang helping me out. Forget safety of my family, forget my safety, forget safety of my friends. No, you know what? An organized crime gang was taking these vehicles, shipping them across the Atlantic, changing the VIN numbers, and I'm prepared to admit that. The reason organized crime is successful is because those things don't happen. So again, the Honourable Minister or the member from St. Catharines might do cartwheels about this and say, hey, this is wonderful. Organized crime, we're cracking down on it. That fact has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. How easy is it to prove the presence of organized crime beyond a reasonable doubt? I would love to note up that section and by that research it to see how many times it's been successful when it comes to auto theft. Anecdotally, I have never, ever seen it. Madam Speaker, here's another one. The leader, quote, the leader of the opposition purports to be tough on crime. Who do I listen to about crime measures? Police officers. What do they tell me? They tell me that this is not an individual crime. This is backed by people who are organized criminals. How do we deal with that? We get tough on money laundering, end quote. Madam Speaker, this government has had 8 years, and what's happened in that 8 years? Canada has become a money laundering haven. So again, we're going to convene. We're going to figure this out. We're going to have more meetings. Well, Madam Speaker, the time for meetings has come and gone. And with respect to the Honourable Minister, somebody who I do respect and who I have had constructive discussions with, he must be talking to different police officers than me. Because the police officers I'm talking to are not happy about the current state of affairs when it comes to their ability to have people detained and serious people with serious criminality, to have people processed for breaches, and to have the law reflect meaningful consequences. We are at a point now, Madam Speaker, where the law, despite this 6-month mandatory minimum, really needs to reflect a serious consequence, and that's why I'm proud to support an opposition motion to make it a 3-year mandatory minimum. Why?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. You know, Madam Speaker, just a few days ago, this wasn't even an issue for the Leader of the Conservative Party. It's only because there's a summit that now he's been made aware of the issue, and now he wants to advocate. And his last words, the member just finished saying, Madam Speaker, that what he wants to do is he wants to make a change. And that change is to say that if you get caught 3 times stealing a vehicle, that you're going to have to go to prison for 6 months, is it? 6 months, and they want to extend that to 3 years. Well, good morning. Guess what, Madam Speaker? It was Stephen Harper that actually put in the 6 months. Hard to believe. Madam Speaker, the hypocrisy just kind of oozes out of the cup. You know, take a look. You know, members opposite have been saying, you know, they want to see more money invested. They cut hundreds of millions of dollars. They say want more staff. They cut over 1,000 staff. Does the member not recognize the reality that the Conservatives were a disaster and did not contribute then nor today to the actual debate of the issue?
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
If you want to talk about hypocrisy, let's talk about today versus 2014. People weren't afraid, as they are today, to walk down the street. People weren't afraid that their vehicle wouldn't be there to the same degree in 2014 as they are today. People weren't worried that their domestic abuser or the person who hit them, the person who sold drugs, was going to be released on bail and then be back a mere half an hour later or 2 hours later. They weren't afraid, so he can pontificate all he wants about how wonderful things are. We've never had it so good under these Liberals, he will tell you. Madam Speaker, I invite him to Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou officially right here, right now. Let's take a walk down the streets and talk to people about the points he just made.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Député d'Abitibi, Bay James Nunavik.
The Honourable Member for Bay James Nunavik EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. Car theft did increase in 2023, but unlike what the Conservatives claim, they claim that mandatory minimums were repealed by C5, but that's not the case. The Conservatives say that there is a major issue. At Section 323.1, it was added by the Conservatives themselves through S9 in 2019. So parties should stop attacking each other, and we should take action quickly. Now, here's my question for my colleague. Of course, we need to address the car theft situation because at some point it may be my car stolen or his. So should we act quickly?
Thank you. Merci pour la question. I appreciate the question, Madam Speaker. Yes, mandatory minimums do change with time. I'll remind this House that it wasn't long ago that internet luring, an offence I believe should have life imprisonment, was at 5 years. And the Honourable Member for Abbotsford had to petition to get it to 10, and then under the Harper government it went to 14. There was no mandatory minimum, I believe, before the Harper government imposed it, and you know what? Times change. Right now, auto theft, as the Honourable Member mentioned, up substantially. So yes, she asked, do we have to address this quickly? We do have to address this quickly because it's not working. If we want to look at this issue as a whole, and people say, well, it was like this 8 years ago. Car thefts were not like this 8 years ago. Changing times require changing measures, and they require changing minimums. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. I know the Conservatives are, always focused on tough on crime approaches, and they're calling it common sense, but I think it's nonsense, and I'll tell you why. We know recidivism rates for people that are incarcerated are higher than 80%. It costs over $225,000 a year to incarcerate one woman in a federal penitentiary. It costs well over $125,000 a year to incarcerate one male. I'm wondering why the Conservatives want to waste all this money on solutions that we know don't work, instead of investing those multi-millions and billions of dollars into dealing with the root causes of crime. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you. I really enjoyed listening to my honourable colleague, and I agree there are a number of root causes of crime.
Having an issue with the sound. There's a very... Well, not only the sheet, there was an echo on a vibrating echo. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll begin again. Madam Speaker, I always appreciate hearing my colleagues' comments, and I would agree with her that we do have to address the causes of crime. And where I would part company is she said, you Conservatives are tough on crime. I don't know if that's a characterization I would use. We are tough on certain crime. Something that our leader has emphasized is the idea of recovery. What does recovery do? It addresses substance abuse. It's often at the root cause of crime. So the two aren't mutually exclusive. I would suggest that we can address serious crime and also address recovery, because when we address serious crime and that which is impacting,
we must resume debate. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan will have about 2.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try and be real quick. After 8 years of this Prime Minister's soft on crime policies, we see crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder ravaging through our streets. In our major cities, the spike in car theft since 2015 is extreme, increasing by 300% in Toronto. The Liberal government's dangerous catch and release policies have unleashed crime and chaos in our communities, and his reckless Bill C5, allowing house arrests for these criminals, even those with long rap sheets. This means that they just walk out onto the streets and continue with more crime. Increasing crime has been very troubling in the riding of King Vaughan. I have to acknowledge Joe from Not on Joe's Watch, a large social media page based in the city of Vaughan. He produces a page informing constituents where the crimes are proceeding. Over the past year in the city of Vaughan, which I represent, breaks and entries have increased by 45%, vehicle thefts by 30%, assaults by 13.8%, sexual violations by 11%, and robberies by 10%. These are scary statistics, which are causing many in my riding and across the country to live in fear. I have heard many scary stories from my riding and around Canada. People are getting their doors kicked in and their houses robbed and their cars stolen. Crime is up and people are scared. Recently, I toured a neighborhood in Kleinburg, and they had to hire a security service company to protect their homes and cars, to the cost of $5,000 per household, which totals in excess of $200,000 a year, not including their property tax, Madam Speaker. How ridiculous is that? We need to ensure that we can protect our citizens based on the security of what we now feel is weak. The Leader of the Opposition, who, by the way, for those that don't or are not aware of it, will be our next Prime Minister. He will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
Hear, hear.
Order. I have the honor to inform.
We're going to do this one first. Sorry.
Okay. It being 5:27, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. Monsieur Hupan, appuyé par Monsieur Berthold, propose.
It is moved that after 8 years on soft on crime policies, this Prime Minister has created the auto theft crisis. 2, according to the Liberal government's own news release, auto theft in Toronto is up 300% since 2015, and Statistics Canada data shows that auto theft is up 190% in Moncton, 122% in Ottawa-Gatineau, 106% in Montreal, 62% in Winnipeg since 2015.
Major hub for stolen vehicles to be shipped out of Canada only has 5 Canada Border Service Agency agents to inspect the... May I dispense? the 580,000 containers that leave the port each year, according to the Journal de Montréal, with one law enforcement agent saying CBSA has no resources to check the containers. They check less than 1% of containers. 4, it is the responsibility of the federal government to reduce auto theft as the primary prevention tools, including the criminal code, the RCMP, the CBSA, and our port systems, which are the federal government's jurisdiction.
5. The increase in auto theft is costing Canadian drivers as insurance premiums are increasing, and in Ontario, insurance companies are able to increase premiums by 25% this year. 6. A report by Equité estimates that $1 billion in vehicle theft claims were paid out in 2022, and these costs are being passed down to drivers.
Crime and reduce auto theft to lower insurance premiums, the House calls on the government to A, immediately reverse changes the Liberal government made in the Soft on Crime Bill C5 that allows for car-stealing criminals to be on house arrest instead of jail. B, strengthen criminal code provisions to ensure repeat car-stealing criminals remain in jail. Et C, de fournir à l'agence de...
And C, provide the CBSA and our ports with the resources they need to prevent stolen cars from leaving the country.
Member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or the honourable member for Battlefield is rising.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 7th, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Order. J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir à la Chambre.
I have the honor of informing this House that the Senate sent a message to the House of Commons to inform us that the following bill was passed, and this is submitted to the House. S1001 for an act to amalgamate the Roman Catholic Episcopal Corporation of Ottawa and the
Canada. Ce projet de loi est...
This bill is deemed to have been read the first time and ordered for a second reading at the next sitting of the House.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent at this time to call it 5:42, so we could begin private members' hour.
Hear, hear.
It being 5:42, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Private members' business. Resuming consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-234, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, standing in the name of Mr. Lobb.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just verifying, this is a 10-minute speech, correct? Yes, thank you. It's an honor to rise tonight and pursue the discussion of a very complex piece of legislation. It didn't start out as a complex when our colleague initially put it forward as Bill C-234, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak to it. Of course, this is the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act as it relates to on-farm use of fossil fuels. It's now been amended in the Senate to exempt one of the larger uses of fossil fuels on farm. So, of course, farm community is not pleased. But I wanted to step back, and of course, this piece that is now would be exempted under the Senate amendments is the use on farm of propane fuel for grain drying. In other words, activities that take place in buildings are now no longer exempt from the fossil fuel exemption that came through in the first version of Bill C-234. And as the Green Party members and myself voted for Bill C-234 in its first iteration, I wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, if I may, to explain why we voted that way, what I think we should do for a fundamental reconsideration of the way we price carbon on farm so that it has some coherence intellectually and scientifically. So let me first start by why we voted for C-234 in its first iteration. I recall really clearly when carbon pricing came forward, which we favor, being very clear. We think you can't, without monetizing carbon, if you treat pollution as something free, nobody is paying attention to what it really costs society, what it really costs humanity to treat the atmosphere as if it's a large free garbage dump for our pollution. That's clearly not acceptable. And we moved forward accepting that there would be, and unfortunately it's a patchwork because some provinces had already moved forward. British Columbia brought in Canada's first carbon tax, a well-constructed and logical revenue-neutral approach to carbon pricing. And there have been changes, and then some provinces brought in their own versions, and then what the federal government brought forward, the current Liberal government brought forward something that was essentially a backstop. So those provinces that didn't have their own systems, the federal government brought in a carbon price that would apply everywhere to try to equalize the pricing between all the different provinces and have a system that remained revenue neutral. Now, when British Columbia brought in the revenue-neutral carbon tax under the government of previous Premier Gordon Campbell, who's pretty much representing the right wing on BC politics, but a really well-designed carbon price, the revenue-neutral part of it was that as British Columbians, we got tax cuts that were how we received what is now, for those backstop provinces, citizens actually receive a check as a rebate. So this became a bit more complicated, perhaps, than it needed to be. But when the Liberals brought this in, they said, we're not going to apply it on farm. Farmers won't have to pay the carbon tax. Now, that at least was how it was communicated. So when farmers realized that, well, we're not paying a carbon tax on the diesel we put in our tractors or the farm equipment we're using, but we're paying a big one on grain drying, they became quite concerned, and that's the source of Bill C-234. And we felt, and I felt, in principle, once you've told the farming community you're not going to apply a carbon tax to them, you should stick to that. And it also happened that because of the climate crisis, the need for grain drying increased. Now, this is one of those things that may sound counterintuitive, of course, but we had what farmers in the prairies called that winter, and I'm going to back up and just say, I know that it's not the first time that we've ever had the need for grain drying. We've had wet harvests before. It wasn't a novelty, but it was particularly bad. And farmers referred to it as the harvest from hell. They were still trying to get crops out of the fields when there was snow on the fields. The grain drying became much more intense, and the use of propane for grain drying actually increased. And that's when farmers said, well, wait a minute, we were supposed to be exempt from carbon pricing. Now, I want to step back from all this and say, before diving into what's happened to C-234 since then, if we wanted to monetize carbon and preferably keep farmers who are essentially land stewards, keep them on board with the need to respond to the climate crisis, how would you do that? I'll also say the reason that farmers should be particularly on board with measures to reduce greenhouse gases and avoid an ever worsening climate crisis is that if there's one economic sector that is a big loser and at risk in climate crisis world, it's agriculture, where sustained in the prairies now, it's a multi-year drought. Some of my friends who are farmers in the prairies, they don't call it a drought, call it aridification, because it's going to just keep getting drier because of climate trends, because of global warming. The impact on the cost of food, I mean, we talk about inflation in grocery prices. A good chunk of that is the impact on certain food products, certain agricultural products, because of extreme climate events, whether droughts or floods, or extreme weather events that wipe out certain kinds of foods. The price of vanilla went sky high because of the impact of storms hitting Madagascar, as but one example. And of course, grains all around the world started costing a lot more. Combination of Putin declaring war on Ukraine, but also crop failures caused by climatic extreme events. So as someone who wants to see us all pull together, it was distressing to see that one component of Canadian society that both is severely impacted by climate crisis and therefore should be on side with doing something to keep it from becoming ever worse, and a part of our society that plays a big role in how carbon is sequestered would be alienated from efforts to act on climate by what felt like, and kind of, got to say, looked like, a betrayal on a promise. If you say you're not going to apply carbon taxes on farms, and then people are surprised, farmers are surprised to find, well, paying a walloping carbon tax, how did that happen? Well, I think it's because, and I'm sorry for my liberal friends, but I don't think they really understand a lot about farming, and they didn't realize that fossil fuels used on farm were largely used in buildings to dry grain when they made the promise. So fine to exempt tractors, fine to exempt on-farm equipment. But here we come to the crux of what I wish we had done in the 3 minutes I have left to express what I wish we had done, which perhaps we still could do, which is to enlist farmers as the creative land stewards that they are, and as farmers sequester carbon through their practices and on-farm activities such as zero-tillage agriculture, such as getting rid of summer fallows, such as making sure you're doing more perennial crops and fewer annual, are massively effective at sequestering carbon in soil. And guess what? We talk about planting forests as a way of sequestering carbon. Carbon sinks in forests. Those are real, that's true. But right now, and largely due to climate change, our grasslands are better at sequestering carbon than our forests. Why? Well, we want to make sure the soils hold an enormous quantity of carbon in the soil. And unlike climate conditions causing forest fires that wipe out the carbon we were sequestering in forests, releasing it by the millions of tons to the atmosphere in a summer like we just, well, not just summer, we started having every province in this country having wildfires that were out of control in the spring, in May of last year, all the way through to late fall, and some into the winter. When forests burn, you lose all the carbon. But here's something interesting, and scientists are looking at this a lot. When grasslands burn, you don't lose all the carbon because most of that carbon is stored well below the soil in the root systems that don't burn. So if you're offsetting for greenhouse gases, well, I generally think you're better not to plant a tree, but to plant a billionaire. But I usually say that in jest, so just to make sure everybody understands it. But you're better off to protect your grasslands. And where ecosystems exist with grasslands, it's better to sustain them and keep them robust, which means, what if, instead of just having carbon pricing on the fuel you burn, we paid farmers for sequestering every ton of carbon they sequester? What if we had an actual balance sheet on carbon pricing, thanking and rewarding farmers who have taken on board protecting ecological services, wetlands, protecting biodiversity, and making sure they are both restoring the health of soil, improving the profitability, the health of the food, and keeping carbon out of the atmosphere. Thank you, farmers.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to resume debate on Private Members Bill 234 pursuant to the proposed amendments to this bill from the Senate. Canada has the best farmers and food processors in the world. We're a global leader in agricultural production, and the sector is of great importance to our economy, to trade, and to jobs. And I know in my riding of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, we have some of the best small-scale farms in the country. And our government understands that farmers are essential to our communities and to Canada's economy. And that's why our government agrees with the intent of Bill C-234. Supporting our farmers is, of course, of great importance. However, the bill is not appropriately structured to achieve this objective. It is important to deliver support for farmers that's effective in helping them ramp up production without undermining important goals like addressing climate change, which itself poses a severe threat to agricultural production. And putting a price on pollution is a cornerstone to Canada's climate plan. A price on pollution is widely recognized as the most efficient means to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions that are contributing to more intense wildfires, droughts, and floods, while putting money back in people's pockets and driving investment in cleaner alternatives. In BC, of course, we've had a price on pollution for more than 15 years, and which remains in place today, instead of the federal system, which only applies in provinces that don't bring in their own carbon pricing system. And farmers are on the front lines of climate change, facing ever-increasing risks of natural disasters to their operations, and pollution pricing was designed to take into account the unique needs of farmers. And of course, I've seen it firsthand with a number of the farms in my riding where historic droughts and water restrictions actually brought in a state of emergency that restricted access to water for some of these farms. And I've seen the crushing impact of the climate change-fueled heat dome in recent years as well. And that's why provinces where the federal carbon price is in effect, for all provinces, Canada's agriculture is already receiving significant relief under the federal carbon pollution pricing system compared to other sectors. Through the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, the federal system exempts gasoline and diesel used in eligible farming machinery on farms, as well as biological emissions, such that roughly 97% of on-farm emissions are not subject to a price on pollution. Greenhouse operators also receive upfront relief of 80% on the fuel charge on propane and marketable natural gas. And additionally, farmers in province where the federal system is in place can receive a refundable tax credit, which overall returns the estimated total fuel charge proceeds in these provinces related to farm use of natural gas and propane for heating and drying activities to help farmers transition to lower carbon ways of farming. And this year, farmers in rural areas will benefit from the doubling of the rural top-up for pollution price rebates, which will give households an extra 20% of the value of these rebates in backstop jurisdictions. Putting a price on pollution and returning the proceeds to farmers helps them transition to lower carbon ways of farming by providing support to farmers while also maintaining the price signal to reduce emissions. And these are the right ways to help farmers increase production while addressing climate change that threatens production. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, even as amended by the Senate, which did make some steps in the right direction, the bill does not reflect Canada's commitment to climate change or incentivize farmers to switch to less carbon-intensive solutions. And it also risks weakening Canada's efforts to lower its greenhouse gas emissions. It is true that one amendment would remove
questions and comments, so I would ask members to please refrain from trying to ask questions and comments. Someone has the floor. The honourable member knows full well that if he was speaking, he would like the respect of the House, and he should do the same for the honourable member. The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
And I'll just note to the honourable member that Canada's emissions have dropped by a bigger percentage than any other G7 country since 2019. And it's true that one amendment would remove the relief associated with heating or cooling a building or similar structure used for raising or housing livestock or for growing crops. But the relief for grain drying would remain, as would amendments to expand qualifying farm fuels to natural gas and propane. And our government does not believe that making it free to pollute is the right way to proceed. So we're taking action where it makes a real positive difference in supporting farmers to make cleaner choices. As part of our Strengthened Climate Plan and the 2030 Emissions Reduction Plan, the Government of Canada has committed over $1.5 billion to accelerate the agricultural sector's progress on reducing emissions while remaining a global leader in sustainable agriculture. And this includes almost $500 million for the Agricultural Clean Technology Program to create an enabling environment for the development and adoption of clean technology that will help drive the changes required to achieve a low-carbon economy and promote sustainable growth in Canada's agriculture and agri-food sector. And this program is helping Canadians in the agricultural sector innovate and adopt clean technologies. And farmers are taking action. farmers have been leading the adoption of climate-friendly practices like precision agriculture technology and low-till techniques that can help reduce emissions and save them both time and money. And I've seen it in my riding with actually a local company, Terramera, which has been partnering with Microsoft to be able to share information on precision agriculture at a landscape scale. And I've seen the sustainable farming practices that are being implemented locally that are making a big difference on climate change and on water use. And our government is continuing to take action to support them. Budget 2022, for example, provided $150 million for a resilient agricultural landscape program, cost-shared with the provinces and territories to support carbon sequestration, adaptation, and address other environmental co-benefits. It also provided $100 million to the federal granting councils to support post-secondary research in developing technologies and crop varieties that will allow for net zero emission agriculture. And it provided $469 million to the Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada to expand the Agricultural Climate Solutions Program on-farm Climate Action Fund. And Madam Speaker, Budget 2022 also renewed the Canadian Agricultural Partnership, which delivers a range of support programs for farmers and agriculture, including federal-only programs and programs developed in partnership with provincial and territorial governments. Each year, these programs provide about $600 million to support agricultural innovation, sustainability, competitiveness, and market development. The Canadian Agricultural Partnership also includes a comprehensive suite of business risk management programs to help Canadian farmers cope with volatile markets and disaster situations, delivering approximately $2.3 billion of supports on average each year. And Madam Speaker, these are the right ways to help farmers increase production while addressing climate change that threatens production. To include, our pollution pricing system is simply about recognizing that pollution has a cost and encouraging cleaner growth and more sustainable future. And the federal government does not keep any direct proceeds from pollution pricing under this system. Canada's approach to pollution pricing is not only one of the best ways to fight climate change, but also puts more money back into the pockets of Canadians. The direct proceeds from the federal pollution price are returned in the jurisdiction from which they were collected to help with the cost of living challenges while keeping the incentive to pollute less. As 2024 kicks off, the Government of Canada reiterates its commitment to pollution pricing and its crucial role in meeting targets to cut emissions by 40% below 2005 levels by 2030 and achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Estimates show that pollution pricing will contribute about a third of the total reductions in emissions that will occur between now and 2030. Putting a price on pollution and returning the bulk of the proceeds through rebates provides support not just for farmers, but also consumers and businesses, while also maintaining an incentive to reduce emissions. And Canada has been a world leader in fighting climate change through pollution pricing, and we should not do anything that would undermine this achievement, as Bill C-234 would, for the reasons I've set out today. With that, thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity again to make the government's position on this piece of legislation clear.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, we're here tonight debating Bill C-234 again. And why are we here again? Well, it's because the Liberal-appointed senators voted to gut this bill from its original form to prevent this bill from passing. The panicking Liberals are resorting to every trick in the book, Madam Speaker, trying desperately to prevent farmers from getting a carbon tax carve-out for drying grain, heating barns, and other farm operations. And this is ahead of the Prime Minister's plan to increase the carbon tax on April 1st by 23%, as part of the NDP Liberal plan to quadruple the carbon tax. Now, farmers in my riding of Lambton Kent Middlesex and from across this great country made their voices known to senators loud and clear by writing, calling, and emailing the senators' offices. And they've done so to MPs as well over the course of the last 2 years that we've been seeing this important bill making its way through the parliamentary process. Now, despite the farmers' best efforts to voice their concerns and let senators know that they need to pass this bill in its original form in order to bring the much-needed financial relief to their cost of growing food, and despite the testimony that was heard from industry about how this carbon tax will eventually price most farmers out of business, And while increasing the cost of food for Canadians, Liberal senators instead gutted the bill and sent it back to this place for reconsideration. And this begs the question, Madam Speaker, why? What possibly could have influenced Liberal senators to gut this bill when the overwhelming evidence shows that this bill, if not passed, will keep rising the cost of production for farmers and thus will continue to drive up the cost of food for Canadians? Now, the Liberals have denied trying to influence their so-called independent senators. However, as it turns out, the Environment Minister has actually admitted to calling senators up and asking them to keep the carbon tax on. Now, let me read into the record, Madam Speaker, an exchange that the Environment Minister had on December 14th at the Environment Committee. And I quote from Mr. Dan Mazur to the Minister, "Did you call any senators to discuss Bill C-234? Honourable Minister, can you repeat the question, please? Mr. Mazur, did you call any senators to discuss Bill C-234?
So I see there's been an apology because the honourable member had mentioned the name of a member, and so I just want to remind the members not to do that. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Sorry, my apologies, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Minister said, I had conversations with 5 or 6 senators. Yes. The Honourable Member from Dauphin Swan River. 5 or 6 senators, what are their names? The Minister, I don't have them with me. The member from Dauphin Swan River, can you table those? Minister, I'm sure we can make those available. Member from Dauphin Swan River, okay, thank you. Well, Madam Speaker, the Environment Minister did table with the committee 3 names of the senators that he spoke with, but only 3 names. But the minister said he spoke with 6 senators. So it begs the question, who were those other 3 senators that the minister spoke with? And, Madam Speaker, this is just another example of a Liberal cabinet minister who is politically interfering when they want to get their own way. And no matter what the Liberals say about the senators that they've appointed, it proves that they are not independent. And, Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we know that nothing needs to be reconsidered about this bill, and that this bill must be sent back to the Senate in its original form. Speaker, when Conservatives form government, no matter what happens with this bill right now, when Conservatives form government, Canadians can be rest assured that we will axe the carbon tax for everyone. And farmers are going to have this reprieve because we know it does nothing, this carbon tax does nothing to reduce emissions, and it only harms Canadians' ability to afford the nutritious food that they need to feed their families, and it makes the cost of everything more expensive. Now, Speaker, if the NDP Liberals refuse to support this bill in its original form, they're going to send a very clear message to farmers and farmers in particular. The message they will send is they don't care about how their carbon tax negatively affects Canadians and contributes to rising food costs. They will show just sadly how out of touch they are with our Canadian farmers. And Speaker, being involved in the business of fresh produce and farming, I have firsthand knowledge of how the carbon tax increases the costs and makes the cost of food go up. And I'm passionate about farming to my core. I'm sure you can all see that. But agriculture is the backbone of the area that I grew up in. And it's the backbone of the communities that I have the honor and privilege of representing here in this place. And there's a lot of different kinds of farming that happen in my area, from grain farming, poultry, including turkey and chicken, and greenhouse farming and vegetable growing. Madam Speaker, there's costs associated with that. And the farmers who grow grain and who raise the poultry for market and greenhouse growers are especially affected by the carbon tax. And many farmers in my area have to use propane or natural gas to heat their barns or to heat their greenhouses. And it might be a surprise, but vegetable farmers heat their barns too while they're storing things. And not only that, they actually have to heat barns and heat and dry onions in order to dry them enough to store them. And one thing, though, that they all have in common, Madam Speaker, is that on their most recent gas bill, the carbon tax charge was higher than the actual gas charge. This is outrageous. And Speaker, I recently had a greenhouse grower in Ontario tell me the devastating impact that the carbon tax will have on their greenhouse operation. They told me the average farmer that grows a greenhouse is anywhere from 50 to 100 acres. And they did the calculation of the carbon tax that they pay now on what the NDP Liberal government's quadrupling of the carbon tax will do. When the carbon tax quadruples, Madam Speaker, they will be paying $50,000 per acre in carbon tax alone. $50,000. So a 50-acre farm, Madam Speaker, is going to be paying $2.5 million in carbon tax. A 100-acre farm is going to pay $5 million in carbon tax, Madam Speaker. They will have no choice but to pass those costs on to consumers. And common sense tells us that Canadian families will be paying more at the store. Madam Speaker, when the carbon tax rises, so does the cost of production for our farmers and producers. And if it costs the farmer more to grow the food and the trucker more to ship the food, it's going to cost Canadian families more to buy the food. Farmers are affected by the uncertainties of weather, Madam Speaker, and this is not new. Farmers have always been affected by weather. And every year the climate changes. It's now winter, and in much of Canada, but soon it's going to be spring, then it's going to be fall, and then it's going to be summer, then it's going to be fall, and then it's going to be winter again. And the uncertainty of the weather means that sometimes farmers have to harvest their crops before they're dry. And for the last few decades, our farmers have had the option to have grain dryers. Farmers can take a crop off when it's still a little bit wet. They can bring it in when the moisture content into a propane or natural gas-fired grain dryer, and it will dry it so that the moisture content comes down. But right now, there is no alternative to natural gas or propane grain dryers. Now, I want to remind my colleagues across the way that we live in Canada, and we experience wide ranges of temperatures. Now, I know most of the Liberals are from Toronto, and they don't get out to other parts of Canada, but it does regularly get to be -40 or colder. And many chicken farmers have to heat their poultry barns throughout much of the year with propane or natural gas, because it's a humane necessity to keep birds alive. Farmer Brian, a large chicken farmer in my riding, Madam Speaker, wrote to me and gave me his natural gas bills for one of his many chicken barns. And for a period of 12 months in 2023, he paid almost $16,000 in carbon tax alone just to heat one barn. That's just one barn. And then the carbon tax is going to quadruple. And it's going to rise again on April 1st. And the NDP Liberals, again, they want to quadruple the tax. So what is that going to do? It's going to increase the cost of food. Now, the Parliamentary Budget Officer made it clear that this bill will save Canadian farmers $1 billion by 2030, which will reduce the cost of food for Canadian families who are currently struggling to afford groceries. The profit margins for most Canadian producers are very narrow, and there's very little room for additional input costs. For Canadian farmers, the NDP Liberal carbon tax is an input cost on their production, and most producers are price takers and not the price setters. That means that farmers have no way of recovering what they pay in the NDP Liberal carbon tax for the next stage of the supply chain. And to be clear, the NDP Liberal carbon tax takes from most Canadian farming families' profits, which reflects on the Canadian families' standard of living. And it said before, it's not rocket science, Madam Speaker. If it costs farmers more to grow food and truckers more to ship food, it's going to cost Canadian families more to buy food. Speaker, the existing carbon tax exemption for farmers' use of gasoline and other fuels raises another question related to science and math. And, I can say, without science, and science says that natural gas and propane are the least emitting sources available for heat, Madam Speaker. So here's the question. Will the NDP Liberals send this bill back to the Senate unamended in its original form, and let's get this bill passed for Canadian farmers so they can have this tax relief from the carbon tax?
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And here we are, again, another debate where the basis of the Conservative argument is that it should be free to pollute in this country. That the most challenging crisis that we face, the one that will impact Canadians the most, especially in their pocketbooks, is something that they deny. the previous speaker, Madam Speaker, kind of just said, well, you know, climate changes winter to spring to summer to fall, as if to deny the seriousness of the crisis. And what is the main driver of increased food costs? It's climate change. I've asked members, Conservative members, and none of them are willing to answer this. Why have the increase in food costs gone up even higher in the United States than they have in Canada, where most jurisdictions don't have a price of pollution in the United States? They deny, well, the honourable member across the way is accusing me of lying, but Madam Speaker, but that's truly unfortunate. They can look that up themselves.
I just want to remind members again that there is no opportunity for questions and comments. And so I would ask them to please listen to what the honourable members has to say, and then if they so wish, they can actually be recognized for debates after this. The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And that just goes to show you, Madam Speaker, when confronted with the reality that food prices are going up in jurisdictions that don't have a price on pollution, the cognitive dissonance that exists on that side with respect to the science on this issue is loud and clear. It's truly unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that this issue, climate change, is going to dramatically affect the cost of Canadians, and we're seeing it all the time. We're seeing it, we saw it in the summer. We were debating, and the Conservatives again during the summer brought a motion to eliminate the price on pollution, when you couldn't even see into Gatineau from Ottawa because the smoke was so thick. We've seen hurricanes ravage. We've heard, and again, they're denying the impacts of climate change in their heckles on forest fires, on the spread of those wildfires. They cannot get it through their heads, Madam Speaker, that this is a crisis that's affecting them, that their constituents are facing drought, are facing floods. And yes, the honourable member who spoke before me is correct that farmers are impacted by the weather, but they're dramatically impacted by radical changes in the climate. The prairies have been under much of the prairies have been under significant drought. What is that going to do to the price of food? And what does the Conservative plan on pollution? Nothing. To stick their heads in the sand and pretend it is not an issue. Terrible. When then it is the central piece as to why food prices are going to increase. And if you don't have a plan to address the climate, you don't have a plan to address rising food costs. Farmers are stewards of this land. They are correct. I have a quote from a Saskatchewan farmer, a National Farming Union former Vice President Glenn Wright. Farmers will be the hardest hit if we don't act fast to slash greenhouse gas emissions and stabilize the climate. For this reason, to protect farmers, the NFU supports pricing pollution. It's an important policy tool to reduce the harmful emissions fueling the climate crisis and threatening farms and food supplies. And how does the Conservative Party deal with this? During this debate, they took to social media to threaten and harass senators. One of their members even being found to have violated the privileges of senators in the other place. And they talk about, even though they are independent senators, they accuse them of being Liberal senators, even though they don't sit in their caucus, when Conservative senators didn't even show up to vote. I believe there was only one or two votes this passed by, and Conservative senators didn't show up to work. The Conservatives who sit in their own caucus. So instead of coming here, they should probably speak to the Conservative senators that come to their caucus meeting every Wednesday and ask them, why didn't you show up? Instead of trying to intimidate members of the other place. I'd like to speak to a few of the things to clarify the record a little bit. We've exempted gas and diesel for farm use from the pollution pricing, federal pollution pricing. We've created a rural top-up for rebates. We've returned $120 million to farmers thanks to carbon pricing proceeds. Over the last 2 years, we've invested $1.5 billion in programs to support farmers to reduce emissions on farm and grow their operations. Since the $500 million reinvestment through the Agricultural Clean Technology Program, More than 128 grain dryer projects have been approved. Nearly $500 million for research, development, and adaptation for clean technology, $12 million to reduce methane emissions from cattle, and $670 million to support the adaptation of greenhouse gas reduction practices on farms. And what would the Conservative response be? Be to gut everything. To pretend it doesn't exist. To just say, oh, it's the weather, Madam Speaker. The unprecedented floods, fires, drought, it's just the weather. Ignore the scientists, ignore the experts. It would be a much more credible thing to say, we need to pass this and we have a plan to reduce emissions on the other side, but they don't, Madam Speaker. They have zero plan to address this existential threat that we face as a country. It is a pocketbook issue. It is a security threat. Experts are saying it across the board. Farmers are telling us that they're impacted. But yet they'll stick their heads in their sand and say it should be free to pollute in this country. And they all ran on it. That's the other thing that I don't understand is if we go back into our time machine, Madam Speaker, just a couple of years ago, they all ran on a price on pollution. And it was a little different than ours. We give rebates right back to people. For the Conservative price on pollution, you'd get a Government of Canada credit card and you'd build up points and maybe you could buy a bike at the end of the day. Maybe, if you built up enough points. The more you burn, the more you earn, I think was their slogan at the time. But it was good to see them acknowledge a price on pollution. All of them. Every single one of them ran on it. Was interesting at the time, but it was good to see that every major political party in this country addressing climate change. I thought it fell flat, and I guess voters also felt that it fell flat in addressing the climate crisis. But what they've taken from their poor attempt at pricing pollution is let's ignore climate change. Despite seeing it with their own eyes across the country, record highs, record droughts, record floods, atmospheric rivers, hurricanes, stronger than ever, they abandoned their constituents. And they talk a good game. And again, this is the Conservative playbook. They talk a good game in terms of affordability. But when it comes to addressing the #1 driver of that in terms of food prices, they are absent. They are silent, and their silence will be costly on Canadians. And the farmers that they claim to stand up for will be most hurt as they again suffer from severe weather, which makes it harder to produce, which impacts the bottom line for farmers. And it's truly disappointing to see a Conservative Party embrace climate denial policies in the United States and try to bring that north. This is a mechanism that works. It puts more money in the pockets of Canadians. It will be responsible for 20 to 30% of our greenhouse gas reductions. And again, if they have a plan that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 30%, I'd like to know, Madam Speaker. They don't. They have absolutely nothing. We want to return that money into the pocketbooks of Canadians. And I think it was telling when the government of Saskatchewan was having a fight about carbon pricing, they had to reassure their constituents, don't worry, you're still getting the rebate. And I think it was the first time I've heard Conservative politicians actually talk about a climate rebate in this country when constituents were worried that was going to be taken away. So here's another affordability issue where 8 out of 10 families receive more than they put in. And the Conservatives want to say, no, we'd rather give it to oil executives. It would be better in the pockets of the shareholders of oil companies than it would in the pockets of Canadians. That is where the Conservative Party is right now. Out of touch on the #1 issue that's driving food prices. I wish they'd go back. I wish they'd go back and embrace the embrace what they brought in the last election, what they ran on, running on a price on pollution. That was a reasonable time. It was good to have members. None of them stood up at the time, well, excuse me, except one, who's, I will give that member credit. I forget her riding name. There was one member that stood up and at the time to challenge Mr. O'Toole and that policy, but all of them embraced it. All of them ran on it. All of them took it home to their constituents and ran on it and went to the polls, and they all got elected on that promise to price pollution. But yet we see them sit and do nothing and put their heads in the sand. And I ask, what will you do? Like there's what will they do, Madam Speaker, when there's no action on these dramatic issues that are impacting our climate? We know carbon dioxide causes this. I know there's some conservatives say, oh, carbon dioxide, it's great. It's what feeds plants. As again, if to minimize the impact of carbon pollution in our society. But it's a dramatic impact that this is having that we can see. Like even in my own community, and I remark, it doesn't even rain the same way as it used to when I was growing up. All of us can see it. We can go outside. It's hitting us right in the face, Madam Speaker. And ultimately, Conservative Party is going to ignore it. And I can appreciate them wanting to see different changes to policy. And I think it would be, as I said, it would be a lot more credible to come up with a plan, any plan. When the Leader of the Opposition is pushed to say, oh, we're going to invest in technology, as if there's one magic bullet out there. Technology is part of the problem, or part of the solution, excuse me. But what will these members do when faced with a crisis so severe? Early on, there was even just basic denial, just heckling of even the existence that food prices increase in other jurisdictions and that climate is the source of that.
Remember, I had told him to wrap up, and I actually allowed him to go a little bit longer than I should have, just because we were trying to figure something out. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to stand in this place and to be able to address a very important issue. Now, of course, that issue comes down to affordability. It comes down to the well-being of Canadians from coast to coast. Those who live in rural areas, those who live in urban areas, those who live in my province of Alberta, and those who live in Atlantic Canada. The debate tonight has to do with being able to buy the very basics of life, including fuel for a person's vehicle so that they can drive to work or take their kids to sport practice. It's a conversation about being able to put food on the table, whether that is fruits and vegetables or grain or dairy, etc. Whatever a family chooses to consume, they should be able to afford those choices. Furthermore, this bill is about being able to heat one's home. Now, I don't know about you, Madam Speaker, but where I live in Alberta, we can get temperatures down to minus 53 with the windshield. And now I can't imagine trying to heat my home with a heat pump, as the Liberals would like to suggest is possible, nor can I imagine relying on wind or solar as my sole source of electricity, because we have a proof point just a few weeks ago that it just doesn't work. And so instead, what people rely on to be able to heat their homes in my part of the country is largely natural gas. Now, what this government has done is they've attached something called a carbon tax to those very necessities of life, whether it's the food we eat or the fuel that we put in our vehicles or the energy that heats our homes. And so this carbon tax is punitive in nature, and it's driving up the cost that Canadians are having to pay just to survive. Now, Bill C-234 that we are discussing here today has to do with taking the carbon tax off of the fuel that farmers use for the very necessities of the job they do. Now imagine putting all of your time and your energy, imagine putting all of your labor into producing food for the nation of Canada and for the entire world. Imagine doing that. And then imagine having a government that's empowered that rather than expressing gratitude toward you, actually punishes you. And that is exactly what these Liberals have done for the last 8 years. The carbon tax is extremely punitive in nature. It goes after those individuals who are working hard to produce food. And the way that it does that is by applying this tax to the very necessities of production. So whether it's using natural gas to heat a barn in order to keep chickens alive or dairy cattle alive, or whether it's using propane to be able to dry grain, let's say. These are the things that farmers do on a day-to-day basis. These are the things that are necessary in order to produce food for Canadians and for the world. These are the things that are required to keep us as humanity alive and to drive our economy forward. And rather than celebrating that incredible contribution that farmers are making, this government has chosen to go after them and to be extremely punitive. So on this side of the House, members got together and they came up with an idea, and that idea is brilliant. And it's supported by producers all across the country. And that idea is to remove the carbon tax from fuel, from natural gas, from propane, so that farmers can produce food at less expense. And here's what happens when farmers are empowered to do that. When farmers are empowered to produce food with little expense attached to it, that savings gets passed on to Canadians. So then when a Canadian goes to the grocery store and they buy food for their families, they're able to pay a little less. But what happens when the government attaches that tax is it actually drives up the cost of food. And so Canadians are having to spend more. Here's what happens when Canadians have to spend more. Headline after headline across this country will show you exactly what happens. Families are struggling. Millions are lining up at food banks every single month across this country. In my riding, in Lethbridge, Alberta, the food bank use has doubled under this government. Doubled. And it's not just the folks who maybe don't have a home or who live in low-income housing. It's the folks who have full-time jobs, who live in middle-class neighborhoods. It's the seniors who rely on a fixed income, who have worked incredibly hard for 65, 75, maybe 80 years of their life. It's the students who are studying at the Lethbridge College or the University of Lethbridge who are investing in their education and because of this government can't afford to make ends meet, and so they have to go to the food bank. It's the veterans who fought for this country, the country that we love. It's those men and women who sacrificed a great deal and who are now not supported by this government lining up at the food bank. That's a problem that was created under the watch of the Liberal government. But it didn't have to be that way. You see, this government has created policy after policy that has punished Canadians and held them back from achieving greatness, from being able to bring in that income and make their income extend and cover their costs of life. It's this government that has prevented people from being able to do that. And so on this side of the House, there's a concerted effort to give Canadians back control of their lives. There's a concerted effort to make sure that they can afford the very necessities they require. And of course, top of mind is to axe the tax. And that's exactly what Bill C-234 does. Bill C-234 is all about getting rid of this punitive tax, taking it off of farmers, and allowing all Canadians to benefit. Because when the farmer benefits, so does the person that goes to the grocery store to buy food. Exactly. And that's what this bill is about. Now, here's what this government did. This bill was discussed here in this place, And then it went to the Senate. And the Senate, they started out with some good common sense thinking. And so at first it seemed like the majority of them were going to support this bill because it just makes sense. But then the Liberal government, in particular the Prime Minister and the Minister of Environment, they caught wind of this. So what did they do? Well, of course, they got on the phone and they asked for meetings. And they applied pressure. They applied pressure to the senators, who are supposedly independent. And of course, eventually those senators caved. And the bill ended up being gutted to the point where it really is meaningless. And now that's what we debate in this place. Canadians deserve better. I mean, for starters, they deserve better behavior from this government. But secondly, they just deserve better policy. They deserve better policy. They deserve policy that will allow them to work hard for a paycheck, to bring that money home, and to be able to cover the things that they need to be able to purchase. Whether that's groceries, whether that's fuel for their vehicles, whether that's their heating bill. Canadians need to be empowered to be able to cover those expenses. And a big part of that is axing the tax. In my riding, I have a producer who is willing to share his heating bill with me, his natural gas bill with me. Now, he has a few different parts to his farming operation, and so just for one of them, the beef operation, he spends $62,000 a year on his carbon tax. Wow. $62,000. And he was willing to share some of his bills with me. And I reviewed them. And there's month after month where the carbon tax is actually more than the amount that he spent on the actual fuel, the actual natural gas used. Outrageous. That's crazy. Like, that's ludicrous that a farmer would have to spend more on the tax than the product itself. Robert. And then I think what also needs to be driven home is we have to remember that all Canadians, including farmers, are not just paying the carbon tax, but then they're paying the tax on top of it. Right. They're paying a government tax. They're paying a provincial tax on top of the carbon tax. It's the greatest scheme for this government to make money, but it's on the backs of Canadians, and this government should be ashamed of itself. Conservatives, we're going to work hard. We're going to fight for Canadians. We're going to make sure that their paychecks stay powerful. We're going to axe the tax.
Questions and resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment, Climate Change, and to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's been interesting to be listening to the debate thus far. If I might, just to begin with, there's, I think, a bit of a misunderstanding when we're talking about affordability and carbon pricing. And I am really wondering what the members opposite are concerned about when they're talking about affordability, because there was a study that came out of the University of Calgary from an economist there that said that if we canceled the carbon price tomorrow and the rebate that goes along with it, because it's not just the carbon price, but there's also a rebate check that gets sent to people where there's a federal backstop, that if that was canceled tomorrow, the economists from the University of Calgary found that the people who would benefit the most are people who earn over $250,000. So I can only guess from the fervor that I hear from the other side of this House that the people that they are concerned about and the people who they really want to make sure can, have no affordability issues are people who earn over $250,000. Because this study from this economist found those are the people who benefit most from this big push that we're hearing every day to end carbon pricing and the rebates that get sent to people who are paying the carbon price in federal backstop provinces. So I would like to have some clarity on that point because it seems really perplexing to me. But today we're really talking about C-234. That's about farming, and farmers feed us. They are such an important part of our community and our country. Agriculture is a cornerstone of rural communities right across our country. And so when we're talking about this, I think we need to start with that point, that we recognize the importance of farmers in our country. And that's that when we're talking about this bill, we're actually talking about protecting farming and agriculture right across our country, because guess what? The natural disasters that we're seeing, the atmospheric rivers, the droughts. I mean, there's going to be a drought right now that we're hearing about in Alberta, with people talking about having to reduce their water use. When we're talking about wildfires, when we're seeing the atmospheric rivers that happened in the interior of BC, that impacted farms. Those were farms that got washed out. So when we're talking about fighting climate change, when we're talking about taking action on this really important issue, it's not something that's nice to have, it's essential. We need to do it for our own survival, and we need to do it to support farmers, because they're the ones who are bearing the brunt every day and see what the impacts are of natural disasters caused by climate change. That's why we need to continue to take action, and it's also why it's very short-sighted. It's not going to help affordability, it's not going to help our farmers to not take action on climate change. So I believe that it's really important that when we're looking at this bill and when we're talking about these issues, that we take into account those parts. The last part that I'll say quickly on affordability when we're talking about farming, when our farms are impacted by natural disasters, the price of food goes up. That's what we saw. In fact, when we saw was the price of iceberg lettuce shot up when there were natural disasters happening in California. We see it time and time again. So one of the things that we can do best as a country, if we actually want to make sure that we're protecting farms, that we're protecting our sources of food, and that we're dealing with affordability issues, is that we are continuing to fight climate change and to protect our communities from natural disasters. Now, let me talk about C-234 a second. So the first part is that bill would be redundant. That's because the agricultural sector already receives significant relief compared to other sectors of the economy under the carbon pollution pricing system. So in fact, the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act already provides upfront relief from the fuel charge to farmers for gasoline and diesel used in eligible farming machinery, like farm trucks and tractors. It also relieves 80% of the fuel charge from natural gas and propane used to heat an eligible greenhouse. And what's more, there's now refundable tax credit in place, which returns a portion of the fuel charge proceeds to farm businesses operating in the backstop provinces covered by the federal fuel charge. So I don't think in this conversation that we're having, we talk enough about those parts. In fact, you would think that they don't exist. So let's just remind Canadians when we're talking about this bill that in fact there is already relief that is built into the system to support farming and agriculture. Now, the refundable tax credit, the total amount to be returned to farmers is generally equal to the estimated fuel charge proceeds from farm use of propane and natural gas in heating and drying activities. This aims to ensure that all the proceeds collected from this farming activity are returned to farmers in these provinces that are backstop provinces. Now, when I talk about backstop provinces, who am I talking about? The provinces are Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island. So farmers in those provinces are the ones that I've been talking about. Farmers in provinces like Quebec, which is not covered by the federal backstop. Quebec has actually had a price on carbon pollution before the federal one. So they were actually right ahead. They do not, so the farmers in Quebec, for example, do not pay the federal fuel charge. They also don't receive the farmer's tax credit, but they don't pay the fuel charge, so that would make sense. The refundable tax credit for farmers does not undermine the effectiveness of pollution pricing because it does not return fuel charge proceeds according to a farm's actual natural gas or propane use. What it does is it puts a price on pollution and then it returns a portion of the proceeds to farmers to help farmers transition to lower carbon ways of farming. By providing support to farmers, we're also maintaining the price signal to reduce emissions. In contrast, Bill C-234 would completely remove the price signal needed for carbon pricing to work by directly relieving the fuel charges on natural gas and propane used in eligible farming activities, in addition to the existing relief for gasoline and diesel that's already used, that already exists. Now, I see that my time is up.
Prévu pour l'étude des affaires émanant des députés est maintenant expiré.
The time for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is now to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. The member will have 3 minutes next time this bill is debated.
Ordre du jour.
Concurrence in committee reports, resuming consideration of a motion to concur in the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, Grocery Affordability, examining rising food costs in Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford had 14 minutes remaining in the debate the last time that this was before the House. The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's nice to be able to resume where I left off back in December. Just to refresh everyone's memory in this place, we're discussing the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. I've been a proud member of that committee for 6 years now, and I would say that it's the best standing committee out of any committee in the House, because we often arrive at our decisions on a consensus model, and I think the collegiality around the table, we do certainly have our differences, but the collegiality stems from the fact that no matter what political party you represent, we all represent farmers in our respective ridings, and we all have a great deal of respect for the work that they do. Madam Speaker, this particular study is a little unique if you look at the long list of studies that the Agriculture Committee usually embarks on, in that we are dealing more with a retail issue, of course, the subject of food price inflation. I'm happy to say that this 10th report was the result of a unanimous vote on my motion for study, and this particular study was also backed up by a unanimous vote in the House of Commons when the NDP used our opposition day to move a motion backing up the committee's work. And I think, given the brutal food price inflation rates that many Canadians have been experiencing over the last couple of years, the political pressure, the political and public pressure of the moment, I think really helped focus parliamentarians' efforts on this important issue, making sure that we were paying it the attention that it deserved, that many of our constituents were telling us that they were suffering through. So it was nice to see that unanimous vote and the fact that we got to get into this study. If you look at the news these days, and if you look at the experts who research this particularly brutal problem, I mean, we already know that a record number of Canadians are having to access food banks. I certainly hear from my constituents in Cowichan and Malahat Langford that they're having to make those difficult decisions every single week. It's affected not only the quality of food that they've been able to buy, but also the quantity of food. And I think that is an enduring shame on our country, given that we pride ourselves on being an agricultural powerhouse. And if you look at our standing vis-a-vis other nations around the world, we are a very wealthy country. But what we've seen over the last number of decades is that wealth is increasingly being concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, and too many of our fellow citizens are struggling to get by on the basic necessities of life. And I think this is a call to action for all parliamentarians. It's obvious that the policies that we've put in place over the last 40 or 50 years, this sort of obscene corporate deference that you have seen from successive liberal and conservative governments, the neoliberal orthodoxy that exists, is not serving our fellow citizens right. And we need to take a critical look at why that is. So this report does contain a number of recommendations. I do want to focus just on a few of them, particularly on recommendation 11 and 13. Recommendation 11 is something that we've heard not only in the course of this study, but in other studies, and that deals with the fact that many people who work in the food value chain, particularly the ones on the other side of the ledger from where the retail grocers come into play, have long been calling for a grocery code of conduct. Now, initially the calls were for a voluntary code. I think there was a tremendous amount of goodwill and a little bit of leeway given to the industry to try and figure this out on their own, to come up with something where all players could develop the issue and have faith in it. But what we have seen recently, Madam Speaker, is that some of the big grocery retailers, namely Loblaws and Walmart, are now indicating that they're uncomfortable with the direction the code is taking. And in my humble opinion, this code simply cannot work if it's going to exclude major players like Loblaws and Walmart. And so we may be arriving at a point where the government needs to step in and enforce a mandatory code, because that way the rules are clear and concise and transparent. All players in the food supply value chain understand what they are and can abide by them. Because what we have seen, I mean, there is a complete lack of trust in the grocery retail sector, and it's there for good reason. I mean, grocery retailers have been accused and found guilty of fixing the price of bread. They have, engaged in practices which, on the surface, look a lot like collusion. They've often followed each other's leads in setting prices and so on. I mean, recently, Loblaws was forced to climb down from their decision where they reduced the discounts. There used to be 50% discount on items that had to be sold that day. Often people are looking for those kind of bargains. They were going to reduce that to 30%. So again, this company consistently shows that it is unable to read the room and that it is completely tone deaf to the public environment in which it's operating. So not only have consumers lost trust in grocery retailers, but on the other side, the suppliers, the food manufacturers, the hardworking men and women who work in primary production and farming have also lost trust, because when they are trying to get their goods put into a grocery market, and let's just understand the fact that 80% of Canada's grocery retail market is controlled by just 5 companies, which is a brutal situation and totally unfair stranglehold on the market by those 5 companies. But they were often subjected to hidden fees and fines for which they had no explanation. So glad to see that the recommendation 11 here calls for a mandatory and enforceable grocery code of conduct. I'm also happy to see, Madam Speaker, in this report, recommendation 13, which asks the Government of Canada to strengthen the Competition Bureau's mandate and its ability to ensure competition in the grocery sector. And the first 2 bullet points were, giving the Competition Bureau more legislative muscle through the Competition Act, and making sure that the competitive thresholds the Competition Bureau uses to evaluate mergers and acquisitions to ensure that competition does not suffer. And I think based on the hard work of this study and the recommendations of this report, we have actually seen legislative change come to this place, and it was great to see particularly Bill C-56 that received a unanimous vote from this House of Commons. It has passed the Senate, and it has now become a statute of Canada by virtue of the Governor General. There are more measures, of course, contained in Bill C-59, and of course our leader, the member from Burnaby South, his private member's bill also includes a number of very important changes. And of course, members of Parliament are going to have the opportunity tomorrow after question period to vote on that particular bill, and Canadians will be watching to see which members of Parliament are serious about stepping up to fix that particular problem. I do also want to talk about the supplementary report that I included as the New Democratic member of the committee, because, of course, committee reports reflect the majority view of the committee. In the case of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, that's almost always the unanimous view of the committee. I don't think I've ever really seen a dissenting report. But sometimes, some recommendations that some members would have liked to have seen added to the report don't get in there. So I agree absolutely with the main thrust of the report. I think the recommendations are very strong. There were some additional ones, some supplementary ones that I would have liked to have seen added. So we did hear from a number of witnesses who asked our committee to recommend that the government embark on legislative recognition of the right to food. So one of our recommendations would have been, and I quote here, that the Government of Canada acknowledge its obligation as a party to the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights to respect, protect and fulfill the human right to food by adopting a framework law that would enshrine this right in Canadian law and require the federal government to legislate binding, specific, and measurable targets towards realizing the policy outcomes it set out in 2019's Food Policy for Canada. So again, when so many of our population is going hungry, it's incumbent upon us as legislators, as policymakers, to really step up to the plate and to meet that need in the moment with specific action. And I think that given that this recommendation came from people who are directly involved in the National Food Bank network and are dealing with this issue every single day, I think we would do well as policymakers to listen to that on-the-ground expertise and follow through. I also want to take some time, Madam Speaker, in the final 4 minutes that I have to really recognize two witnesses who appeared before our committee, and that's both economics professors who go against the prevailing orthodoxy of corporate deference that you see so many economics professors practice, and that's particularly Professor D.T. Cochrane and Professor Jim Stanford, who I think offer a refreshing and alternative view to the dominant orthodoxy to look critically at why systems are the way they are. And I just want to quote from Dr. Jim Stanford when he said, and I quote, "Greed is not new. Greed long predates the pandemic, but greed has had a good run in Canada since the pandemic. After-tax profits in Canada during the pandemic or since the pandemic have increased to their highest share of GDP in history. Amidst a social, economic, and public health emergency, companies have done better than they ever have." And in response to one of my questions, Madam Speaker, he went on to say, "At the top of the list, there's no doubt about it, is the oil and gas sector. The excess profits earned there since the pandemic account for about 1/4 of the total massive profits across 15 sectors I identified in that work. The increased prices that embody those huge profit margins then trickle through the rest of the supply chain. Food processors have to pay that, so they have higher costs nominally, but they add their own higher profit margin on top of that. The same goes for the food retail sector. By the time the consumer gets it, there's been excess profits added at several steps of the whole supply chain. That magnifies the final impact on consumer price inflation." End quote. So, Madam Speaker, when two things are true over the last number of years. Canadians have been suffering through brutal inflation. They have seen the cost of almost everything rise to almost unsustainable levels. In fact, to unsustainable levels for too many of our fellow citizens. So that's the one truth that we can see empirical evidence. The other truth we're dealing with is that since 2019, many corporate sectors have been raking in the cash. Those two facts exist side by side, and we know for a fact that when profits are increasing in many different corporate sectors that Canadians rely on, that money has to come from somewhere, and it has been coming directly from the wallets of the constituents that I represent, the constituents that every MP in this place represents from coast to coast to coast. So, Madam Speaker, I'll wrap up my speech there by saying that this was an important report. These are important recommendations. I'm glad to have been a member of the committee that produced this report, and of course, I will be voting to concur it, and with that, I will conclude my remarks. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honour for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the comments from my colleague who I sit on the Agriculture Committee with. Obviously, in this report, there was an examination of some of the input costs that have caused food prices to rise. So my question for my honourable colleague is, on our opposition day motion to report back Bill C-234 on amendment to the Senate, will he be voting with us as Conservatives to make sure that farmers get help in decreasing the inputs when it comes to Bill 234?
The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Madam Speaker, the short answer is yes. I was here when the original Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act was brought into force. I think it was in 2018. And the reason why I support C-234 is because when the Liberals originally authored their bill, they put exemptions in the parent act that lists qualifying farm fuels, qualifying farm machinery, and qualifying farming activity. When I look at the language that's in C234, looking at the heating and cooling of barns, of greenhouses, and also fuels used for drying grain, I think those are legitimate farming activities that are in line and in spirit with the original act. And I can conclude and say very publicly here in this House that absolutely New Democrats will keep our vote consistent with the third reading vote that we gave, along with the Green Party, along with the Bloc Québécois, and along with the Conservatives, and we are choosing to reject the Senate amendments to Bill C-234.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. The member of Winnipeg South Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague who I sit on the Agriculture Committee with. As a relatively new member of Parliament, you always enjoy the opportunity to meet new people from across the country with shared interests, and I've appreciated his collegiality and the degree of collaboration that we've been able to find on those shared values. This is a timely conversation for us to have, Madam Speaker, because just this morning, part 2 of this particular conversation continued to unfold at the Standing Committee for Agriculture and Agri-Food. And there's no question, Madam Speaker, that Canadians are feeling the impact of food prices. It's on their minds. It's something that we are aware of, something that we are sensitive to, and something that we are acting on. It's important in the context of this conversation, Madam Speaker, that we are mindful of how we have gotten to this point, what's contributing, whether that be the very difficult years of the pandemic and the post-pandemic years that we are in now, whether that is supply chain disruptions which have occurred as a result of conflicts such as that between Russia and Ukraine happening in Europe at the moment, or a variety of other contributing factors that we are seeing take place around the world. Canada is not immune to these challenges. There are a few pieces in particular that I would like to highlight. And my colleague raised this a few moments ago in relation specifically to a grocery code of conduct. In my understanding, Madam Speaker, having listened intently to the position of the government, the position of my Conservative colleagues, my New Democrat colleagues, and my Bloc Québécois colleagues, is that we all agree that there needs to be a greater degree of transparency in order to deal with volatility and instability that exists in this industry and in the market in order to help Canadians with the increased cost in food. Les Canadiennes souhaitent que les
Canadians want big grocery stores to be transparent when it comes to the price they pay for their food. Many departments are involved. Many pieces of regulation also. There are no easy solutions or single universal solutions. What is in our plate is linked to many international matters. Between the field and the plate, there are producers, processors, and retailers, all of whom have supply issues and access to market issues. This code should improve interactions between the various interveners so that they can have more predictable business dealings that are more fair as well. Thanks to this collaboration, this code will be useful, which will be an advantage for the industry and for consumers.
One of the disappointing discussions that emerged out of the Standing Committee on Agriculture's study on this particular matter a few weeks ago when we spoke to the leaders of Canada's 5 main grocery chain executives was that there is not unanimity. And in order for a code of conduct vis-a-vis groceries to be effective, we have to have the buy-in of all those involved. And unfortunately, we haven't seen that to date. And I note that my colleague from the NDP is right to raise that in the context of this conversation. Madam Speaker, I want to speak for a moment about a few of the arguments that I hear come from my Conservative colleagues in particular across the way in relation to this conversation. Specifically, it is the notion the insinuation, the argument they make every single day that it is a direct relationship, that there is rather a direct relationship between the increase in the cost of food in Canada and the price on pollution. There are a couple of ways that we can debunk this. The first is if you look at OECD data from within the last 8 months, we can see that Canada is on par with the United States in terms of the cost of food in our country. I've asked the question of my Conservative colleagues before, and I'm yet to get a sufficient answer. The question is, how is it that in one jurisdiction where there is a price on pollution, and in another where there is not, the food prices are essentially the same? In addition to that, Madam Speaker, I think it's important for me to draw attention to a very interesting testimony that came out of the Standing Committee on Agriculture earlier today. And I'm sorry that, or I'm not allowed to draw a reference, I'm just remembering to the presence or not of colleagues in the chamber. So there was an interesting conversation that took place, and we heard from Sylvain Charlebois, one of the leading experts in Canada on this particular issue, as well as Tyler McCann. And it was very interesting. They noted, and I'll draw the attention of the chamber to this first, that the climate crisis, the impact that climate change is having on farmers, and on the industry, is one of the, if not the most significant detriments that we are facing right now. It should not be free to pollute in this country. Now, having said all of that, Madam Speaker, I want to come back to the point I mentioned a moment ago that I hear often from colleagues in the Conservative Party, which is that there is a direct correlation between the price on pollution and the price of food. They'll argue that, well, if you tax the farmer, then they're going to pass the cost on, and they're going to pass the cost on, and they're going to pass the cost on. Well, here's what's interesting. Mr. Charlebois and Mr. McCann today said the same thing, which was that there is no sufficient data, no statistical analysis from the past number of years in relation to a price on pollution in Canada that can point to its relationship with the increase in food prices. Mr. Charlebois mentioned it. Mr. McCann reiterated it in response to a question I asked, and even my colleague from Regina, interestingly, helped me out a little bit, because there was mention of the fact that Mr. Charlebois, I had mistakenly said that the price on pollution was not contributing to the increase in food prices, and my colleague from Regina said, well, no, he didn't say that. He just said that there's no proof, there's no evidence to support it. I thought that that was quite contradictory, Madam Speaker, that what my colleague was perhaps unintentionally clarifying for me was in fact a rebuke of the primary position that we see and hear taken day in and day out by my colleagues across the way. So I think it is important that we recognize, as has been discussed by other colleagues at committee, in the media, and by other experts in relation to this issue across the country, that these are complex issues. Canada is not immune to the challenges that we are facing, Madam Speaker. It should not be free to pollute in this country. And what we heard at the Agriculture Committee today, part 2 of the report that we are talking about right now, is that there is no evidence that can point to a relationship between the price on pollution and the increase in food prices. So with that, Madam Speaker, I have a feeling I may be welcoming a question from some colleagues, and I'll conclude my remarks here and gladly speak to whatever questions colleagues may have during the next part of this conversation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable for Regina Leuven.
As always, you got to be very, very careful with the Liberals when they talk about truths and untruths, Madam Speaker, because what Dr. Charlebois said was that there hasn't been enough data collected to see exactly what the effect of the carbon tax is on food prices. And he also said, which conveniently this member omitted, that he has called for a pause on the carbon tax to lower food prices. Charlotte Baugh has said that. So when you hear a story coming from the Liberals, it's always interesting that you should listen to the facts. Also talking to Mr. McCann, I said, is the point of a carbon tax to increase the price so that consumers change their behavior? And Mr. McCann said, that's exactly what the Liberals say the point of a carbon tax is. So, Madam Speaker, the truth is, when it comes to food inflation, food prices, in relationship to carbon tax, it will come out in the wash that there is a correlation, because when you talk to farmers and we talk to the dairy farmers today, their highest input cost now is a carbon tax on the heating in their barns. And if you don't think that affects the price of what a farmer does, Madam Speaker, then maybe you should get out of downtown Winnipeg and go to a farm once in your life.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. A couple of things. I would welcome anybody to review the testimony that was given today, and perhaps there'll be a different interpretation of what was said. Yes, the point of a price on pollution is to make sure that it is not free to pollute. But what you can't do then, to say it will come out in the wash. I mean, every single day we hear members of the opposition say that the reason food prices are high is because there's a price on pollution. Yet the answer is there's no data available to show us that, but trust us, it'll come out in the wash. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, but I don't accept that as a legitimate basis, a sufficient basis rooted in fact that permits you the ability to suggest with such emphasis and accuracy that that is in fact what is causing the inflation that we're talking about in reference to this debate. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have to scratch my head and try to figure out what the Liberals are saying. They obviously do not have any business sense. You don't have to go to the farms in Manitoba. You can go from Vancouver area. And people are struggling to make ends meet. They're actually struggling all throughout. I had one cab driver to the airport here in Ottawa, and he said he's an immigrant here. He says he has to send his family back, and he's going to try and work here, downsize, because life is so expensive with all the rising costs. And it costs more. In the Vancouver area, with the carbon tax, we are paying the highest gas prices in North America. It is the home heating costs, and it seems that what the Liberal message and direction is more pain. You need to feel more pain. I think we need to think of Canadians first and put some business sense and put Canadians first.
South Centre.
Madam Speaker, I don't believe I've had the opportunity to interact with my colleague, so I appreciate this as the first opportunity to do so. I'm not sure I actually heard a question in there, but I will very briefly respond. I will respond.
An opportunity to ask a question. If he has another question, or if he like comments or questions, he should wait until the appropriate time. The honourable member, Winnipeg South Centre.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to quickly say that people in downtown Winnipeg, which my riding is not actually located in, but people in Winnipeg are paying attention to these issues because it's an issue that matters. That is a matter of great significance to Canadians across the country. In fact, the number one issue I hear at the door when I talk to people, if it wasn't the healthcare system that the Conservative government in Manitoba had destroyed over the course of the past 8 years, it was their concerns about climate change. And this is something they're paying attention to. So I think it is important when we're talking about in this chamber, the way in which the industry, for all sorts of different reasons, is having an impact on the lives of Canadians, that we don't feed into the rural-urban divide. It's something that I am aware exists in this country, and I hope that my colleague will not try to bring us back into it. Simply, just in relation to a comment that was made from my other colleague across the way, I would simply say that the information we have available to us, and this has been shared time and again, and I know my colleagues don't want to accept this fact, but is that 8 out of 10 Canadians are getting more money back than what it is costing them in the increase as a result of a price on pollution. So that would be my answer, very short, in very short form in relation to his question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
I know my colleague, and I'll give him a bit of time, is quite new here. And just because you repeat it and repeat it louder and louder doesn't make it true. Catherine McKenna learned that lesson the hard way. I would say to him that more than 8 out of 10 Canadians suffer under the carbon tax and get less back because they're not taking into account the gas they fill, the groceries they buy, the home heating they have. Madam Speaker, there are so many times that the carbon tax hits Canadians again and again and again, and the public parliamentary budget officer already said that that isn't true, and they keep on saying they know that 6 out of 10 Canadians are worse off from the carbon tax. But I want to get back to what we did have a conversation about when it came to the Agriculture Committee, and he is very, I saw the smile on his face, Madam Speaker, today, but what he couldn't say is how many farmers has he met with over the course, farmers, not farm associations, but people that actually farm and are active farmers, have told him that the carbon tax has helped their farm and they're better off with the carbon tax in place under the Liberal NDP policy.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm certainly enjoying the spirit of the debate. I'll try to decrease the volume so that if I repeat something I've said, I don't get accused of saying it louder and louder. Madam Speaker, we know that 8 out of 10 Canadians are better off because they are getting more money back than it is costing them when they are being when they are faced with an increase as a result of a price on pollution. Madam Speaker, it's interesting because my colleague sits on the Agriculture Committee with me, and we've heard from lots of farmers. So he knows very well I've had conversations with farmers. He knows very well that conversations are taking place with farmers at that committee. Conversations take place with farmers that I meet from my home province of Manitoba or from Saskatchewan and Alberta who come to say hello and pay me a visit here in my parliamentary office on the Hill, or whether that's conversations with constituents in ridings where there are farmers. He was right to say that I represent an urban riding. I don't think that discredits me from having a voice on this, and I don't think he was suggesting that. But it does make sense that I'm not speaking to farmers in my riding, but I am speaking to people all of the time in relation to my work on the Agriculture Committee. And I will say I have learned a lot, genuinely, from my colleagues from all parties as I begin my career here. And I do want to thank the honourable member. It's very generous for colleagues to say that because I'm new, they're going to cut me some slack. I certainly hope that will be the case for some time to come, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Well, I want to commend that member for his audition for cabinet because there wasn't an answer in that question. So he's prepping himself for question period already, Madam Speaker, and good luck with that. You have 2 years left to make that move. But I asked him, can he name one farmer that he talked to as a member of the Ag Committee that is on the ground, boots on the ground, planting, harvesting, dairy farm, poultry farm, that has come to him and said, the carbon tax has helped my operation, we're doing better, and it's a good thing that you implemented a carbon tax, and they can't wait for it to go to $170 a ton by 2030, and there's $1 billion out of their pocket.
Brief answer from the honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Be careful, Madam Speaker, because the last time I said I spoke to farmers who were opposed to the carbon tax, my colleague told me they weren't real farmers. So I'm not sure who gets to decide who is a real farmer and who's not. Now, when I did have a conversation with those farmers, they told me very clearly that they had concerns about climate change. They had concerns about the impact that climate change is having on the planet and on the property that they have tended to through generations in their families. So, yes, I have had those conversations. Now, whether or not my honourable colleague is willing to accept that they are farmers or not is not for me to decide. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Although I was really appreciating this prairie battle back and forth between colleagues. I also enjoy the opportunity to rise and speak to this very important issue, of course, as we go through the Agriculture Committee's 10th report. And Madam Speaker, I know that everyone will be delighted to hear that I am going to be splitting my time with the honourable member from Regina Louvain, so you are going to get to hear a lot more of what he has to say. I hope all members stick around to hear his insights on this topic, Madam Speaker. So when speaking of food inflation, obviously this is an issue that is that people are facing right across the country. The cost of food is up. It's actually at 40-year highs and up 10% year over year, Madam Speaker. So this has been a very sharp, dramatic increase in recent years, and that we've seen, and people are really noticing it at the grocery store. People are struggling to be able to afford their meals and afford healthy meals for their families. Moreover, as we look to the future, Madam Speaker, the Canada's Food Price Report is predicting a 5 to 7% increase in the cost of food, even further. So we're already at 40-year highs. We've already seen a 10% increase year over year, and now they're predicting another 5 to 7% increase in the cost of food. And the most substantial of these increases will be for some very regular staple items, things like vegetables, dairy and meat products that Canadians look to as staples of their diet. Madam Speaker, to put this in perspective of an average family, it means an average family of four will spend $16,288, over $16,000 per year on food for the average family of four in Canada. Madam Speaker, I know that that's sort of sticker shock to a lot of people, but that is the reality people are facing. And unfortunately, we've noticed food bank usage is up, and I know in my riding, I've spoken about this on this floor previously, that I had a recent interaction with folks in Ignace that run the food bank there, a small community in my riding, and it's shocking to them at how many people are turning to the food bank, people that they never thought would have to turn to a food bank. And one of the things that was mentioned to me is that the most heartbreaking moment in the day is when someone goes to the bank and realizes there's actually nothing left. The food bank is literally running out of food in Ignace because of how expensive the cost of groceries have become for people. And that's in a very small, I wouldn't say rural, but a small urban community isolated in Northern Ontario, something that is really, that we're really unaccustomed to in the region, Madam Speaker. And of course with that, it's not just the costs themselves, but people are cutting back on their diets. We've heard stories of mothers watering down their kids' milk and cutting back on healthy food just to try and make ends meet, Madam Speaker. All around, it is a real crisis, a real affordability crisis when we're talking about food inflation. So with this report, of course, the committee's brought forward some suggestions, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to add a few more to talk about some of the very real issues that we are facing as a country. This food inflation is going up, and of course that is a direct result of a lot of this government's actions, Madam Speaker, and inflationary deficits is certainly one of those. This Prime Minister has added more debt than all previous Prime Ministers before him combined, and there's currently no plan to balance the budget. What does that mean? They drive up their debt, it drives up inflation, and Canadians pay more on everything, at the pump, at the grocery store, and that's something that we're seeing as a major issue. The federal debt is actually projected to reach $1.2 trillion, Madam Speaker, and that will represent $81,000, nearly $81,000, pardon me, per Canadian household. So each household would have to pay $81,000 in order to pay off that debt, Madam Speaker. It's clear that we must balance the budget, that the government must bring back some fiscal prudence to ensure that we can balance the budget, lower the deficit, and end those inflationary deficits that are driving up the cost of living for Canadians, Madam Speaker. That's one suggestion I'd like to put forward, and something that our Conservative Party and our leader, the member from Carleton, has been advocating for a number of years now. And it is a great suggestion. And another one, Madam Speaker, I'm sure you'll be well aware of it, that we are calling on this government to pass Bill C-234, which will exempt the carbon farmers from the carbon tax. And now Northwestern Ontario isn't the largest agricultural region in the country by any means, but there are a number of local farmers and producers in the area, specifically in Dryden and in Oxdrift area, where the Clover Belt country producers provide locally grown vegetables and beef products as well, Madam Speaker. So this is an important issue locally in Northwestern Ontario and really right across the country, as of course it's not just the farmers that are having to pay it, but it's everyone that's having to pay this tax as it gets passed on to the price of food. In fact, the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses has estimated that farmers paid almost $14,000 in carbon tax the first year it was imposed, and the PBO, the Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer, has confirmed that an increase in carbon taxes to $170 a ton, which this government would sure like to do, will cumulatively cost farmers over $1 billion by 2030. Madam Speaker, the carbon tax alone by 2030 at this rate will cost farmers across the country $1 billion. Now, that's a staggering number. Farmers are already struggling, and the price of food is already getting out of control. I cannot imagine what those further increases, how farmers would be able to operate and how people would be able to afford food. But to make it worse, the government actually introduced a second carbon tax through clean fuel regulations that will cost the average household an extra $573 per year, and that is without any rebate. Now, we often hear the government touting their carbon tax rebate, but this portion of it in the second carbon tax comes with absolutely no rebate whatsoever. So Conservatives on the Agricultural Committee have brought forward some suggestions. I'm not a member of that committee, Madam Speaker, but we have some great members that are representing us well in that regard. And the Conservatives on that committee are suggesting that the government remove the carbon tax that is applied to all of the food inputs, including farm fuels, Madam Speaker, and that's what we want to achieve through Bill C-234. We're also asking the government, calling on the government, to complete a comprehensive study on the economic impact of the carbon tax and clean fuel regulations and how both of those affect the cost of food production, the price of food, and the entire food supply chain as a whole, Madam Speaker. Those are suggestions that we are bringing forward as a part of, or not necessarily as a part of this, but as a result of this study and as a result of this report, Madam Speaker. But above all, we must pass Bill C-234 in its original form, Madam Speaker. This is a very important bill brought forward by our colleague, and something that's going to make a world of difference, not just for farmers, Madam Speaker, but everyone who has to buy food, which is everyone in Canada, of course. It's such an essential item. And with the cost of living spiraling out of control, this is the very least we can do is to axe this carbon tax on farmers and families. We obviously, as the Conservative Party, are going to axe the tax completely and get rid of it for good. But in the meantime, we're hoping that some parties, the governing NDP Liberal coalition, can meet us halfway, realize that people are struggling, and work to pass Bill C-234 as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Part of me wishes that actually the member got louder and louder. He was speaking so gently and so nicely that I hope he'll speak up in the response. And I also just wanted to very quickly, I know it's not part of debate, but he's actually my member of Parliament at our family cottage that's been in the family for a long time. And I believe that my aunt was a teacher of his in Kenora. And I see that some of her wonderful teaching traits rubbed off on him. I wonder if my honourable colleague, my honourable member of Parliament for Kenora, might speak to what he is seeing, if at all, the impacts of climate change are in the community that he represents, and what conversations may be taking place with his constituents in relation to that issue, which of course, as we know, is directly related to the food industry and therefore the subject at hand. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The other member, Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments from my friend from Winnipeg, and I really look forward to putting a big election sign on his lawn the next time that comes around. There's too many trees in the way. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out a way to get it up there. I appreciate his comments and his important question. In Northern Ontario, in Northwestern Ontario specifically, Madam Speaker, we definitely see impacts of climate changes. There's no question about that. The ice roads up into northern remote First Nations that communities rely on are the seasons are getting shorter and shorter as one prime example. That's going to create a lot of logistic challenges moving forward. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we haven't seen a viable climate plan from this government. They've brought forward the carbon tax, which is a very good government revenue creation device. It's a great way to tax Canadians and make life more unaffordable, but they continue to miss climate target after climate target under this plan. It's not working, and all they're saying is, well, we need to keep making it more expensive and more expensive and more expensive. Madam Speaker, as I learned, perhaps from his family member who was teaching me, as I learned, when something's not working, you don't keep doing that even more. You reevaluate, and Madam Speaker, that's exactly what we want to do. We want to axe the tax, let Canadians decide at the next election what path they want to go down, and we're sure that they're going to see that this plan is failing. Our plan is going to axe the tax and help fight climate change using technology, not taxes. Thank you.
Comments, and I remember for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
I want to thank the member for his thoughtful comments. I just wonder why, in spite of the hardships that this carbon tax, increased carbon tax year after year, is having upon Canadians, and in spite of the fact that it's not making any environmental difference, that the Liberals, supported by the NDP and the Bloc, are insistent of moving forward with this. Maybe you could come to that.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. a little to the east. I appreciate the question from my colleague from BC, and it's a really great question because it's something that we've been trying to understand on this side of the House. Why are they trying to move forward with this? We've recently learned from my colleague from Dauphin uncovered that the government's not even tracking the emissions that are reduced or not reduced by the carbon tax. So they have no measure about whether or not it's working or not. We can see that emissions are rising under their watch. So it's clear that it's not working, but we know the pain it's causing from an economic point of view for Canadians. They see it when they get to the gas pumps, when they go to the grocery store. It's a tax on everything at the end of the day. So we're going to keep fighting to axe the tax, and that's exactly what we're going to do after the next election. But until then, we're going to keep up the fight and keep advocating for Canadians, and we hope that the other parties join us on that.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it's such an important debate. I'm glad that we have the chance to discuss food affordability in this place, and thank you for the opportunity to engage in this discussion. And my very brief question is, I'm wondering if the member could talk about how the increased costs of food is actually a feature of the Liberal carbon tax. It's designed to make things unaffordable for Canadians. I'm wondering if the member, my friend from Kenora, would be able to opine on that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A very good point. Thank you. I'll be brief. We've seen from this government, they've been very transparent about it, is that the whole point of the carbon tax is to try to change behaviors by making things more expensive, Madam Speaker. Well, we're seeing it with gas, with groceries, home heating. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, it seems to be working too well at making things more expensive for Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it is my pleasure to join in debate today around the price of food inflation, the report that came from the Agriculture Committee, which I'm proud to sit on, and some of the ideas we've heard over the last little while about how increases in the cost of food have affected Canadians in a day-to-day their day-to-day lives. And my friend from Baldor Crowfoot just had a great point that he asked my colleague from Kenora, and he said, and I asked this in committee today, Madam Chair, to Tyler McCann, I said, isn't the point of a carbon tax, which Liberals and NDP opine is the great resource they're going to use to lower emissions, isn't the point of a carbon tax to change consumers' behavior? And Mr. McCann said, well, yes, it is. You can go on ECCC, Environment Climate Change Canada's website, and that is the point of a carbon tax, is to change people's behavior based on an increasing price of a product. So that just so happens, Madam Speaker, to be a product that we're talking about today, which is food, which I said in committee, it is amazing that a government is now fighting their own policy. You see, Liberals and NDP are scrambling over each other saying the carbon tax hasn't worked because it didn't increase the price of food. So it's really one of the first times, Madam Speaker, I've seen in my life in public service that a government is arguing that a policy didn't work when it did. You see it on other areas of people's lives too, Madam Speaker. You'll see it in transportation, where mothers are having a harder time filling up a tank of gas to take their kids to hockey games or to ballet classes or to music lessons, because in rural Canada you have to drive. There isn't public service like there is in downtown Toronto. So they're making a choice of how many extra shifts do I have to pick up to cover the next tank of gas, Madam Speaker. You're seeing it with seniors who are still in their homes. How many sweaters am I going to have to put on because I can't afford to keep the heat up? So, Madam Speaker, you see it time and time again. This Liberal NDP carbon tax is making people change their behaviors in Canada because it's made everything so much more expensive across our country. And you know it's working, Madam Speaker, because there was a little caucus revolt in the Liberal Party recently, where Atlantic Canadian members, along with the Conservatives who called for a long time, they just axed the tax as part of our plan, they said, you have to exempt home heating. So, Madam Speaker, the proof is in the pudding. Why would the Liberal members in the Maritimes fight tooth and nail because they're having political issues to get a carve out from the carbon tax because home heating's costing too much? It's almost like it is working. But then, I think the people within the Liberal Party and the NDP Party didn't realize how much pain they were going to inflict on Canadians. You see, Madam Speaker, there is no other solution to heat a 100,000 square foot barn. I met with a dairy farmer just outside of Regina today in Ottawa, and he said their heating bill for their barn continues to increase and increase and increase. And Madam Speaker, I have a Sask Energy bill from another farmer, a chicken farmer, Madam Speaker, and their price for 1 month, their gas supply cost is $1,092. Their carbon tax with the GST on top of it is $1,071. They're almost paying more in taxes in a monthly bill, about $20 less, than they are for the gas that they're supplying to heat their building. I don't think Liberals and the NDP, maybe I'm giving the benefit of the doubt, I don't think they realized how much this was going to hurt. From APAS, I'm from Saskatchewan, Madam Speaker, from APAS, Mr. Boxall was at our committee when we were talking about food price, and he said the average farm in Saskatchewan, the carbon tax cost will be between $14,000 and $25,000. But when it goes to $170 a ton by 2030, he said that will be, and it's in the Canada's Food Price Report in 2023 stated, a farm could pay $150,000 in carbon tax per year. Mr. Boxall, we had in committee, we asked this question, how is that going to affect farms? And I quote, it will have a huge impact, $150,000 on a 5,000 acre farm. It's unfathomable that we will get there on a carbon tax alone. It makes my skin crawl to think that's where we'll be. And then to be turned around and not recognized for the work that is done, ensuring we have proper grasslands and that we have proper management of our farm soil. Farmers are the biggest stewards of the land in this country, and we care more about the environment than we ever get credit for. It is really going to be to the detriment of Saskatchewan farmers. Madam Speaker, that says it all. This Liberal government continues to punish our farmers, the people that put food on our plate, without second thought of what that effect's going to be. We see it, we talked to some witnesses today in the Agriculture Committee, and one witness laid out 3 things that this government wants to do, has done and wants to do, that will affect food prices. Number 1, he said, was the carbon tax. Number 2, P2 packaging, where they want to make sure that in Canada you can't use plastics to ship fruit and vegetables, which the USA has already said they're not going to do. So it's going to cut the supply of fresh fruit and vegetables in our country. Madam Speaker, number 3 is the fertilizer reduction targets. Those 3 things, this witness said, is going to inflate the cost of food exponentially year after year after year. And that's from people that are on the ground, from the fruit and vegetable growers in Ontario, Madam Speaker. So if we're not going to believe a carbon tax bill that we saw from Saskatchewan, where you're paying almost as much in taxes as in gas supply, the members from APAS, the Agriculture Producers Association of Saskatchewan, that are on the ground tilling the soil, planting the seeds, that says $150,000 per 5,000-acre farm will destroy the farms in Saskatchewan because you will make them unsustainable, which will lower supplies again. And Madam Speaker, if we're not going to believe a dairy farmer that says it's going to cost more and more each year to heat their barn with this carbon tax, the PBO said himself, when the carbon tax by 2030, farmers would be paying $1 billion, with a B, $1 billion a year in carbon tax. And my friend from here on Bruce has put that through a private members bill. It talks about the GST, HST that you pay on the carbon tax, which is about $498 million a year. So combined, the carbon tax and then the tax on a tax is going to be $1.5 billion automatically out of farmers' pockets. And people don't think that's going to have effect on food prices. That's irrational, Madam Speaker. Like it's taking $1.5 billion out of farmers' pockets. How are you going to make that up? 2 things happen. 1, consumers see that on the till at the grocery store, prices increase because farmers have to make that up. Or 2, farmers go out of business. No farms, no food. If you lower the food supply in Canada, that will also increase the food cost. So you see, Madam Speaker, either way, consumers, and I agree with my friend from Winnipeg, consumers in rural or urban Saskatchewan, rural or urban, are going to have to pay more for food. Madam Speaker, at this point in time, I'd like to move an amendment. So I'd like to get that on the record, Madam Speaker, and it'll be seconded by the member from Battle River Crowfoot. And the amendment is that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 10th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented on Tuesday, June 13th, 2023 be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food with instructions that it amends the same so as A, to take into consideration that Bill C-234, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, has been amended by the Senate in a way that will prevent farmers from getting a carbon tax carve-out for grain drying, barn heating, and other farm operations, and that since the Parliamentary Budget Officer has made clear that this bill, in its original form, would save Canadian farmers $1 billion by 2030, reducing the cost of food for Canadian families currently struggling to afford groceries, and B, recommend that the House adopt the motion rejecting the Senate amendments as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
just extra.
Mr. Steinley, seconded by Mr. Couric, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The 10th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, presented on Tuesday, June 13, 2023, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food with instruction that it amend the same so as to A, take into consideration that Bill C-234, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, has been amended by the Senate in a way that will prevent farmers from getting a carbon tax carve-out for grain drying, barn heating, and other farm operations, and that since the Parliamentary Budget Officer has made clear that this bill, in its original form, would save Canadian farmers $1 billion by 2030, reducing the cost of food for Canadian families currently struggling to afford groceries, and B, recommend that the House adopt the motion rejecting the Senate amendments as soon as possible. The amendment is in order. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Thank my colleague for his commentary. I see that we are surrounded by folks who are about to be riveted by the exchange, and I don't want to delay too long the late show that I know is about to take place between my two colleagues. I would just like to ask my honourable colleague from Regina if he could comment on the shift in economic policy that we're seeing in places like the European Union, where they are beginning to incorporate tariffs on imports from jurisdictions that are not seriously tackling a price on pollution. I'd be curious to know what he or his leader would do should they find themselves faced with having to create policy on behalf of the Government of Canada in relation to our trading partners on imports and that very critical component of a price on pollution, which they are starting to take seriously. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Regina Louvain.
Well, Madam Speaker, great. Thank you very much for the question from my colleague. I'll say this about what's going on, and you won't see this on mainstream TV, but what's going on in Europe right now is farmers are in an uprise because of the terrible policies governments after government have foisted upon them. So whatever is going on in Europe and the European Union, they should keep it there because their farmers are protesting and taking to the streets, and we should make sure that our farmers are a lot happy, and we put policies in place that respect farmers. We listen to what farmers are doing on the ground and make sure we get it right so we don't copy anything that's going on right now in Europe when it comes to the farm policies.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate again the opportunity to engage in this debate. And I know that there were very valuable conversations that the Ag Committee had where they heard from a host of witnesses. But I specifically want to ask my friend from Regina Louvain about his interactions with farmers and others within the food supply chain. Because we've endeavored to explain that while rising costs is a feature, not a flaw, a feature of the Liberal NDP coalition's carbon tax, it is something that the carbon tax affects every stage of the process. Take a loaf of bread, from the farmer who grows it, the trucker who ships it, to the baker who bakes it, to the grocery store that sells it, to a person that goes and buys it. Every step of the process for that slice of bread to get on somebody's plate, they are paying the carbon tax. So I'm wondering if my friend from Regina could share the conversations he's had with farmers and every other stage of the supply chain about the impact that the carbon tax has on what ultimately Canadians pay for the food they buy at the grocery store.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
I appreciate that question. And, you know, after today, when we got an order paper answer from the Conservative member from Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa, where it said the Liberal government isn't even tracking how much the carbon tax is reducing emissions, it really is mind-blowing that they have a flagship policy, but they're not tracking if it's successful or not. What I'm hearing from people on the ground is they believe the feature of food prices increasing because of the carbon tax is not a flaw, but a feature of the Liberal NDP carbon tax. They believe this is what it was intended to do because they don't realize what the policies are that actually affect farmers and how much it does affect a farmer. I don't believe that an NDPs and Liberals thought the carbon tax would go to $15,000 a farm on Saskatchewan for a 5,000-acre farm. But that's the effect it has. And can you imagine when this carbon tax goes to $170 a ton, what's that going to do to the consumers across Canada when they go to buy groceries? Farmers are price takers. So these input costs are going up and up and up, and they see a government that just keeps on wanting to kick out its feet instead of giving it the opportunity to be successful and putting policies in place. Madam Speaker, I'm so proud of our agriculture producers. There's a study that came out from the Global Institute of Food Security out of Saskatchewan that says our producers create less emissions than any other jurisdiction comparable in the world. Agriculture in Canada is 8% of our total emissions. We should be trumpeting that and being proud of our farmers at every international event we go to, because our farmers are producing more and doing it with less emissions than any other country, and that's what we should be talking about on the world stage to make sure more countries are following Canada's leadership when it comes to agriculture and agriculture emissions.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Resuming debate. Comme il n'y a plus de députés pour prendre la parole.
There are no more members rising.
Il y a déjà Okay, sorry, I forgot about the amendment part because the honourable member had spoken on the previous one. So yes, resuming debate. The honourable.
My apologies, sorry. I thought we were still in the air.
Okay. So, okay. I'm going to try this again. Resuming debate. The honourable member, Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is an honor to be able to enter into debate on what is such an important subject when we're talking about the food security and the price of food that Canadians are paying. And I appreciated the amendment that that my friend from Regina had moved, which I had the opportunity to second, and which gave very, very clear instructions to ensure that this concurrence report be not concurred in, to send it back to committee so that we can really get to the root of what the issue here is. And that is the root cause of what is forcing Canadians to pay more. And a question that I asked earlier, Madam Speaker, we had I asked about the entire food supply chain. Because a lot of people, I think, take for granted in our country the fact that we do have a secure food supply chain. We go to the grocery store and there is food on the shelves. We have rules and regulations in place that ensure that Canadians can trust the food that they are buying, that there's an ingredient list on there that you can count on to ensure that there is that trust in the process. That when meat is brought through the supply, again, it's safe. We don't have to worry about disease and the things that throughout human history has been detrimental to the longevity of people. But, Madam Speaker, I asked my colleague a question about the entire food supply chain. Now, I am proud to be the 5th generation that farms in Alberta's special areas, and I'm proud for 5 generations, been proud to help steward that land. And I'll get to that specific discussion here in a moment. But when it comes to where food starts, well, it starts with the farmer. It starts with the rancher, those who grow and raise the food that we eat. And then there's the entire food supply chain that takes place. Madam Speaker, from the farmers and the ranchers that start that process, whether it's a grain operation like my family is proud to be a part of, or whether it's a rancher of which I'm proud to represent so many of those, or whether it's more modern techniques like greenhouses and the like. But then there's a stage of that is what one would call the entire food supply chain. And I'll get to the specific relevance of the carbon tax here in just a moment. But when you have the carbon tax applying at the first stage of the process and costing, when the Liberals increase the carbon tax to the degree that they're planning to, it will cost an average farmer $150,000 a year. Those costs have to go somewhere. But then every step of the food supply chain, Madam Speaker, there are increased costs. So from the farmer, paying increased costs. The truckers who move it from the farm to a storage facility, increased costs. The storage facility, increased costs. Then it goes to I use the example of a loaf of bread. Every step of the process, the transportation of the raw commodities to the baker, or to grind the flour, then from the flour to the baker, and the carbon tax on the ovens. And it sounds like the Liberals now want to have a special tax to tax wood-burning stoves, which is quite something. Talk about ludicrous and ridiculous. But then there's cost to the packaging. There's cost to the supply chain of the packaging which goes into that food. There's costs of the transportation to the grocery store. There's the carbon tax on the cost of heating that grocery store. There's carbon tax on the costs associated with somebody driving to the grocery store to get the groceries. And there's costs at every step of the process, Madam Speaker. That is the consequence of the carbon tax. Rising costs are a feature, not a flaw, of the Liberal carbon plan. So, Madam Speaker, as I wrap up my discussion here, I would just say it's time to stop punishing those who are best equipped to lower food prices. It is time to start celebrating them, rewarding them, making sure that they are well equipped to be the champions of the environment, the champions of lower prices, and that means axing the tax so that Canadian farmers and the entire Canadian food supply chain can bring down the price of food so that Canadians can afford to eat. Let's bring it home for Canadians in a way that ensures that we don't send Canadians to the food bank for the bare necessities, but let's bring prosperity back to this country and lower prices. That's what the Conservative plan will do when we axe the tax and bring home lower prices for everybody.
Comments? The Honourable Member Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Conservative priorities are to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Now, when it comes to our plan to axe the tax, let's be clear that increasing the cost of transportation is not a bug associated with the carbon tax. It is a design feature of the carbon tax. The purpose of a carbon tax policy is to increase the cost of transporting people and goods, supposedly to deter that transportation. The problem is people still need to eat, people still need to get around, and in the process, they end up paying more without the supposed impacts on emissions. Madam Speaker, this is why Conservatives are proposing to axe the tax, and we oppose the intentional policy of the NDP Liberal coalition to increase prices on the transportation of food, the transportation of people, the transportation of other goods. Could the members speak to the importance and the benefit associated with our proposal to axe the tax?
The Honourable Member for Ballard River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and that's exactly the important point that it seems like every other political entity in this place forgets. That at every stage of the food supply chain, or when it comes to transportation, whether that's a mom taking her kids to hockey practice, whether that's a school bus that is taking kids to school, whether that is the trains that are carrying the goods from our ports, whether that is the ships that are taking our goods either overseas or bringing in goods from other places. Increased costs is the design of the carbon tax. That is not serving the best interests of Canadians. But what's so unfortunate about this entire conversation is for the last 8+ years that this has been a debate, the Liberals have claimed one thing on the carbon tax, but truly it is meant and designed to punish Canadians at every step of the process, to change their behavior is the way that they describe it. So, Madam Speaker, it's time to axe the tax so that we can bring down the price of everything for Canadians and ultimately empower Canadians to make sure that they are best equipped to make decisions that work for them. It's freedom, and it's time to bring home that freedom, whether it's at the grocery store or every other aspect of Canadian society. It's time to bring it home.
Question and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And time again, we hear from the Liberals and the NDP Costly Coalition that, you know what, the government's doing well. They spew some numbers about where they're at according to other EOCD countries when it comes to GDP or debt to GDP. But my question is, and we heard this in Saskatchewan under the Socialist NDP for so long in the 90s, the government's doing well, the government's doing well. So my question to my honourable colleague is, if this Liberal NDP Cossey coalition is doing so well, why are Canadians hurting so much? Why is food bank usage at 2 million people per month? If the government's doing so poorly, why are Canadians never had it so bad?
For Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think of some quotes of some famous conservative politicians throughout history. Ronald Reagan, who said that the most terrifying words in the English language are "I'm from the government and I'm here to help," or the late great Prime Minister Winston Churchill of the United Kingdom, who said that socialism is an ideology like trying to pull yourself, or taxation, trying to tax yourself to prosperity is like standing in a bucket and trying to lift yourself up. Madam Speaker, the evidence is clear and we see it. Evidence today in the heartbreaking stories that myself and I know my Conservative colleagues hear on a daily basis. When the government does well, Canadians are hurting. It's time to make sure that we bring some common sense back to the agenda and objectives of government. Make sure that when it comes to the carbon tax, let's take those billions of dollars out of the hands of bureaucrats and politicians in our nation's capital and make sure that we bring down the price of food so that when a Canadian or a senior, I heard recently a heartbreaking story of seeing a senior at a grocery store who had to put items back because her bill was too expensive. She knew she couldn't afford it. Madam Speaker, when the government's doing well, it means that the people of that country are suffering. It's time to bring home some common sense and remember that the government should be the servant, not the master, but the servants of the people. That's been forgotten in our country. Conservatives will right that ship and ensure that once again the government serves the people of this country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess the question, because I hear from the opposite side that they're always talking about the carbon pricing system, half of it, but I don't hear them ever talking about the rebate that people in their communities are receiving. So the average family of 4 in Alberta would be receiving $386 4 times a year, plus if they're in a rural area, they actually get a rural top-up. So my question is, when they're talking with constituents about carbon pricing, are they also telling constituents and asking constituents about how they feel about the fact that they're not going to be getting that rebate check? That's money right into their accounts, $386 4 times a year, plus a rural top-up.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And sometimes they just make it way too easy. You have a Liberal member bragging about giving Canadians the money that they took from them back to them. So Madam Speaker, forgive me if I disagree with Liberal logic on this. When Conservatives say we want to axe the tax, we simply want to empower Canadians who are best positioned to make choices when it comes to the food they eat, the vehicles they drive, and not rise costs only to then send it back to a few based on a formula that they certainly didn't consult with the people of Alberta. In fact, very clearly, the majority of provinces in this country actually have elected governments that don't support the carbon tax. That's something that members should maybe not forget when trying to impose that left-leaning ideology that has been so destructive on the people of my province, as an example. But, Madam Speaker, it is time to bring some common sense back to the conversation. She talks about the so-called rural top-up, 10% more, yet the devastating impacts, the parliamentary budget officer himself made it very, very clear that 60% of Canadians end up paying more in the direct and indirect costs, because every stage of the food supply chain, transportation sector, etc., end up paying the carbon tax. So, Madam Speaker, forgive me when not only was it dishonest when the Liberals claimed that it was a revenue neutral tax, because it's not. Costs hundreds of millions of dollars a year to administer. Then they say that Canadians get more back than they pay into it. That was dishonest as well. And at every step of the process, Madam Speaker, it's time to axe the tax so that we can empower Canadians to make decisions that are best for them. And in this case, Madam Speaker, and the very, very important that they so flippantly suggest is that they're somehow solving the problem by intentionally raising prices, Madam Speaker. No, let's lower the price of food for Canadians so that Canadians can afford to eat, heat their homes, and live the Canadian dream that Prime Minister and those Liberals have taken away from them.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And our Liberal colleague just kind of gave us a glimpse into the Liberal psyche. And she's talking about, well, you never talk about the rebates when it comes to the carbon tax. Well, Madam Speaker, and my colleague from Battle River Crowfoot hit the nail on the head. You don't have to give the money back to Canadians if you don't take it in the first place. You see, time and time again, my colleague mentioned a couple of really great thinkers when it came to the conservative principles. Another one is Margaret Thatcher. And she said the best thing I've ever heard about socialism. The problem with socialism is eventually you run out of other people's money. And that's what this Liberal government is starting to do. You can't tax Canadians into oblivion, then wonder why they can't afford food. You've taxed Canadians so much, that's why there's 2 million Canadians lined up to go to the food bank, Madam Speaker. So, could my colleague please, once again, agree with the statement that Liberals wouldn't have to give so much money back to Canadians if they wouldn't take it in the first place?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that because my colleague from Regina is absolutely right. And I know he mentioned how under the socialist extremes that Saskatchewan had faced throughout some of its history and how that ideology held that province back. And I know for the 4 years where the accidental NDP ruled over Alberta, there was pain and suffering. Hundreds of thousands of jobs were lost and taxes imposed that certainly the people of Alberta did not vote for. And I know now across this country, Madam Speaker, we are seeing the devastating consequences of a government that thinks that this comes back to the comments I made before. They think that they're the masters, the kings, that they have the right to impose upon the people. Well, Madam Speaker, it's time to reorient the priorities of government. It's time for a conservative government that will make sure its people are the masters, not the government, and respect Canadians' decisions, respect their hard-earned dollars, axe the tax, and bring home lower prices for everybody.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat. Comme il n'y a plus de députés pour prendre la parole, conformément à...
Pursuant to an order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion are deemed put and recorded divisions are deemed requested. Pursuant to Standing Order 66, the divisions stand deferred until Wednesday, February 7th, 2024, the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Alors, à ce moment-ci...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, the Government Operations Committee has been gripped by the Arrive scam scandal. The way this government spent $54 million on a glitchy app that didn't work, and the fact that they chose GC Strategies, a two-person company that did no actual IT work and simply subcontracted all the work. How did this happen? Who was responsible? Who had the relationships with GC Strategies? Who created this procurement system that allowed a two-person company that does no IT work to get this contract and to essentially simply be able to receive and subcontract the work? This is the work that the Government Operations Committee has been trying to get to the bottom of. And the government is now intimidating witnesses that spoke out of this committee. Here's what happened. Supposedly there was an ongoing investigation, internal investigation inside the government into what happened in the context of the Arrive Can procurement. The investigator in this case is not independent. This is an internal investigation. The so-called investigator reports through the existing chain of command within CBSA. He effectively reports to people who could be under a cloud of suspicion in the context of this investigation. Now, on November 7th of this year, two witnesses, Mr. McDonald and Mr. Hurtado, came before the Government Operations Committee. In response to questions, in particular from Conservatives, they gave devastating testimony. They identified people inside the government that they said were lying, were covering up information. They identified conversations that happened between the minister's office and senior public servants that were filtered to them. Madam Speaker, while other public servants were very reserved and limited in their responses to questions, Mr. McDonald and Mr. Otano gave very direct and very forthright responses that were critical of actions taken by others, especially more senior people within the chain of command. That happened on November 27th. Surprisingly, almost immediately after that, on November 27th, Mr. McDonald and Otano received a letter saying that they were the subject of internal investigation. They hadn't been notified of this before. Coincidentally, apparently, they were told they were under investigation immediately after they offered critical testimony at committee. Then the government went further and suspended them from their jobs without pay. These senior public servants were suspended without pay, even though this internal investigation has not completed. There's an ongoing internal investigation not complete, and yet 2 people have been suspended without pay. Now, this is very suspicious. You have the government under a cloud of suspicion over this procurement. So they have an internal investigator, but the internal investigator has not even completed the investigation, but has submitted interim findings that apparently point the finger at people who have been critical of the same senior public servants who this investigator, in fact, is subject to. And they've been suspended without pay. This very clearly, given the timelines, looks like retaliation against public servants who have spoken out about the Arrive scam scandal. So we have a big problem here. We have the underlying issue of corruption in the Arrive scam contracting, $54 million, a company that did no actual work, just subcontracted all the work. But then we have people that have provided testimony about it, not the testimony the government wanted to hear apparently, suddenly suspended without pay. How does the government justify retaliating against witnesses who criticize them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, we expect procurement processes to be properly followed and that any person who commits wrongdoing faces the appropriate consequences. And as my colleague knows, the president of the CBSA has referred allegations of misconduct received in 2022 to its Professional Integrity Division, who has been actively working on its administrative investigation since then. The president of the CBSA has already implemented changes in how the agency manages and oversees procurement. Better controls and oversight have been put in place, including those with procurement authority in headquarters retaking their training. Also, having a senior committee review every task authorization and centralizing procurement responsibilities within the organization. These controls will be calibrated over time with a fuller understanding of what happened and why. This will also be informed by the internal review that is ongoing with respect to the contract documents associated with ArriveCan. The CBSA has also suspended their contracts with 3 companies, including GC Strategies, through a stop work order from PSPC. While investigations are ongoing, they are committed to act on findings from all audits and reviews to inform the future of these contractual arrangements. The CBSA will continue to work with Public Services and Procurement Canada to improve procurement practices and processes. Madam Speaker, I'll conclude by stating that the current investigations should not in any way undervalue or dishonor the incredible work that the frontline border officers and all CBSA employees do every single day to serve and protect Canadian citizens at the border and in support of our country's prosperity. Thank you.
Member Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, in the midst of this gross corruption scandal, we continue to get bureaucratic non-answers from this NDP Liberal government. I had a very simple question that wasn't answered. I will ask that simple question again. Why were 2 senior public servants suspended without pay in the middle of an investigation only after they had offered testimony critical of more senior public servants and the government? Why were they suspended after their testimony?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. We understand and take very seriously the concerns that have been expressed by the honourable member. This government is committed to transparency and accountability. The CBSA and the RCMP are investigating allegations, and the government welcomes these ongoing investigations. The CBSA was fully engaged with the Office of Procurement Ombud and will implement its recommendations. The agency will also make improvements based on the upcoming report of the Officer of the Auditor General and its own internal review of contracting. The President has also already implemented measures to strengthen and improve procurement processes and internal controls. Madam Speaker, I assure you and all Canadians that this government will continue to prioritize efficiency, accountability, and transparency in the management of public resources.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I thought there was another minute here. In October this past year, I asked the government their selective reversal of the carbon tax for Atlantic Canadians that heat their homes with fuel oil. Now, incidentally, about 25% of Atlantic Canadians heat their homes with fuel oil, as opposed to 6% in the rest of the country, and about 0% in my province of Alberta. But there's no reduction offered elsewhere in Canada, just in Atlantic Canada. And the rationale was explained by this government's Newfoundland regional minister. She said, perhaps they need to elect more Liberals on the prairies. It's a rare moment of frank honesty from a Liberal minister. How to get financial advantage in Canada? Easy, just get on the Liberal gravy train. But I'm sure it gutted the two Liberal members from Alberta. Respectfully, both these members have proven good at one thing in particular in Parliament, mindlessly reading out clearly ridiculous Liberal talking points on a number of issues. The member for Edmonton Centre, the one who responded to my question, is a minister. He just obfuscated in response to my question. I don't blame him. His colleagues, the minister from Newfoundland, her public assessment about his lack of engagement on this file for his constituents must have stung for quite a while. Let's get some real perspective on this. The carbon tax on clean burning natural gas rose this past April by about 27% to $3.33 per gigajoule, going up again this April Fool's to $4.21 per gigajoule. It's interesting that this tax on clean burning natural gas is more than the cost basis of the commodity itself. The average in 2023 was only $2.50. Incidentally, people pay GST on top of the carbon tax, a tax on a tax also increasing. Now, on January 13th this year, residents in the riding of Edmonton Centre felt temperatures drop to minus 45 degrees. The average home was using about twice as much natural gas as usual to keep residents safe and warm. So here's the outcome. It gets cold in the prairies every winter. And this government benefits by collecting more taxes. Cold weather in the prairies is a gift that keeps on giving to this government. But it's not free. It's an increasing transfer from the pockets of constituents of Edmonton Centre and other Canadians on the prairies to this Liberal government. So the member for Edmonton Centre should feel stung when his colleague announces his ineffectiveness in representing his constituents to all Canadians. Now, I know the response to my question is going to include one or a few of the Liberal bromides, as in, don't worry, here's the money we're spending in order to make it all things better, none of which have proven effective. Am I going to hear about the virtues of heat pumps? Am I going to hear that oil heat in Atlantic Canada costs more than natural gas, so it's only fair? But whatever is said, it won't excuse the Alberta Liberal members of this House for failing to speak for their constituents. And the regionally disproportionate share of carbon tax this government collects from Canadians who live on the prairies. So I'm asking again in this government's exemption from carbon taxes by region for political purposes should probably be reduced for all Canadians, regardless of how they stay safe and warm in the winter. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, there are a couple of issues that I would like to address in what the member opposite just raised. The first part is to take into account the very real issue of climate change. And it's very frustrating when I hear from members opposite not only just not a climate plan, but an acceptance and a willingness to just let the planet burn at this point. And that is unacceptable, because what we're seeing right now, for example, in Alberta, is drought, people talking about the fact that they're not going to be able to use as much water in their daily living. We've been seeing wildfires all across our country, including in Northern Ontario. We've been seeing massive hurricanes impacting Atlantic Canada and all sorts of other natural disasters. Those are impacting people's daily lives. It's impacting the cost of living when people's homes are at risk and being damaged by these things. It's leading to increased insurance costs for the fact that people are having to do repairs, that are losing their homes, and the way that the fees are being considered by insurance companies taking into account these natural disasters. Climate change is real. The next part, though, is about carbon pricing. And it's so frustrating to listen to the complaints that are being made about carbon pricing because they're factually inaccurate. And I say that because there is an economist from the University of Calgary, the home city from the member opposite, who did a study looking at how the carbon pricing system works in federal backstop provinces. And the conclusions to that study were that if you canceled the carbon price tomorrow, the people who would most benefit from that are people who earn over $250,000. That's not the affordability crisis that people in my community are talking about. People in my community, when they talk about issues, are talking about people, they're talking about how do we help people who have the greatest need. And the people who have the greatest need are not the people who earn over $250,000, which is what the people who would be benefiting from the proposal that they're putting forward. It makes no sense. They don't like hearing it about how 8 out of 10 people make more or are better off with the carbon rebates and the system that we have in place under a carbon pollution pricing system, but it's true. And like I said, it's been backed up by further research, including from his own home province. So I would hope that they would take that into account when they're doing this analysis. When we're talking about issues about how do we help people who need help in fuel switching and to help reduce their costs of heating their homes, well, the oil to heat pump program actually does that, and that is applicable in the provinces that are signing up to help make it work. So I would ask him to please look into that option as well. But if we're going to talk about affordability, because that's also the other main issues that we're bringing forward, when we're talking about affordability, we're talking about things that we have made as changes, like the Canada Child Benefit. It has actually had a massive reduction of child poverty right across our country. The Canada Child Benefit, that's a program that we brought into place. The Conservatives were sending $100 checks to millionaires. We changed that system so that now the people who need it the most are getting the help. And Statistics Canada, in their studies, has found that it's having an impact. We are going to fight climate change, and at the same time, we are going to be working on affordability and reducing poverty across our country.
The honourable for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you. And as I predicted, there were Liberal bromides in there by the dozens, and I'm not sure there was just confusion in those talking points that came back at us here. But we heard a whole bunch of them there. We heard about climate change is real, of course. We heard about let the planet burn, as she stated in her speech, and I don't think anybody's ever said that. Anyways, the question was about fairness of applicability of the carbon tax and how it isn't being applied fairly and it's being applied politically at this point in time as opposed to justitiously across the country. I didn't hear one response in that jumble that actually said, here's why it costs less in Atlantic Canada than we're charging people on the prairies. And that's, I think, a mindless approach to how we actually need to address the way we actually come to tax Canadians. And this is a tax on Canadians, nothing but a regionally specific, very targeted tax where people don't have as much political representation as that member would like them to have in her party. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm going back to the main issues that I spoke about, which is that this is about fairness and making sure that we're protecting Canadians right across this country from natural disasters that are impacting their homes and impacting their livelihoods. We are taking that action, and so actions like the carbon pricing system, but others as well, are so important as part of an entire cohesive system that works together. We're going to keep on standing up for Canadians. We're going to keep on fighting climate change, and I hope that the members opposite will join us on that.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to finally be able to rise and be a part of the discussion here this evening. I'm looking forward to bringing it home for the evening, Madam Speaker. So I rise today to follow up, of course, on a previous question posed, Madam Speaker, about the carbon tax impacting First Nations. And before I get to that, Madam Speaker, I just want to talk about the current state of Indigenous Services Canada as a whole. Now, this government is spending a lot of money. They like to talk about how much they have increased spending. But what we've seen in recent reports is that when it comes to Indigenous Services Canada, this increase in spending has not led to a similar equivalent increase in the ability of the department to achieve its targets. So despite the money going out the door, it's not actually getting to where it needs to go. This government is funding high-priced consultants and bloating the bureaucracy, but it's not getting to the First Nations or the communities, the Indigenous communities that rely on this critical funding. It's why, unfortunately, 10 drinking water advisories remain in the Kenora District, Madam Speaker, out of 28 overall on First Nations across the country. And this is especially of concern to me, Madam Speaker, because I recently found out through an order paper question, a written question to the government, that 94% of Indigenous Services Canada employees at the executive level received bonuses last year, Madam Speaker. It represents a cost of over $3.6 million to the department. And again, this is a department that is not achieving its targets that it set for itself, Madam Speaker, yet they see fit to give big bonuses to executive level staff. And I know the 42 chiefs of First Nations in my district could have found a much better use for that $3.6 million, Madam Speaker. I believe it just shows just how out of touch this government is. So I say that to set the groundwork, because with all of that happening with this current government, they're also driving up the cost of living for First Nations with the carbon tax. And we know that this is a tax on everything. It impacts all of the goods that people need to buy. And in fact, the Chiefs of Ontario, which represents 133 First Nations, nearly a third of those First Nations, Madam Speaker, are in the Kenora District. They are taking the government to court, are actually arguing that the carbon tax leaves them worse off and breaches the principles of reconciliation, Madam Speaker. They're arguing, once again, the carbon tax breaches the principles of reconciliation. A very serious claim, and I think one that up until now the government has completely disregarded, as they did in my previous question. So, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to ask once again why the government, when the government will finally show some common sense and axe this tax for good for First Nations, farmers and families right across the country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to focus on the part that the member opposite raised that concerns carbon pricing, because that was the subject of this late show. And so while I have a lot of respect for the member opposite, I will ask him to seek his answers about the Indigenous Services Canada issues he's raising at another time. But when we're talking about carbon pricing, I appreciate the question that he's raised. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the way that the carbon pricing system works, where there is a federal backstop, such as in Ontario. Now, the federal carbon price is revenue neutral, with proceeds from the federal carbon pricing system being returned to the jurisdiction where they're collected. Provinces and territories that requested the federal system receive these proceeds directly. They can use it as they see fit. But in other jurisdictions, and so that would count as like in Ontario, the federal government is returning proceeds to individuals, families, businesses, farmers, and Indigenous governments through direct payments and targeted programs. This helps make carbon pricing more affordable and enables households to make investments to increase energy efficiency, further reduce emissions. The question that he had raised was specifically with Indigenous communities. So I do want to address that piece, which is the Government Canada recognizes the unique circumstances of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people, and is returning 1% of the fuel charge proceeds to Indigenous governments in jurisdictions where the federal fuel charge programming is in effect. A total amount of $282 million, representing 1% of proceeds collected from 2020 to 2021 to 2023, 2024, is being returned to Indigenous governments in 8 provinces, that being Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland and Labrador. Environment and Climate Change Canada is working collaboratively with First Nations in Ontario, including the Chiefs of Ontario, on the process to transfer $160.6 million in fuel charge proceeds to Indigenous governments in Ontario specifically. The Government of Canada's objective is to return these proceeds in a way that supports economic reconciliation and helps to strengthen Indigenous Crown partnerships on climate action. Government of Canada acknowledges the concerns that the Chiefs of Ontario and other Indigenous partners have raised and is continuing to explore potential solutions to address the impacts of carbon pricing on First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the response from the member opposite. She mentioned I believe it was 1% of proceeds, as she put it, that the government is returning to Indigenous communities. Madam Speaker, that's obviously a very low amount, and just frankly doesn't cut it, which is evident by 133 First Nations taking this government to court. Madam Speaker, these are communities, many remote northern communities in my area that rely on heating fuels and rely on transportation, either by vehicle or ice road in the winter or by aircraft, Madam Speaker, just to be able to get out of their community and access critical services. They need to use gas. To do that, this carbon tax is driving up the cost of everything, Madam Speaker. Why don't they finally axe the tax for good?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, so Canada has repeatedly heard from First Nations that ambitious global and domestic action is needed to address climate change and recognizes that the importance of First Nations climate leadership and the need for the federal government to support self-determined action to advance climate priorities. That's why Canada has committed to advancing First Nations climate leadership as a cornerstone of Canada's response to climate change. In collaboration with the Chiefs of Ontario and other First Nations partners from across Canada, we are working together to develop a First Nations climate leadership agenda. It's an important opportunity to develop a joint roadmap on how to improve Canada's partnership with First Nations on climate and will enable us to meaningfully implement the declaration in our climate action.
La motion portant que la Chambre.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.